All right, everybody, welcome back to the kind of Killer Main podcast series. This is one of the first episodes of us branching out a bit to go to other content creators who aren't particular Killer Mains and go to more esoteric topics for Dead by Daylight. This week we're going to be talking about monetization of the game, and I have my lovely guest here if they would like to introduce themselves.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Minskool, mostly known as the guy that says that DVDs pay to win everywhere. But yeah, I'm a content creator, mainly focusing on YouTube stuff, YouTube videos, and yeah, I cover a lot of topics, and especially the monetization one, which is one of my strongest opinions on the community by far.
Which is why I thought you were like perfect for this topic, because I've wanted to talk about this for a while, because I feel we have a couple differing opinions on this, but we'll get into that later. And where can people find you other than Twitch and the YouTubes? Anywhere else in particular?
I do have a Twitter. I only use it to post stuff about videos, and I also have a Twitch. I used to stream in the past. I stopped because I couldn't be consistent, which I think is severely needed if you want to be a streamer.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe in the future I'll come back. I don't know.
Oh, fair enough. All that'll be posted below if anyone wants. If you, I don't know how you're on this video and haven't checked out Mint, but if you haven't, the links are below and you probably should. So monetization in Dead by Daylight. This is a what's the word I'm looking for? It's a contentious topic. There are some who think the monetization is fine, some who think it is completely going off the rails, some who think that the game is coasting on it's just coasting on the monetization sales of skins to keep itself alive at this point. And you've been a big proprietor of the how you put it, the scam of secrets, and how it doesn't really help things out.
That's
The FOMO situation, which is one I think once again I think we're going to have differing opinions on a little bit. But to get things started, I think the big question here: do you think Dead by Daylight is pay to win?
So sorry if this is not the answer you were looking for, because I think I need to clarify something really important that comes up anytime there's a discussion about a game being pay to win.
Mm-hmm.
When someone says, mostly when someone says pay to win, it's not literally you pay and you win the match. It's basically the sum of it is, can you pay real money in order to get an advantage, a competitive advantage in a video game? Like,
Right.
Can you use money in order to get something that someone that didn't pay cannot? As it is right now in DBD, the answer is absolutely. DBD does have pay-to-win monetization schemes, and that's with the Perk system currently, which is something that I truly think either needs a rework, which is what you mentioned before, the scam of secrets, but the Perk system is for sure pay-to-win. And the problem of it mostly, and why people don't seem to notice, is because DBD itself is not competitive. If you're not a streamer, why do you care about winning constantly? And it's not a game that people take serious. It's mostly, there's people saying that DBD is a casual party game, which I disagree a lot. But so when you think of DBD as a casual party game, then yeah, having extra perks is not that important. And another distinction is that for the survivor side, the game is not as pay to win. It's usually, let me say it better, it's usually not as pay to win. For killers, it's a completely different story. And that's mainly because the original survivors come with very good perks, especially Bill. And for killers, it's completely different. How many times have we had a perk that completely dominated the meta, but it's locked behind a licensed character? So during those periods of time, DBD is absolutely pay to win. I legit see no argument of how someone can say DBD is not pay to win when perks like barbecue and chili, for example, in the past, in 17 existed, which basically doubled your XP. So if you bought Boba, you literally had double the progress than a normal person would. That's by definition of, if you want to argue semantics, The game is not pay to win. You're not winning more because you have barbecue, but you are progressing double the speed because you bought boba. And more examples of this are original decisive strike. I think that's unarguable. Everyone who bought Lori had a massive advantage as a survivor. We can also say original save the best for last. I don't know if you knew the old machine gun perk build. Don't know if you're familiar with that in 2016.
Yeah, because save used to work for Mr. Tex too, didn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's undoubtedly pay to win. Medal of Man, I think everyone remembers it. That's also pay to win. I think the latest cases were, in a soft way, made for this. Because if you didn't get Gabriel, then, I mean, you don't have one of the best survivor perks for that time. And the ultimate weapon for Alien. Because ultimate weapon was, I think everyone agreed, was one of the strongest tracking perks ever introduced in DBD. So if you didn't purchase Xenomorph, well, wait in the scam of secrets. And I think one of the worst metas even was pay to win, which was Eruption, Call of Brine, Overcharge. Only one of those perks was free. If you wanted to get Deadlock, which one did I say? Eruption. You couldn't.
Nemesis. Yeah.
When I made my monetization video, if I'm not mistaken, one of the or two of the perks that were part of the biggest meta build did not appear on the Shrine of Secrets. And then we run into another problem with pay to win. And that is the fact that, for example, let's say, what's Vecna's perk? The one that is people are complaining?
Weave Attunement.
Yeah, Weave Attunement and Franklin's Demise. So, if I'm not mistaken, Weave Attunement did appear already on the shrine.
Yeah.
Just something.
Yeah.
It's actually good, but when Ultimate Weapon was overpowered, it didn't appear on the Shrine of Secrets. Not until it was nerfed. So that's another form of pay to win. Basically, people can argue that, hey, the scam of secrets is here, just wait. But what if the perk changes? What if they nerf it? Then the people that bought the DLC when it came out would be at an advantage compared to people that didn't pay. So that's my whole argument. That's where the video came from, and I legit, I swear, I don't think anyone can change my mind on this. But I hope, like, I am open-minded. I would like to see someone try to defend DBD as not, like, the perk system is okay, because I personally think it isn't.
So the thing with pay to win and the term, because I think that there's different specs of it, because you brought it up. It's not necessarily pay to win, it's pay for advantage, which isn't, in my opinion, it's not technically pay to win. But there's also pay for time. I don't know if you know the monetization in Destiny 2 at all.
No, I'm not familiar. But I assume it's bad, no?
Well, it's not. It is to a degree. So they have a battle pass system that has there's a new weapon every season that comes out, and it's a new exotic weapon, which is like one of the special weapons. And you can, if you buy the battle pass, you get it at level 1. If you don't buy the battle pass, you can get it at level 40.
I see.
So when you buy the battle pass, you're not necessarily paying to win, you're paying to speed up the grind, right? But until those people reach 40, they're at a disadvantage from everyone else who just bought it. So I think it's the difference with Dead by Daylight is that the way the perk system works, especially, and we'll get into this later with license killers in particular. Because, I mean, the grind, even the free characters, some could argue, oh, well, you can just grind up to get them. What was the math on it? It's like 60 hours, right?
In the past, it used to be. Yeah, it was a crazy amount. When I made my original monetization video, everything was there made for that period of time. Right now, they did a lot of really good changes, actually. Like, I would say right now, the only thing that needs a massive overhaul is the Shrine of Secrets. I think the idea of making past chapters bundled as a discount or having to grind half is fantastic. Like, absolutely fantastic. That's for sure.
Yeah, there are still some issues with it, and someone told me they've been fixed, but I haven't noticed. But mostly if you already own some stuff in the bundles, it doesn't discount the bundle for some reason.
True.
Yeah. Which is really There was one for there was a killer bundle and they had a charm in it. And I was like, oh, I want the charm, but I had to buy the whole bundle. I didn't do it, but like I had to buy the whole bundle just to get the charm. I already owned all the killers, so it
Yeah,
didn't. It was
I had the same thought. They released the Survivor pack and Killer pack, I think, for 20 or 30 bucks, which included all the original killers up to Oni, if I'm not mistaken, or Twins, I don't remember. And yeah, it came with a special charm. But if you already own that, then you're paying 30 bucks or 24 one charm. The same happened with the chapter exclusive, by the way. I don't know if I can self-plug it, but in my I made a video yesterday, I think, which is the rare skins. And on the last spot, I put the you know the recolors they give when you purchase a chapter, or like the reward they give you.
yeah.
Well, now they are locked behind the 20 bucks. So if, for example, you had Knight, Dredge, or I don't know who else bought as a chapter, but you didn't pay for School Merchant, then you're locked forever until you pay 20 bucks to get the recolors. But I mean, they are recolors. It's not that big of a deal, honestly.
Yeah. But I mean, we can go a little bit into the Shrine of Secrets because I've heard the argument that the Shrine of Secrets is it's the way that people will often counteract that the game is pay to win because you can just wait, like you said, you can just wait. Let's not forget that Cheryl's perks didn't show up in the Shrine of Secrets till 3 years after her release.
True.
Let's also not forget that it swaps weekly, which means you have what, 2 perks? That's 140 perks of the almost 200 and something perks we have in the game.
Insane. Let me remind you, this system came out in 2016, back when there was very little perks. It has remained unchanged, even though we have 10 times the perk than in 2016. So it's insane. The Blood Whip has been changed. The killer gameplay has been changed. Basically everything has been changed. But the Scam of Secrets is exactly the same as it was on release. And that I find insane.
It's like the thing is, during Anniversary they change it every day. It's still the same as it is. It's just every day the perks swap. When I started playing the game, because I started in whenever Nemesis came out, during that Anniversary is when I started playing the game, and I got super lucky. People have said this before, that it's weird because I haven't leveled up a single survivor other than other than Zarina and Alan Wake. They're like the only 2 I play. And I have about 80% of the survivor perks.
Oh, wow.
The reason for that is because when I started playing the game, I played during Anniversary. So I was able to get all the perks because the shrine was changing every single day.
You even got the iridescent shards to do that?
Yeah.
That's impressive, honestly.
I was one of those weirdos who, when they start playing a game, I play it for like 300 hours.
I see.
But on top of that, when you start playing the game, because you're at such a low devotion level, you level up faster and you get the eerie shards faster. Because they're also discounted; they're half price during Anniversary.
True, you're right.
So once again, I just got extremely lucky with that. But to everyone else I've heard trying to start into this game and trying to get like the perks they want or the perks they need, they watch a video, it's like, oh, this new like made for this is like really good, and then they realize they have to spend the $5 on Gabe or play 60 hours, and then they have to grind the blood points on Gabe to get it, and like,
yeah, exactly. It's a problem, and I don't know. I would like to call this system like the insidious problem, because like people don't notice it at first. It's not as ridiculous as the vast majority of mobile games where you literally pay, level up your character, and you do more damage. There's nothing like that on DBD, except some very weird cases, like for example, Ultimate Weapon, where no tracking perk is better than Ultimate Weapon. Like it was the best, no contest. Or DS or Metal of Man. Like that's the only times I would say DBD is objectively pay to win, because you literally pay for an advantage that a person that didn't pay couldn't get. But the problems of the perk system also influences the variety in DBD, because let's think of it this way: if you're a survivor, you have your loadout. Why would you go for a new character? What's the point? Let's say Lara Croft, and you want to make a build around chests. Well,
Finesse.
first of all, you have to get Lara Croft on the Shrine of Secrets or buy her.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say they don't want to pay, right? So they get the perk of Lara Croft, but now they need appraisal or the Trevor Belmont. He also came with a new chest perk. So in order to make variety for builds, you need to pay, or you have to wait insanely long times to make a build variety. So what's the point? Why not run the best? Once you get Deadlock, Pop Goes the Weasel, I don't know, Scorch Hook, Pain Resonance. Once you get the best, what's the point in changing?
I mean, that's a bigger it's a bigger balancing discussion too. It's like,
I mean, even if
yeah,
you want, you can't. That's the point.
yeah,
Even if
yeah.
you wanted, if you saw a video and you said, wow, this content creator made a very interesting video. Okay, let's see what perks they need. Oh, this one from this licensed character. Oh, this one from this character that I don't own. Oh, this one that is currently on the shrine. Oh, I'm lucky. It's, that's why I said Chaos Shuffle is so fun, because the problem of the perks is completely removed. You run any perk that the game has, and it's fun. A lot of people had a lot of fun, but maybe the staleness comes from the fact that unless you invest a lot of hours into DBD, you cannot have variety in your builds. So what's the point?
Well, and on top of that, once you get to that point where you have all the perks, then what? That's the other problem with it. It's like, if you're
What do you
someone,
mean?
so let's say you're someone like me with like 4K hours. I have everything unlocked except for what dropped yesterday. I'm still working on that, but I have everything unlocked, right? I have all the perks, and everything I could ever need. So, and there's no ranking system. There's no nothing. So like, why wouldn't I just run the best stuff every match anyways?
Yeah, exactly. Add-on wise as well. But I mean, add-on wise is another topic. Like you said, it's more balance related.
Yeah.
But
Well,
there is currently, I wanted to make a video about it as well, in terms of reworking chests, because the same is happening with items. But this is another topic. Like, there's no penalty for running the best items constantly. Like,
no, not
why
at all.
not?
No, there's no penalty. There's no incentive to not do it. Um, which I think is honestly how I would want to steer it more so, is more give incentives to run the lesser used stuff rather than um, penalizing for using the best stuff, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I agree.
But with the shrine though, like you said, they haven't touched it in years, and I don't like. Okay, let me phrase this correctly. I know why they haven't, but
Yeah, everyone knows.
I also don't know why they haven't. Like, it seems like a win. Like, the only. So let's say they keep it exactly the same they do, right? But they just do it like the anniversary does, where it changes every day. And they were a little cheaper. Would it be perfect? No, it would still have issues, but it would be better than it is.
I fully agree.
And then, I've heard the idea of why not just make it like a shop where you can just get whatever perk you want. Here's the problem with that one. Because I've heard that suggestion brought up before. The problem with that is that they just make it so, oh, you can just get whatever perk you want if like the shrine is like an open shop. Why would anyone ever buy survivors ever?
Yeah, that's true, actually. They are just skins.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong. I'm trying to think of this from behaviors mindset too. Of like, they are a business at the end of the day. I get that. But if every perk, including the licensed one, was like licensed ones were available in like a massive shrine where like you could just pick whatever perk you wanted and get it, there's no reason to buy a survivor other than I like the character. And they couldn't just
I
do
don't
it for
know.
and they couldn't just do it for the killer side, like, because that just wouldn't be fair at that point.
What about something that a lot of games like League of Legends and stuff do, where the free, like they have with the cosmetics right now, where they first release on Oryx cells, and that's where the vast majority of cells go, and then once enough time passes, you can get the perks on the shrine. Like, let's say after a month or two, but they are guaranteed to come to the shrine.
Wouldn't that cause issues though? Because for that month, that would mean the other people who like bought the characters are having pay to win during that month.
Yeah, I mean, but it's still it's still a problem,
Mm-hmm.
because I think the perk system in itself is a massive problem. It comes to the fact that as you said, behavior said many times that survivors are just skins. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't like the character, there's no point in buying. I wouldn't buy a lot of characters because I just buy them for the perks and to be able to prestige them
Pretty
and
much.
get them on my main, you know. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's a really great point. I would still think it will be a small improvement though. But again, you made a great point. Behavior at the end of the day is a company, and
Mm-hmm.
if they didn't change it now, it's because it's worth it for them. And truth be told, based on the community, based on the interactions I had with this topic, everyone agrees that they don't care. Honestly, one of the biggest defenses against the pay to win system on DVD is that why care? I don't care.
It's not a
I'm not joking. The
defense.
vast majority doesn't care.
That's not a defense.
Yeah, but a lot of people act like that, even outside of DBD. Like, oh, but this game has some bad stuff. I don't care.
I
Don't buy
mean,
it if you don't want to.
yeah. I mean, capitalism is kind of how it works, unfortunately. Speak with your wallet and all that. Like, and I think the other thing is a lot of us. This is a weird tangent to go on. We were talking about. I was talking a little bit about the people with like 4K hours. I think we also often forget. Do you know what the percentage of people who like play a game and actually watch videos on the game is?
No, actually, I don't.
It's
Is it small?
they've done studies on this. 2%.
That's absolutely insane for me.
It
2% only.
isn't it? It's nuts to think about. Um, that's why when like you see like those videos on like remember the NFT thing that happened with Pinhead?
Yeah, I do remember the controversy.
Yeah, well, see, if someone wasn't watching videos or like just played the game, no, they would have never known about that.
Yeah.
There's no way for them to know, and based on those statistics, most people wouldn't know about that. Um, and it's just wild to think on that end as far as like people are like I don't care. I mean that honestly, as cynical as a take as it is, I mean at the end of the day, a lot of people playing video games, especially Dead by Daylight, are I work my 9 to 5, I come home, I play like 30 minutes to an hour, and then I hop off and never think about the game again.
Yeah, not a lot of people are invested as streamers or content creators, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It is one thing that I find super weird is that DBD is like on a weird balance between being a casual game and being a super competitive game. Because anytime I have to explain stuff to a friend that is new,
Mm-hmm.
I have to bring an encyclopedia. There's so many things that they have to take into account.
Well,
So I literally cannot imagine someone coming back from a job, right? Oh, there's Dracula. What does Dracula do? Oh, well, I'm dead. You know what I mean? There's so much information and knowledge you have to know. The perk system in itself, the add-ons. For example, maybe a casual player that just came home, they know how Dracula's power works, but suddenly when they open the exit gates, pillars of fire come out of the exit gates. What is that? Like the amount of knowledge you need is super insane for a casual. I cannot call this. When I compare this to a true casual game like Mario Kart or Call of Duty, you don't need to know what every single attachment does. You
mm-hmm.
just pick a gun, shoot, just know the maps, and that's it. But DBD, you can't just pick up and play. If you just pick up and play and you're crouching or you're scared of the killer, you're gonna lose. Same with the killer. If you don't put pressure, you're gonna lose. So it's super curious for me. I don't know whether to call DBD casual or not.
Maybe this is just how my brain works. I don't honestly speaking because you mentioned Call of Duty. I wouldn't call Call of Duty casual.
Really?
No,
Would you call it competitive then?
I would 100% call it competitive. That's the thing. I don't know what the actual difference is.
For me, what makes a game casual is that I just can pick and play. I just open the game, play, and that's it. There's not many stuff I need to know. You can do that with DBD, of course.
Mm-hmm.
Like, absolutely. You can just, hey, I want to play one game of Survivor, I want to play one game of Killer. But in my opinion, if you don't play DBD in a correct way, unless the killer is, like, I would say maybe in low MMR, this would work because nobody knows what they are doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter. Everyone is there to just pick up and play. But the moment you go against people that know what they're doing, the advantage is massive. And they need like the advantage is more knowledge. You know what I mean? It's not skill in terms of movement, the way you like with aim. Let's say in Valorant or
Yeah,
Counter Strike.
it's
Those
the
games are full competitive.
yeah. This game is more. I was talking to someone about this the other day. They were bringing up Skull Merchant. This game isn't mechanically intensive. It's knowledge intensive.
Absolutely, yeah, I fully agree with that.
A lot of this
The
game
amount of
isn't.
knowledge.
Yeah, a lot of this game isn't the what's you do. I'm sorry. A lot of this game isn't the how you do something. It's knowing what, when, and why.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, but
And that,
you brought up Mario Kart. I mean, I think Mario Kart is probably the only one I can like. I honestly can't think of especially in the way games are made now, especially PvP games. I can't think of a casual PvP game. Like
mm,
legitimately, I really can't.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? About Mario Kart, there's people playing it competitively. Like they have strats, like
There's
bagging, it was called. They have strats where to use the bullet bill so it gets the most distance. Everything, but that's human nature, I guess. Like
hmm
every single thing, humans will want to be the best at it, even if it's competitive. Like you cannot tell me there's people playing Mario Kart and it's not super competitive, or Monopoly, or
there's
Uno, or Uno.
there's
Like
competitive
everything can be
Monopoly
competitive.
leagues.
Yeah, yeah, chess, everything is competitive. Football, like I don't think people like go with friends to play football just to play it. Nah, they go to win.
hmm
If they lose, it doesn't matter that much, but the plan is to win. But yeah, the thing about DBD is like compared to other casual games, in my opinion, DBD is way too, like you said, knowledge based.
hmm
If I try to, I don't know if what I'm trying to say is like basically the knowledge gap is insanely high and higher than the vast majority of games I know. Like you said, for example, Call of Duty is competitive, and do you mean that because of the MMR system they added, where it's like more try hard and you have to like actually try to win? You know, you have to sweat,
I
you have to use the best guns. Is that it?
No, it's just to me it's competitive in the sense that there is a clear winner and loser, and there's no there's like skill is what determines the winner or loser. To me, that's what competitive
Mhm.
is. A casual game would be a game that has rubber banding systems that makes it
Oh, I
so
see.
skill isn't necessarily the determining factor. Now, you can make an argument for what exactly skill is because some have made it for Dead by Daylight. Is knowledge necessarily skill? I would argue yes. Some would argue no.
Mhm.
But like Mario Kart, like has a bunch of rubber banding options to prevent someone from just being better and winning. Right.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
true.
I would call that casual. But Dead by Daylight doesn't have that. Most games don't have that anymore. Um, like the closest I can think of is like arena shooters, but they're like dead. um,
What was an arena shooter?
uh,
Is Overwatch? No, no.
no, it's technically an arena shooter, but no, an arena shooter is a shooter where all the guns are on the ground. Basically, I'm
Like
oversimplifying it.
Battle Royale
No,
or
like Halo.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
because everyone's on the same starting playing field, and
Mm-hmm.
even if you're bad at the game, you can get a rocket launcher and still win.
I see.
Um, so there's like,
So luck based. You mentioned luck based, right? Like rubber banding stuff.
mhm.
Would you consider the massive RNG of DBD a rubber banding mechanic, where maybe if one survivor gets Eye of Crows or Batham, suddenly they have more chances to win than compared, let's say, I think it was Haddonfield, right? The super killer
Mhm.
sided map. Would
See,
that count as a, because DBD has a lot of RNG as well. So even if you have massive knowledge, every map would be different. The only map that is the same, I think, is RPD and maybe
Hawkins to a degree.
Midwich, maybe
Hawkins and Midwich to a degree.
Hawkins. True, yeah.
Um,
Would you consider the RNG factor of DBD as well?
I think what DVD the DVD makes it complicated because the map RNG is definitely like super important to the outcome of a match on both sides. However, based on what I've seen from the competitive scene, it doesn't matter all the time. I've seen people make terrible decisions on maps they should win, on matches they clearly should win, and they still end up losing. And while you could argue the RNG is rubber banding, the problem is the RNG of the map seeds isn't rubber banding because it's not happening during the match to give the lesser side the advantage, right? It's
Yeah,
happening
yeah,
before
correct.
anything even starts. So I wouldn't necessarily call that a rubber banding mechanic. As far as the rest of the RNG, I mean that depends on your definition. Are the opponents you're going up against RNG?
I mean, technically, it's always RNG. Like
Yeah,
the killer you get.
but it's an algorithm determining your opponent, so it's not
Yeah,
RNG.
yeah, yeah. That's true. But I mean, wait. Like, for example, the killer you play against that massively changes the could potentially massively change the outcome of a game. For example, a Myers or a Trapper is not the same as, let's say, a Nurse or I don't know, a Blight. So
True,
for
but
yeah,
I was gonna say, but you used to play League, right?
a DBD League. Yeah, in the
Yeah,
past I did.
yeah. I mean, would you call the opponent you go up against in that game RNG?
Not exactly, because at least on competitive you see what they pick, no? Or did they change that?
No, no, you do. You still do. You used to not, but
So
you
on that
still
game
do.
you have counter picks. On DBD, I don't think so, which is also another reason why I don't think. But that's like another topic if you want to talk about it. Like making a ranked mode for DBD.
Oh, I would never want a ranked mode in this game.
I don't think it's even possible because of the factor of there being licensed killers, which would if DBD added a ranked mode, it would be, as far as I'm aware, the only game where you actually have to pay real money in order to get content to play. Let's say they ban Nurse, Spirit, Hillbilly,
Mhm.
and let's imagine a meta where Chucky or Wesker are the fourth best. Well, if you didn't pay, you are literally at a disadvantage. How would they fix that if they added like bans and picks, or with the perk system? Unless they give everyone access to everything, I don't think it would be fair.
I mean that wouldn't even my problem with the rank system is I have a really dumb reason for not liking the idea of a ranked mode. Why would killers never play ranked?
Hmm. I mean,
So
wouldn't there be like a super casual?
yeah,
For example, in Valorant,
sure.
I mostly play competitive, but there's a lot of people playing unrated. Unrated.
Yeah, but then there's people like me. I play ranked in Valorant and I suck at Valorant. I play ranked because I get to the lower ranks and I play with people at my skill level.
Mm,
Dead by Daylight is different though, once again, because the killer is one person. What I'm saying is, what is the reason? So let's say someone's bad at killer and they want to play casually. So they play ranks and now they're in, like, let's say bronze. Why wouldn't they just keep playing ranked?
I would argue if they changed the system of ranked, there would be a reason to. So if you want to play with any perks you want,
Mm-hmm.
or like do a meme build or something like that, then just play, normal queue. And if they did add ranked, in my opinion, it would have to change. Just like competitive DBD is changed drastically.
Yes. Yeah. No. I
There
agree.
would
I
be,
agree.
I think, for example, making seasonal perks or maybe seasonal kill. I don't know if it would be fair if you're like a main of someone and you can play them. But like at least with perks, make it a system like seasonal perks
Mm-hmm.
where this perk is banned, these maps are banned, like they do in Valorant and Rainbow Six as well. So if you want to play all maps, then play casual, and it's the same experience as it was always. But if you want to play and maybe have an incentive of like a rank or a cosmetic to show off, then play ranked. Study the maps that are on that season. I think DBD would benefit massively from a season something to give players, like in DBD Mobile, characters that are free, so they can try them before they purchase them. Which I think is, I don't know why it's not in custom games. Why
Neither.
can't I try
Yeah.
Wesker or Chucky before I purchase them? Maybe imagine someone buys Dracula and they don't like him, but they saw on gameplays, oh, I can turn into a wolf. That's cool. But when they play it, damn, this sucks. They lost money. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But in terms of ranked, my argument against that would be to make it considerably different to casual. Not just add ranked mode, casual mode. No. Make it
Yeah.
have a massive difference. Like add-ons, for example. Limit the
Mm.
add-ons. Limit the items survivors can bring. Just like in DBD competitive.
And everything you're saying is the other reason I don't want ranked. Not because I don't want the limiters, it's because the devs would have to make the limiters, and I don't trust them.
True. Yeah. I mean, they have consultants. I guess they could work, no?
It's maybe. I mean, if they made a whole like team devoted to the ranked mode, I could see it working. Maybe, but I don't see them pulling the resources for it. Even though I think it would be a massive boon for the game, honestly. Um,
Yeah.
I
Maybe make the newest maps, the newest perks, the newest killer, just make them not available to play on ranked because no one knows how
mhm.
to use them, no one knows how to counter them. Maybe they are not as balanced. But I think if they started with like the original maps, Coldwind,
I
Macmillan,
they did the map rotation thing a little bit ago. Do you remember this?
on the anniversary where they boosted the maps
Yeah,
or what?
yeah. Everyone hated it.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know.
To
But
be
that's the thing. They hated it because they were forced to play those maps. If you
mhm,
don't want to play them, go play casual. That's the thing. Like make
yeah.
it a separate thing. If you want to play ranked, you need to invest something on it. And just like in Valorant, a lot of you play Valorant or no?
None
You said
anymore.
you did,
I
right?
have, but none anymore. Yeah.
There are some maps that the community absolutely despises. But
Fracture.
you know what? Yeah, Fracture, Breeze, which was the beach map.
Mhm.
Which one was it? Icebox, a lot of people hate, but I love. And that's like, how can I say it nicely? It is what it is. You
Yeah.
know what I mean?
Well, even in Rainbow Six Siege, like the way they did it was it would. They've changed it since then. The reason I quit playing that game was because they added map banning.
Mm-hmm.
And in theory, map banning is a cool idea. It really is. However, what people were doing with it is people would literally tell the other team which map they were banning. So the other team would ban the other quote bad map.
Oh
And
yeah.
then, yeah, you'd end up playing the same four maps. Yeah.
Nah, map banning. I wouldn't add map banning in DBD mainly because of the RNG factor.
Hmm.
Because there's cases. I think it was with the clown map, the asylum.
Uh,
Father Campbell's Chapel, I think.
yeah.
That map could potentially have some insanely broken RNG, and other times it's normal. So I think that factor at least makes it a bit, no, it's not necessary to ban maps because people ban maps due to certain compositions. For
Hmm.
example, one killer would be super overpowered in a specific map, or depending on the if they bring what was the perk name, Saboteur and Kate's perk. Now suddenly maps with high heights are overpowered. I
I
think
like.
if they added it RNG where you cannot decide which map you get, at least it would balance it out a bit,
I,
in my opinion.
yeah, I do kind of like the idea of map rotations to a degree. I just think they needed to. Once again, same with the shrine. I feel like if they did like let's say like on Tuesday, I'm using the worst map that I hate the most as an example, but on
Mhm.
Tuesday, Larry's Memorial Asylum it has an increased chance of spawning. On Wednesday, Macmillan has a better chance of spawning. On Thursday, like I feel like if they swapped it every day, I actually wouldn't mind it in the base game if I'm perfectly
Mm.
honest. Um,
Every day I think would be too much for them, no? Like
I mean, you could just make
it
it an
would require
algorithm.
someone.
You could just make it an algorithm at that point.
Is there a game that does that? Like
Uh,
every
War,
day
Warframe.
Warframe. Oh, I see.
Warframe is a completely it's a completely basically I mean they still update the game, but it's mostly like the reason it works mostly is because it's completely RNG based. It's also PvE, so that helps. But um,
Mm.
the game is basically run by algorithms.
Oh, I see.
So the
Was it
devs
Apex as well, which had like different rotations of maps, or am I
no
being mistaken?
Apex did, but it was for like they would have a season and then halfway through the season the map would change.
I see.
Um, Map's a little bigger in that one though, and they only have like three or four, so it's not it's not the biggest thing. I don't know. I just think it would be interesting because, like, let's say on Tuesday, like Larry's Memorial has a higher chance. You might see more Ghostface that day.
Yeah,
Um,
I think the best way for that would be to incentivize, actually give people like they do in DBD Mobile. This week, these two survivors are free. These two killers are free.
mhm.
Test them out. I think honestly, the only reason I think why behavior didn't do that is because this is purely a theory. I have no basis to for this, but I think it's because they actually don't know how to make it so that a person has a character unlocked without them being able to spend blood points on the blood web to get the prestigious and then never buy those characters again. I genuinely think that's the only reason, because the only way, uh, I don't know if you remember in the past. Well, you played when Nemesis came out. In the
Mm,
past, they had an offering which allowed you to test a killer as a demo. You
mm.
couldn't have perks, you couldn't have add-ons, but at least it was a test. They were removed. I don't know why, and I think personally it's because of programmation issues. I remember them being very buggy. Like when you used the pig with the trapper, suddenly the animations were broken and the pig didn't have ears. It's super weird,
The
but
pig didn't have
yeah,
ears.
yeah. If you, I don't know if there's footage of it yet, but that was one of the glitches I remember in the past. Trapper using, in fact, hackers, survivors could force you to play a certain killer by using those offerings. Maybe that's why they disabled them.
Oh my god. Um, that's really funny. I would love like selecting Chucky and then I'd somehow get like blight or something. Probably
Like
wouldn't
without the
have.
cane
Uh,
and the jaw. That's 2016 DBD. Like it was Wild West.
I'm sitting here thinking like if you so, I wonder if it would bug out when you pick Chucky and like swap to another killer if like it would make the killer Chucky's size.
Or in third person
Or
playing
in third
Nemesis.
person. Uh, the Nemesis rework we deserve. Um, uh, uh, yeah, I don't know. Like I said, a ranked mode would be nice. But the other thing with going a little bit back to the Shrine of Secrets a bit,
Mhm.
as far as like trying to give survivors or just players in general more of a chance to get the perks they need. The license killers, I think, are also a bigger issue, which leads us into the whole license discussion because the problem with license killers, because I don't know the behind the scenes, I don't know if you do. I don't know the legalese. I
Oh no.
don't. I don't know. I don't know the requirements behavior has. Like if they are never allowed to like give the licensed characters out for free, or if they're ever not allowed to sell them for Oryx or is it Oryx cells?
Yeah, or
Yeah,
Excels
yeah,
is the yellow
yeah.
thingy.
There's 100 game currencies. I don't know all. Of them.
Yeah.
Got V Bucks. Gears of War has them now. But like I don't know what the legalese behind that is as far as if they're allowed to like ever give characters out for free.
Mm.
But like realistically speaking, let's say a character because people have talked about Nurse being the reason the game isn't pay to win because she's
Mhm.
free and she's quote the best killer in the game.
And the Hillbilly, Blight, and Spirit as well. I think the only character who had potential for S tier was Chucky, actually. Like, the
And
only character that was actually super strong. And I don't know if it's fair to say easy back when they had
I would call him easy.
the scamper.
I'd still call him easy to play now. Whenever I tell people I don't think Chucky is easy, I never mean easy to play. I mean easy to master.
Mm.
That's always been my argument with it. But yeah, I think Chucky's probably been the closest we've had to a degree. Xenomorph too.
Xenomorph, yeah, but I don't know. Xenomorph is the turrets balance Xeno very well.
Hmm.
It's the nurse. You don't have a killer on S tier where survivors have an actual counterplay built in on the kit.
But
Xeno has a lot of potential, but the moment survivors know what they're doing,
mhm.
at least they have the chance to counterplay it. It's not like even mechanic; it's more knowledge. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like pick the turret, put it in certain spots, know where the xenomorph is at all times, know how to loop xenomorph as well with the tail, and
mm.
you can counter it. With nurse, in my opinion, there is if the nurse player is good, there's no counterplay. Like it's based on the mistakes the killer makes
Yeah,
with
exactly.
nurse.
Yeah, 100%. Um,
Same with spirit. If you are hard of hearing, if you have problems, you're also like, good luck.
I
You don't
think
need good. You don't need to be good to play spirit. Just have a good headsets and that's it.
my question though would be so let's say I mean Chucky was probably the closest we've had in a while, but
Hmm.
let's say Nurse was licensed. Would
then the game.
behavior have to nerf her?
I think with the way the community is now, nobody would care. Nobody cried that the game is pay to win when Decisive Strike was a thing,
Mm-hmm.
and that made survivors arguably pay to win. So I don't think anyone would care, honestly. Like
I mean,
that's one thing I noticed with the discussion of pay to win in DBD. Like a lot of people, they don't mind because that's one character of many. I don't know the implications though, like
well,
because that would make DBD pay to win.
but you know, that's what I'm saying. Like if they release a licensed character who is arguably, let's say somehow, I don't know how they would do it, but let's say somehow they made a character who was stronger than Nurse and they were licensed.
Mhm.
Are they allowed to do that?
I personally have no idea.
Like,
I don't know if you saw my video where I said it's a conspiracy theory I have,
mm-hmm.
where the nurse being so good for so many years is intentionally done just so they have a safeguard. So hey, but the nurse is free. That's literally one of the arguments. One of the developers, well, not developers, but like PR managers, like community managers, said against pay to win was that the nurse is free. Like that's the argument the official behavior member said, and I have to agree with it. Like even if I don't like it, it's true. The nurse is free. If they made it licensed, I actually don't know. Like it's a really good question.
Well,
I personally think, but what would they do?
that's
What
what
would
I'm
they do?
saying. What's the solution? Because they can't. Because once again, I don't know the legalese behind the licensed characters. Like they can't really adjust the price because whenever they do sales and stuff, licensed characters usually don't go on sale. It's just the original characters. But like,
Yeah.
but like, what could they do? Like, let's say Chucky. Let's say if Chucky gets his manual scamper back with the cooldown he has now, I would argue he's S tier. What if they did that? Let's say tomorrow there's a patch comes out that does that. What like they can't lower his pricing because of the legal withholdings behind a licensed character. They can't give him out for free because he's a licensed character. So like what would the solution be? Because like the licensed character throw a monkey wrench into the whole thing, I feel. Because I think DBD is like the only game that really has this issue.
You know what? Actually, now that I thought about it, technically, the game already has that problem. I don't know if you would agree with this like new perspective I'm gonna give, but we're arguing that the nurse is the strongest, but that's because we know that at the best, at the max potential,
Mm-hmm.
the nurse is objectively the strongest killer in the game. But in terms of statistics, we
Yeah.
know that the nurse is one of the lowest kill rates in the game. But who has the highest kill rate? It's characters like Skull Merchant and Sadako. Sadako is licensed. And I've had a friend who doesn't have like I don't know how many hours he has, but super little. And one of the killers he has the most success with is Skull Merchant and Sadako. Sadako is literally just teleport to TVs. New players don't know what to do, and you can kill them with your own, with the eye.
Yeah.
Same with, if I'm not mistaken, who had Cenobite, if I'm not mistaken, had also a very high win rate. So
Yeah.
technically speaking, that's a problem already happening in DBD because a new player that buys Sadako or buys Pinhead will abuse on the low MMRs. They will be super good and steamroll basically, especially because they get access to Mercy Storm, which is super noob unfriendly. Like, oh wow, what is this?
Yeah.
And suddenly, boom, gen blocked.
And on
Colgrophobia is a very nice perk. Floods of Rage is literally information on a MMR where people don't have distortion yet. So I
Deadlock.
would argue, yeah, Deadlock is Pentimento is a mess for new players.
Oh yeah, because
Sorry,
they'll
Pentimento,
do
no, Plaything, sorry.
well yeah play. Oh yeah, Pentamentos. That's artist. I keep thinking
Yeah.
the perks are the same to me at this point.
Kill rate, DVD. I want to search the kill rate statistics.
From
Yeah,
behavior or from
I have one
nightlight.
here. Look, no, from behavior. I would rather.
Yeah,
I can see the nightlight ones, but the problem is that
that's
nightlight.
it's self-reported.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I want to see the low MMR because the topic we're talking about, I think the most impactful player base is the low MMR, the casuals. And I seriously genuinely believe that in order to have a good game, you need to make it casual friendly.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people don't like that, but in my opinion, new players are what makes the game grow. They come, they inflate the numbers, we've seen it with licenses, and the reason is because of new players. So making the game as not as harsh as it is right now for new players would be super nice. And I have the stats here. December 30, January 29, I assume 2023, because the School Merchant is here. And yeah, number 1, School Merchant. Number 2, Sadako, which is licensed. Pinhead, which is licensed. Freddy, which is licensed. Freddy Krueger. Plague, Pig, which is licensed. Dredge, Spirit, Myers, which is licensed. Whisker, which is licensed. So Nurse is nowhere here. Blight is nowhere here. The only S tier killer that is here is Spirit.
So
Even Hillbilly is not here, but I think this is pre-rework.
it was it was December as pre-rework, but
So the game is technically already, in a way, the problem we said is technically already in the game. We just don't notice it because we are not on low MMR or casuals.
So my question then would be with the whole license killer debate, what's the solution?
Well, as you've seen, the solution would be to rework the characters. Sadako got plenty of reworks because she was a noob stomper. School Merchant, the devs, even though this might be a hot take, and I genuinely think School Merchant right now is just learn how to counter her. Yeah, honestly, I think people are. I was number 1 School Merchant hater back when she released. Right now, I wouldn't say she's a problem, in my opinion. By that logic, Trapper also gives you free downs, I guess. But I don't know. That's another topic.
I I was talking to somebody about Skull Merchant the other day. She can't down you with her power.
True. It's easier to down, but it's not a guarantee.
Yeah, she can't down you with your power. Anyway, I don't know. I feel like even if they rework Skull Merchant, people are still gonna hate her.
Yeah, because it's popular to hate. I'm sure there was characters in League that are hated no matter what. Like Teemo, was it?
Teemo, Yumi. Yumi's probably the more recent one.
Thief? I think a lot of people hated Thief as well.
Who?
Or Thief, the fish. Or
Fizz. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Fizz is still hated to this day. Always.
Yeah. So for that, it's just like the thing that defends those characters is that since they are licensed, the vast majority won't have them. So even though Sadako has a high kill rate, you as a survivor won't play against her for it would be only one match, and that's what I said. Remember when we were talking about RNG? That's what, in my opinion, kind of balances out DBD, because there is let's say RNG factor against who you play against. Because even though Nurse is one of the strongest characters in the game, the vast majority of people play Huntress and Wesker, not Nurse, because they are more fun to play as. And a lot of people play Clown. They play there is variety, in my opinion.
There was I brought this question up earlier because I haven't really thought about this. Is there any other game that has licensed characters the way Dead by Daylight does?
I think I got a counter argument in the past regarding pay to win fighting games.
Yes. Okay. I was actually going to bring this up when we talk about another topic for if
Steve in Super Smash Bros. He's overpowered, if I'm not mistaken.
He was. No, still is technically, but yeah.
Bayonetta on the Wii U version, Bayonetta, which was the last character they released, was extremely overpowered, if I'm not mistaken, as well.
Yes, extremely. Yes, 100% extremely.
Yeah, so fighting games, I guess, are the most similar.
Yeah, but the thing is I guess for those it's not. I guess Smash Brothers would be the only exception or would be the closest analog because you have to pay for those characters. A lot of other fighting games, there's usually ways around paying for them. Still takes forever, but there's usually ways around it. But yeah, what is? Because I mean, Smash Brothers is a whole different can of worms. I feel because at the end of the day, I don't need to buy Steve to play with my friends. You know.
Yeah.
Smash Brothers can be competitive, but is casual. The more I think about it, Smash Brothers is probably the best analog for Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, it is. It's a game that people play usually casually. That's why nobody cares about Steve is overpowered. Okay, but he's funny. But and then there's the hyper competitive. I mean, technically, would you count Pokemon also Pokemon as well?
Yes, 100%.
Because you have to pay for the DLCs to have an advantage and to be competitive. If you don't pay for the DLCs and you don't pay for both versions, no?
You can trade That's the argument.
True, you can trade.
And there's people who, and I I have no shame for these people. Like I actually don't. This is Pokemon's the one game where I don't care where people hack, and I will explain why here in a minute. But you can also hack in the mons you need. People do it all the
Yeah,
time.
absolutely.
Yeah. Before someone tells me I'm like a hypocrite for saying that, Pokemon hacking in Pokemon is different because when people hack in Pokemon competitively, they're doing it to save themselves the hours of time to make a team.
Yeah.
Back when I used to play competitive Pokemon, it would take me a week to make a team. Not even test it, make a team. So yeah, if people hacked those Pokemon in, I didn't care. I understood why they did it, but people weren't doing it to cheat. They were doing it to just save the hours and hours and hours of time it takes. But the competitive versus casual Pokemon scene, I mean, because the casual side of Pokemon is more the single player mode and the
Yeah.
shiny hunting, right? And even then, some people have taken shiny hunting competitively. I've seen it happen. People do shiny hunting races all the time. It's a completely RNG based thing.
Yeah, I mean, even speedruns, wouldn't that count as competitive casual playing? Like,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
story.
I mean, I've seen some heated speed runs before, where two people like going at it at the same time. It's really fun to watch. It's really entertaining. But I mean, at the end of the day, anyone can take anything competitively. But you know, Pokemon I think is another good analog for it though, just because the pay to win aspect on Pokemon, like you said, could be the different versions. Because let's say you don't have the ability to trade with another person for whatever reason, you can't get in contact with them. You don't know someone who owns the other version, etc., etc. Then yes, technically it is pay to win because you have to pay for the DLC to be able to get access to the other Pokemon you need to be competitively viable.
And I've seen the newer DLC Pokemons, at least on Scarlet and Violet, are like widely used on even from the Arceus game, the Legends Arceus. If I'm
I,
not mistaken, the
I
Ursaluna, was it? Ah, I forgot the name.
um
The bear.
Ursifu.
Yeah, that one from Sword and Shield, right?
Yeah.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
that's
was
super
all over
overpowered.
competitive.
Hmm,
But you also need the latest version to play the competitive.
true. Yeah.
So is it pay to win or are you just paying for the update?
Mm, honestly, I would call Pokemon like you pay to play because you are paying, like, it's not just an updated meta, it's new content, so you
Yeah.
are you're not paying for the competitive, you're paying also for the single player, the
Mm-hmm.
experience, a new story, all that. And in terms of the DLC, that's the thing. If they add a DLC where there's like a clear advantage over, I don't know, because you said they can trade, but um wasn't there in the DLC a mechanic that made it easier to like EV train or
Yes.
something like that? I don't
Yep.
remember.
There was a in Scarlet and Violet or Sword and Shield. They had a
Mhm.
mechanic that made it easier to EV train, IV train. I don't know if you know what any of these words mean. Uh,
No, no, I know.
yeah, EV train, IV train, and you could Dynamax. There was a thing that lets you Dynamax or
Mhm.
get the Dynamax forms easier. But that's the thing, easier. You could still get and do all that without it.
Yeah, pay for convenience. Then it's one of the biggest arguments people said that DBD is not pay to win; it's pay for convenience, which I agree. Like, the thing is, whenever I say, "Oh, DBD is pay to win," I'm not like, I obviously disagree with the notion that if you pay, you are going to win. I think not many games do that nowadays, besides mobile games or some gacha Chinese games where you have to spend like your entire life savings to get one character. I'm not saying DBD is Clash Royale or DBD is
It's
like,
what I
yeah,
was going to say earlier when I made the distinction. Like, I feel like that there's a line between pay to win and pay for advantage. I think you're in Dead by Daylight. You're paying for advantage, not
yeah,
necessarily.
absolutely. Mm,
And that I feel has a finer line of argumentation of is it okay or not.
mm. My only problem with this, with the entire even on my pay to win video, I said one of the things I will not touch at all is the licensed characters themselves.
Hmm.
As much as I don't like the idea that, for example, someone new has to pay to play Xenomorph, it is that's the conditions to have Xenomorph in the game. And the behavior is a company; they need to pay Disney whatever the license costs. I am sure it's super expensive. So on that, there's I even when I say, oh, they should make free weeklies where you get like characters, right?
Hmm.
I would never add licensed characters there
No.
unless they have an agreement, because that's a completely different like can of worms to open.
Yeah.
One second, I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, sorry.
Bless you.
Yeah, that's a completely different like can of worms, and in my opinion, behavior has they can't do anything on that. I think that's a problem that has no solution, and you either pay or just you don't. And
They'll.
luckily, yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say they'll never release it. Do you know? I was talking to somebody about this the other day because I didn't even think about it. Behavior probably doesn't make that much money from licenses. The more I think about it.
I'm sure they make way more from cosmetics. Their cosmetic system is super. Look at the Castlevania chapter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well. Yeah.
Alucard is already double the price of the DLC.
Yeah. Well, what I was gonna say. What I mean by that though is they don't make any money from licenses. Like the characters themselves, I seriously doubt because they have to pay the licensing fees, and I don't know if it's like they have to keep paying it, or if it's like a one-time thing. But if they have to keep paying it, like I'm pretty sure they do. Last I checked.
Yeah, renewing, right?
Yeah, yeah. A lot of copyright deals, you have to keep renewing the license, unless it's a very specific contract. And knowing most of these companies that Dead by Daylight has worked with, MGM in particular, yeah, they probably have to
Which
keep.
one is MGM? Sorry.
MGM is. Oh no, they haven't worked with MGM. I'm sorry, Chucky. Chucky's Don. Never mind. MGM would have been Chucky. But
I see.
Don. I mean, that's another problem with this game as far as licenses go. Is that who owns Freddy Krueger?
Yeah, and Freddy Krueger is a great example of that. You cannot get any money from cosmetics either. I'm shocked that they still have Freddy Krueger, even Myers. But also, I think they said it in the past.
Mm-hmm.
I think whoever does the licensing deals at behavior, they are really good at it. So they make sure that, hey, we are getting this character, and they stay. And I think, for example, when Netflix is bigger than behavior, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, they didn't have the resources to keep the character. I think they said it after the Stranger Things deal. They said it that every single chapter or license from that point on, they are fighting for the right to keep that character almost forever in DBD.
Yeah.
And I think maybe that even if they cannot do that, they don't take the character. There's plenty of licenses that honestly should have been in the game already. Like for The Walking Dead is one license that I'm shocked is not here. Dead Space, but maybe Electronic Arts or maybe the people behind The Walking Dead, they are like, okay, do it like in Call of Duty, because I don't know if you saw in Call of Duty they made a The Walking Dead season, but
If
it's limited.
it,
Same with Spawn from
mm-hmm.
DC. All the collabs are limited. I think the only time on here it was limited was with Attack on Titan, which was shocking.
Slipknot technically, but that's a different.
Slipknot is limited
Yeah, it was. It was time limited. Yeah.
for DVD.
Yeah.
Wait, are they removing the masks?
Yeah. You can't get them right now. I don't think. Can you?
Wait, for real?
Yeah, I thought it was. I thought it was time limited because you can't get the dredge skin anymore. I thought.
But Rage had an Iron Maiden skin, not
That's what I meant.
Slipknot.
Not Slipknot. I meant Iron Maiden.
Wait,
Yeah,
for
yeah,
real? I
yeah.
have no idea.
I thought it was. Am I
Was it a
wrong?
limited time deal?
I think okay. The Slipknot ones might not have been, but I think I'm like not. I was like 90% sure that the
Wait.
Iron Maiden ones were time limited. I thought maybe it was just Attack on Titan.
As far as I'm aware, you can purchase them now.
Okay, never mind.
Even the shirts.
Okay. I'll eat my words.
Well,
Wow,
I
I'm
get
wrong about something that never happened.
No, I was shocked. Maybe it was limited and I didn't know, because I didn't purchase any shirts.
I don't know. I don't know
I
why.
like to collect. Yeah,
I don't know why I thought it was limited. Like,
maybe like you said, you're mixing it with the Attack on Titan, because that one was limited and it's gone now forever.
yeah, I have a feeling it's going to come back.
Yeah.
With how many Oni people who like the Oni skin and the Spirit skin so much. I have a feeling it's going to come back.
And the hype of that. Have you seen the stats on Twitter of the likes?
Oh,
Apparently, the
mhm.
second most liked, apart from
FNAF.
FNAF, was Attack on Titan.
Yeah.
Like,
Um.
imagine that Springtrap is S tier.
Oh my god. Um. That does bring up a good point though, because Overwatch. I don't know if you pay attention to Overwatch news. Um.
Kinda.
So Overwatch is re-releasing the K-pop skins they did
Oh, I see.
because
Which was limited, right?
yeah, they were limited. And a lot of people weren't able to get them. They're re-releasing them to be sold, but they are still limited. And I'm
Uh,
curious if Dead by Daylight's going to start doing that with more stuff like Attack on Titan.
One thing they do in Fortnite, for example, they release skins
Hmm.
which are like if you own this before it re-released, you have a special recorder to show that you had it in the past, like OG,
Yeah,
which I think is dumb. But I mean, they could do that in Brawl Stars. They did that exactly as well. The original Battle Pass skins they got re-released on the store as recolors. So the original one you still keep, but they release one that maybe has like Deep Rift,
yeah, Deep
which has a
Breaths. Yeah,
shade. Yeah, they could do that, but it depends on. I personally think, in terms of cosmetics, that DBD is very well monetized, and I know this is shocking to say that getting that for $15 is very well monetized, but I'm comparing it with other games like Call of Duty. Valorant is an absolute scam. Wow, the Valorant is crazy
eighty
in terms of
dollars
how
for a
scamming it
bundle.
is.
You
It's
get the night.
$80 for a
You
bundle,
get the night for
and
free though.
it's super. It's Valorant has the worst monetization ever in a video game, in my opinion. You pay $100 or I don't know how much for a bundle. You still have to pay for Radianite in order to get the
Yep.
effects. So when you purchase a skin, you just get it default. You have to pay for the effects. That's wild for me. At least in DVD, you can make combos with the skin. It's $10. You can technically get it for free, even though I never bought an entire outfit for like iridescent shards, even though I've been playing since 2016 because of how massive 21k is.
Oh my
But
god.
like
I know.
the thing is, in terms of cosmetics, to be fair, they have to eat. Behavior like DVD is a live. What's the word for it? Like a live game,
Live
live.
service. Live service.
Yeah, live service game.
Hmm.
They have to make money. If that's how they pay amazing licenses, I am all for it. I would support like I don't know, Queen Xenomorph. I'll buy it just to support behavior and
Um.
because they do an amazing job on that. And cosmetics, the cosmetic department almost never fails. The battle pass of DVD, in my opinion,
It's
is
it.
one of the best, if not the best I've ever seen.
It has. I've actually talked to many. I was actually about to bring that up. Was the battle pass.
Mhm.
I think Dead by Daylight. I've talked about this in the past many times. Dead by Daylight's battle pass is one of the best in the industry.
Yeah,
I don't care what
100%.
anyone says. For $10, which I know can be a lot for some people, but $10 for everything you get on top of how relatively easy it is to do.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I
You
took
don't have weeklies like in Fortnite, where if you don't play this week, oh, you're done. You can literally finish it the last day. You can come back the last week of the pass, get all the challenges, and just start grinding. And you will maybe get like 65 or something like that. It's super good. I fully agree with you.
yeah. On top of that, like even like the amounts you get for that $10. A lot of the
Yeah.
skins are high quality. For them, I would say for the most part, there's a couple exceptions. Cough, cough, spirit in this deep rift. Oh my god.
Oh, you don't like it?
I like no, I like the spirit skin. I don't like the deep rift version because it's almost exactly the same.
Deep Rift is another topic.
um,
But even then, Deep Rift was added as an extra.
exactly.
Like,
Yeah, yeah.
that
It's
was
just an extra.
back in the days we didn't have the Deep Rift. It was added with Ghostface, if I'm not mistaken,
Hmm.
and it's like literally extra free screens, which are actually FOMO. Those were not returned. So, but I mean, they are recolors. So
Yeah,
someone wants an exclusive, I guess, and it's super easy to get.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
And like you said,
like I took a month off during this rift, and I'm almost done
mhm,
already. Still.
yeah, I haven't unlocked tier 3 of the challenges, and I almost have the skin for Spirit as well. Like it's insane.
It's
Just play.
yeah. It's not that big of a time investment. The one thing they could do to make it better, I don't know if you're familiar with how Halo Infinite does their battle passes.
No, I'm not sure.
Um,
What do they do?
you can rebuy them.
Oh,
They're
that's
always available.
yeah, that would be very nice. The only other
That's
game I know does that is I don't know if you're familiar with Plants vs Zombies
mhm.
or the Battlefield Neighborville version. On the Switch, you can choose any battle pass you want and just complete it whenever you want.
Yeah, yeah. If DBD did that, I wouldn't even argue. I would 100 definitively% say that they have the best battle pass in the business if they did that.
Maybe they can't because of the licenses. I think possibly because
That's a good point. I didn't. Hmm.
sometimes they release it to like promote. I think so. Was it like the Spiral show or
Yeah, and they're
uh,
doing the next one's going to be Castlevania too,
yeah.
which
But yeah, the Castlevania one is insane value. You get two skins, which should be $15. The Soma Cruz skin and the True Form Dracula. That
mhm.
would be $15 already.
Yeah,
That's for
yeah, we haven't
it's
even seen all of it.
yep.
Um,
That's high, extremely high value.
yeah, and you
One
get
of
your
the
money back.
true.
Okay, you don't get your money back, but you get the cells back.
Hmm.
So in theory, buy one battle pass, finish it, and you can just always get the battle pass.
You know what's funny? Not even. If you had Twitch Prime, they gave away the Battle Pass for free once. So if
Hmm.
you still have the Oryx cells there, technically you are still getting the skins for free. It's insane. The,
Yeah.
the best thing, in my opinion, I don't know if it's something people talk about, but that's the fact that you are not forced to grind the game. It's like we said, we barely play and we are still already finished. And the challenges are not out of, like, most of them, they
Well,
are not going out of your way.
not
Imagine if
anymore.
they had challenges of like, oh, repair this generator, fighting against Dracula. That's so bad. Or because in Fortnite that happens.
Yeah.
Land here, open this. In Call of Duty, use this weapon, do this. Like you're forced. In DBD, just play.
Yeah.
Maybe they. Yeah, sorry.
I was gonna say to be compared to Fortnite's battle pass, I actually don't think it's. I think it's worse than Dead by Daylight, but I actually don't even think it's that bad to be honest.
It's worse now, if I can say that.
Okay, fair enough.
Because
I
in the. Are you familiar with it now or
uh,
not?
I, I dabble in it. I play it like maybe once every other week.
In the past, the Battle Pass, when you reach level 100, that's it. Now they added level 200 something, and if I'm not
Mm,
mistaken, they actually the V-Bucks you got for free, some of them went to the extras. You cannot
mm,
call that extras. That's something people paid in the past. Like in the past, you finished the battle pass, you got everything. Now they try to extend the tiers just to make you play more and more and grind more. Now you have to play the Lego mode to finish it faster. You have to play the cars mode, the music mode. So I've seen that it's not as good as it was before. Sorry, like they sprinkle out recolors which should have been base battle pass as extras. Just to it's FOMO. It's
yeah.
engagement. So I understand why they did do it in psychology, but like for DBD, it's insane. Like actually, the best battle pass that I've known.
And I guess that brings us into the FOMO discussion because
Mhm,
this is one I know we have differing opinions on.
mhm.
Here is my stance on FOMO. I am fine with FOMO if it's earned.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
So like the Oni skin that came out for Blood Moon,
yeah.
I know it's going to come back to the shop. If it didn't, I would actually be perfectly fine with it.
That's how it worked in the past. That's how it
Um,
worked with the events in the past.
yeah. Paid FOMO, that I'm not okay with. I think that's stupid.
Mm.
Battle passes are a little bit of a gray area. Um, but for the most part, like the Skull Merchant skin during Blood Moon, like I wanted to get it, but I didn't want to pay for it. Which okay, that's on me. But my point is, like, I can't ever get it until it comes back to the shop. If it comes back to
Yeah,
the shop, right? But like I said, the Oni skin, like if they re-release the Oni skin and there's like a slight color change or like it's like slightly different, I would still be fine with that. My point with FOMO, especially for events and things, is
mhm,
I do think players need to be rewarded for playing during events.
mhm.
And not
Yeah,
like
I
a
agree.
and status symbol's the wrong word, but I think it's the only really close thing to it. It's not so much a status symbols. It's more so a I was there, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, yeah, with banners and emblems, like in Call of Duty,
Mm-hmm.
the calling card system, I think is as it is right now. I am not that big of a fan of it. I think it's super underbaked.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that would be a way to show like, oh, I was in the anniversary. Technically, now you can show off the anniversary banners and stuff to like, oh yeah, I was in the anniversary.
Yeah.
But in the past, that's how it used to work. I don't know if you're familiar with the Summer BBQ event, which they re-released some time
Yeah,
ago with the Count and Jake.
I was playing VHS at the time, so yeah.
So back in the days, way back, I think the first event of 2017 could it be? I'm not exactly sure, so apologies. But they released one weapon for the Hillbilly, which was like a propane tank,
Hmm.
and one shirt for Kate, which was a free bird something shirt, free spirit something. And those two, you had to grind a lot to get them. So when you saw them in the game, it was like, oh, I grinded for this, and it was like you said, a status symbol that yeah, I actually grinded this mess of an event. But people loved it because it's like you said, it's cosmetic. It showed that you were there, and it showed an effort, so you get something for the effort. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how it used to work. I don't know what happened. Behavior gave all those skins for free, including the ones from packs and the ultra rares, which is why everyone has them. And honestly, like they are trying to combat FOMO, but yet again, they are adding more FOMO to it. That's something that I don't understand.
Hmm.
Why is FOMO? Because I fully agree with you. I would like events to have special cosmetics to show that I grinded the event. In fact, I would love if ranked had special seasonal cosmetics to show that yes, I reached this rank on that season. Like maybe, like I always say, I think recolors would do the would be the best
It
instead
wouldn't.
of
Rainbow Six Siege has charms.
charm. Nobody cares about charms.
Well,
I think
I
like
know, but it's
skin.
it's something.
Yeah, true.
And Rainbow Six Siege, the way they do it is cool because one, it's a different charm every season,
Hmm.
but the way they do it is like the higher up you get, if you get to diamond or whatever, the charms are like animated.
Yeah, that's cool. For example,
Um, but
they
yeah,
could do that right now. They have the system to do that right now. If
uh,
they added
yeah,
ranked with for you win X amount of games, you get certain rank. Maybe you get a recolor of a skin with a like special effect. Let's say maybe entity touched. You know, like a way to bring legacy back. Now you can have a cosmetic which is golden, or I don't know, something like that. Or maybe each season there's a theme. But I do think that limiting models for a event would is bad. I think I am fully okay with like a recolor to show that yes, you are indeed you got it. But
so
like let's say if the unknown anniversary cosmetic was limited,
mhm.
that's a super cool cosmetic. And
Did,
now and they put a lot of effort on it because
mhm.
it has special stepping sounds. The bottle has special sounds. Now if you didn't play during the anniversary, you're missing out. I'm I can I can feel for the casuals, I guess.
Did you
You know what I mean?
do you remember the Earth skin from League of Legends?
For April Fools, was it the like
Yeah,
the
it was
Manatee or?
it was for April Fools in like 2013 or something.
Mm-hmm.
That skin was taken out of the shop after April Fools, and it
Mm-hmm.
wasn't re-released until like I think it was like 2018. It was a ridiculous time later. But the way they did it was you could get it with the free currency you earn in the game, but it was like 1 million, so it was like something
Oh, I
insane.
see.
But what they did to kind of combat the whole quote FOMO part of it was if you bought the skin when it released, it has a special backing animation.
Mm.
And if you bought it with the currency later on, it doesn't have that backing animation.
Yeah, that I am fully okay with.
That's yeah, that's my thing with FOMO. It's like I said with the Oni skin for Blood Moon. It's like if they re-release that skin and like it's just like slight like a different shade or something, not even necessarily a full recolor, just like a different shade or maybe the weapon's slightly different or something like that. I am okay with that. I think that's a perfectly fine way to do FOMO. because it means the people who were there during the event still feel like they got something for being there.
Yeah, absolutely. Right
Um,
now, the charms, I guess, kinda like
yeah,
the banners and charms. I haven't seen a banner return yet.
they're
For example,
they
the Oni mode, the April Fool's Oni mode,
mhm.
it had a custom avatar, and I don't know if they're going to return it.
They sometimes they show up in the bundles.
Oh, the banners!
Yeah, the banners and actually I don't know what the banners do. The more I think about it,
I have never seen it. I know charms do, but
hmm
I've never seen a banner or emblem return, which is um, why I think that's like currently the only way to show you've been there.
yeah. And
I
then if you're
don't.
someone like me who mains a character and just has the the banner of the character, I don't really care. So, um, but it's like I think there's FOMO is often like put into this bad light of it's always bad. Once again, my main point with it is I think there is a good way to do it.
Yeah, fully agree.
And I
Which
think,
was my position before? You said that I wouldn't agree. Like,
well,
what did I say?
I thought you just hated FOMO in general. If I'm honest with you.
I hate it FOMO when it's like you said, paid. I
Hmm.
don't like the idea of, especially when they take stuff that was in the store for years with no problem, and now suddenly it's time
Yeah,
limited. Why?
like the
Why
Chris.
fix what is not broken? It's clearly done for money, and I don't like the double standards. That's my issue. Honestly, they could. I've said it many times. I've been on record saying this. They could literally not change anything besides making the game free to play, and I would be quiet. I
Lit-
don't care if the DBD is pay to win or not. It's a free to play game. That's how all the free to play games are. It is what it is. Same with FOMO. If the game had precedent, I think it's called like in legal terms.
mhm.
Precedent, I don't know exactly, but like if they already said, okay, we're doing this, hey, that's how they've been doing it since the start. Who am I as a player to change it? It works. But the problem is that they say, oh, we don't want FOMO. Like, remember with the prestige rewards, oh, we don't
Mhm.
want FOMO. They said in the past, oh, no, no, we don't want FOMO. So they gave away all the exclusives that I had to work my ass off back in the days with the, for example, the anniversary shit, which I had to escape with survivors I didn't use back when the prestige didn't work. So I
Mhm.
had to use bad perks. That's one example. It took effort for me. Same with the summer barbecue event. That was grindy as fuck. I remember it was super grindy.
Mhm.
You had to play a lot and escape a lot. And I'm talking about DBD 2017. Imagine the mess with the balance. Uh, so when they say one thing, but they do another, like making deep rifty colors, which are literally FOMO, or making the what was it? The seasonal cosmetics like Blood Moon. There's no reason to do that seasonal because the blighted skins are still out, or
Mhm.
the ice cosmetics are still out. That's, I don't know if I should call it hypocrite, but they're going back on their own words. That's
Yeah.
what I don't like about FOMO. Either you do something, I'm a man of extremes. Either you do 100% or you don't do it at all. You just cannot be in the middle. Oh, yeah, this time, yeah, but now it's not okay. No, if you're going full FOMO, give us rewards for prestige, which I think is the least impactful FOMO, in my opinion, because it's not money related, it's time related.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, I've said this before. Even if all the prestige thing was just the bloody cosmetics, but they're a different color, I'd be cool with it.
Mm. Look at what they're doing with um the Twitch shirts, which I am still pissed off to this day.
Oh my god.
Okay, I understand that the Twitch shirts are made as a thank you for supporting the game. That's fully okay. Why the fuck did they give Sable and Gabriel and Vittorio a fully custom model? I want that laced shirt for Sable. So now, because I don't stream on Twitch, and because I don't have any like networking skills and stuff, or maybe because I am not brand friendly,
Mhm.
now I cannot have Twitch shirts. Why? Why? Why did they decide to make a fully custom? That's why, remember what I said. I'm okay with recolors, but not okay with custom models.
Yeah.
Models.
Mhm.
This is a great example of this. Gabriel, who is a character who has barely cosmetics that are good, now suddenly one of their cosmetics, unique cosmetics, is locked behind a Twitch shirt thingy.
Mhm.
Sable has a super cute top with the laces on the hand, which are white, but I cannot access it. Why? Because I'm not a streamer. So that I don't understand.
Do you
They do fun with charms as well. Fog Whisperers we get the charm. The consultants get the charm. I'm going to be honest. I'm not a hypocrite. I don't care about charms, so I'm not going to make a commotion for that. But for Twitch shirts, I absolutely want the Sable shirt. Absolutely.
Do
So
you
if they are saying no FOMO, why is Sable shirt unique?
do you
You know what I mean?
do you know Deep Rock Galactic?
Deep Rock Galactic.
It's a PvE game. It's four
Ah,
player
yes,
co-op.
yes.
So the way they do their Twitch program, because they have Twitch cosmetics in that game. It's actually really cool the way they do it. The Twitch cosmetic, it's like purple, and you have like a camera on your helmet. It's
Oh,
it's
like a GoPro.
it's really cool how they do it. But the way you get them is you
Hmm.
literally apply for it.
Ah, yeah.
You don't have to like put shirt my survivor in your tags or anything. They literally have a page on their website that lets you apply for it. And it's not even that hard to get them. It's like stream the game at least once a month for a certain amount of time. You don't have to have a certain amount of viewers. You don't have to do anything like that. It's just stream the game a certain amount of time a month. And then they
Yeah.
go look at your page, make sure you're okay. It takes a couple months usually, but they'll get back to you and be like, okay, here's your cosmetics.
Yeah.
Dead by Daylight's way of doing it, while I appreciate that they quote want to be different with it, is just it's archaic. That's the best word to say it. It's just archaic. Like I don't and the whole FOMO discussion of like, oh, they made custom models for Sable and stuff. Like it because they didn't do it for like Vittorio doesn't have a custom one, right?
Vittorio has. If you check the if I'm not mistaken, because I've seen it lately. Do you mind if I open DBD? Oh, I'm scared of it crashing my PC. But I think Vittorio has a unique design. I can check it on the wiki. One second.
Because my
But
question would be
as far
is
as I'm aware, yeah,
is this just something they've been doing more recently with the recent characters? And maybe there's a
I think
reason
so.
they
Yes,
are.
I believe so. It started with Gabriel, if I am not mistaken, or who was earlier, Vittorio. I don't remember, but it started with it might have started with the Vittorio. I'll tell you right now. One second. Exclusive here. So the Vittorio cosmetic. Can I send it to you on Discord over here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So it looks like this. It's like a shirt. You've got a bunch of thingies on the arm on the side, and I'm trying to see. Okay. So here's why Vittorio is not unique. Remember when they gave away the shirts for Master Maker, the Meteor Maker collab?
Mm-hmm.
Every single survivor got a free Meteor Maker shirt.
Yeah.
That one uses the same model. So technically, if you unlocked that code, you technically have access to that model for Vittorio. It's just ugly, but it is what it is. But for Sable, then yeah, Gabriel released after that. You don't have access to Gabriel's shirt without it being Twitch. You don't have access to Sable's laced shirt without having access to Twitch.
That's
They could. I don't know why they did it that way. I legit don't understand why they gave a custom model for Gabriel and Sable. And it's FOMO. That's the thing that does affect me. It's not gonna make me cry to my sleep, but as a Sable main, let's say,
mm-hmm.
now I'm stuck with one cosmetic less. Gabriel mains, which suffer from poor cosmetic choices, now have one cosmetic less. Why? Because Behavior decided to make Twitch shirts custom model. It's so weird for me that I will never understand. You see what I mean? They go back and forth. They say, "Oh, we don't want this," but then they do this. That's FOMO.
Yeah, I would agree.
Also, the way they did Twitch shirts, but this is more like a psychology talk. I am sure there's many small streamers that they don't feel like they this like they, oh, I don't have the Twitch shirts, that means I didn't make like I am a nobody. That's not true, but that's psychological. Oh, why did this person have Twitch shirts but I don't? Does that mean I am less than them? That's, I don't know. It's such a
It's a
weird way of doing stuff.
yeah, like I said, the Twitch shirt program. While I appreciate them doing it, and it's something. Ironically, a lot of companies actually don't do it. A lot of gaming companies do things like that for their
They do Twitch
streamers.
stuff. That's it. Yeah.
But the way they do it, like I said, is just it's just archaic. That's the only word I can use to describe it. It's just like I can understand they want to vet people, and that's why I said that's why I brought up Deep Rock Galactic, because like I said, they have an application form and a vetting process. And I can't imagine that it would be too much work for them to, because there is someone on their team that vets people.
Yeah,
Um,
like a community
I,
manager or something.
yeah,
Not sure.
I don't know who it is anymore, but because I mod in a few channels and I see behavior devs come into Twitch chats. They don't usually talk, but they're there. Um, but the question is like, how exclusive do they want to keep these Twitch shirts and things like that, right? Um, and how far are they willing to take it to be filmed? Because I mean, like we had the quote Twitch shirt exodus, like what was it, like 3 months
Yeah,
ago?
yeah. During the anniversary, was it?
Yeah, I think so. And I know a lot of friends who and this isn't me size shaming anyone, but I had a lot of friends who were decently sized streamers who didn't even get considered because they didn't know the right people at the right time. Like they didn't talk to the right person, or the person they did know didn't have enough to give, so they chose someone else.
No,
It,
yeah, I agree. Yeah, I've
it's
had the same problem. I know people that should like absolutely deserve the shirts. They don't have it,
mhm.
and they are not like small streamers or like they have decent numbers. I wouldn't call them like small. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's one of those things because it's like it just feels bad. It like it shouldn't. Don't get me wrong. And but that's not how the human brain works.
No, yeah, exactly.
Like
Like exactly. Like if you, it's really unfair to say, and it's like not empathic. I guess
mhm,
is the word I should say. Like for me, for example, I don't measure my value on like a digital item, right?
mhm,
But I understand how psychologically, if you are a streamer, you're streaming this game for like months, years, whatever, and you see people getting Twitch shirts, you like it's psychological. A human will think, "Wow, am I not worth this?" But it's completely RNG. It's completely networking. It's like knowing the right people. I mean, I honestly I cannot say that like 100% certain because I am not very informed.
mhm.
Uh, but that's what I saw from a third party perspective is exactly that. If you knew someone who could give you the shirts, or if you were super brand friendly and you knew the devs on Twitter or whatever, you were basically guaranteed to get shirts.
There,
But if you are like a small streamer or like a medium-sized streamer, but you don't collab a lot, you don't talk to devs, oh well, you don't exist. I don't know.
I mean, to be
It's
fair, there was a few people giving them out specifically to smaller streamers, and while I appreciate the sentiment, it doesn't fully stop the problem, because then the bigger ones that probably I don't want to say deserve them more, but the ones that like probably should have them also ended up not getting them. Like
yeah, it's
like
FOMO,
yeah,
purely FOMO.
and like
That's what. Sorry, yeah.
I was just gonna say, and like yeah, an application process might make them less special, but how special do they need to be?
That's the problem of making them special. That people value their worth based on a digital item,
Hmm.
when it should be like you said, it shouldn't be special. You having anyone having Twitch shirts doesn't mean anything. It just means someone from behavior likes you and they gave you the shirts. It doesn't mean you're a better streamer, better content creator.
Hmm.
It's just like a, oh yeah, it's like a nice way of saying, hey, we appreciate you. But in the end, what it makes is just drama and pointless, like FOMO. That's the thing, right? If the devs said that, yeah, our game is filled with FOMO, deal with it. Okay, then the Twitch shirts, I wouldn't even bring it on the conversation because it is what it is. That's the way the devs wanted to run their game, so that's the way it is. The problem is the devs said we don't want FOMO in the game, yet they have these shitty mechanics. That's why I brought the Twitch shirts on. Like again, generally, if the game it was filled with FOMO, if every single event skin was limited for that event and that's it, like oh you didn't play Blood Moon, bye bye to the Oni skin and Elodie skin. If that was the case, then Twitch shirts is just another one on the list of many. The
Hmm.
problem is sweatshirts are one of the most known FOMO things that are actually psychologically affecting people
Hmm.
because you don't get them by grinding. You get them because of us, the social aspect of it,
Right.
which is like you said, fully psychological.
Yeah, and I mean, and once again, you know, like this is one of those situations where it's like, how do you? It's one of those situations where, at the end of the day, should people care as much as they do about it? No, but once again, that's not how people work.
Yeah, exactly. You
Um,
cannot just say don't care about it. If if things work is because people care. Like a lot of people
mhm.
say, "Oh, FOMO is so stupid," but there's a reason why
it,
the
it,
companies
it
add
works.
FOMO to their games. It works. And to be disingenuous and say, "Well, it doesn't affect me," that doesn't mean there's like 100 people or 1,000 people that it does affect them.
I
Especially children. That's the issue.
Yeah,
Especially the more immature you are, and the more immature you are, that's when FOMO will affect you the most. And video games do prey on children like that.
I
You can't
was
tell me Fortnite it doesn't.
I was I used to play. Obviously, I played League a lot. I was a Zoe main when I played League.
Mhm.
I've dabbled in League a few times here and there since I quit the game a couple of years ago. Um, hell, I played a couple matches the other night actually. But I'm part of the problem because I wasn't playing the game at all. Zoe got a new skin. I re-downloaded the game, bought the skin, and uninstalled it. I'm part of the problem. I'm aware I'm part of the problem. The thing is, I'm a minor part of the problem. There are people. I mean, League. This is a whole different game, but League released a $500 skin a couple months ago.
Oh yeah, the Ari one was it?
Yeah, the Ari Faker skin.
Faker? Yeah.
Yeah, $500.
Yeah.
People bought it.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Pe- pe-
if
pe-
they price something a certain way, it's because people buy it.
yeah, and
Valorant is a great example of it.
mhm.
I am a problem in Valorant. I'm not gonna be a hypocrite. I spent a lot of money on Valorant.
I think I spent a grand total of $40 in Valorant. But I spent like $2,000 on League over the years. So once again, I'm a hypocrite too, and I'm probably gonna get blasted for this for Dead by Daylight. I actually don't spend that much money in Dead by Daylight, if I'm honest. Um,
Yeah, because the chapters are honestly cheap.
yeah,
Like if we're talking fully about the good things about DBD, it is true that chapters are super cheap. It's crazy that you can buy Castlevania for 7, was it?
seven something. I mean, I bought it with my cells, so I bought it. Um, so it was technically $10 for me, but yeah, it's
Yeah,
about it's 7.99 I
um,
think USD.
mhm. It
Uh-huh.
is actually really cheap, especially when you compare to other games. When they started, it was 7, and they tried to boost it with Nicolas Cage and Alien, but people like in terms of objectively speaking, DBD is not that bad with the monetization.
Mhm.
Objectively speaking, I cannot say it's the worst game ever. Valorant exists. League of Legends. I don't know about League of Legends, but Valorant absolutely is worse. Overwatch, I've heard people say is significantly worse than DBD. At the end of the day, you can just the purchase the game, which is another topic I would like to talk about.
Yeah, I
I
wouldn't.
firmly believe DBD should be free to play.
Yes, I think most people do, and with how often it goes on sale, I'm honestly surprised it's not at this point.
Yeah, I heard it's because of hackers. Because apparently, when it went free on Epic Games, it was like, mm,
That hasn't stopped any other game company before.
I mean, I don't think behavior is on the level of like Blizzard or Valve or
Riot.
Riot.
Yeah.
Yeah, Riot has Vanguard, which is like straight up entering into your drives and stuff. On that point, I do get it because obviously DBD is poorly coded. Like, I don't think anyone can disagree, even the devs. I'm sure because the game was made not with the intention of it being this big,
Hmm.
with this many licenses, with this many like weird stuff. Everything is limited on the game. I remember they said when the Eye of Crows map released, I don't know if you noticed, the Eye of Crows has like some elevations and under like parts that go under, and they say they wanted to experiment more with that. And the other map that has that is the Hags map, Swamp,
Swamp.
which
Yeah.
has an elevation. The rest of maps are completely flat, and that's because of the powers. Because imagine designing powers where like I don't know, a slope for the trapper, how does that work? Or like you've seen Wesker, the collision of Wesker on a hill, how
Mhm.
broken that is.
Or
So
artist.
the game is limited. Yeah, I mean the artist at least curves up. It's
Yeah, it
well
doesn't
made.
go down though.
Yeah,
um,
Pyramid Head it goes down but doesn't go up. I don't know Dracula if it does that, but like in terms of the game, the skeleton of the game is clearly, I would say, amateurish. I guess compared with
do
other games. I'm not a programmer. I cannot
do you,
like make an opinion.
well,
Yes,
no,
sorry.
I've seen someone's hackers have shown the code for Dead by Daylight.
Is it bad?
Do you know why it's called spaghetti code?
Is it because of the blueprint system?
So the way Dead by Daylight is coded, in a lot of games used to be coded this way. So the way it works is it's a block of code, and then there's a line attached to another block of code, and then another line attached to another block of code.
Visual programming, right? Like, is it
Yeah,
the blueprint, the thingy of Unreal Engine?
yeah.
That's insane.
So that's why it's called spaghetti code, because it's that block of code is a meatball, and then the line is a noodle. And pretty much that's why this game breaks all the time, because if one thing of code is messed up, they have to go back and check exactly where the line is drawn from which piece of code.
Hmm.
That's why it takes them forever to fix things.
Yeah,
Um,
it's wild.
but I do think with the free to play thing though, the question does become, because people bring up Dead by Daylight 2 a lot. Do you think it's time for Dead by Daylight to just do the Overwatch 2 thing?
If I'm being okay, by Overwatch 2, do you mean just re-releasing the same game just with two new characters and completely changing the story? Or
literally
do you mean
literally calling
remake?
it Dead by Daylight 2, making it free to play, transferring everything over with new code.
Mm, I mean, I wouldn't be against it. I think a lot of people wanted a like chapter health, like they did in
Yeah.
Rainbow, or like on Minecraft, they did the Buzzy Bees update, which
Hmm.
was small, but actually it was extremely huge because it changed the back end of Minecraft a lot. Like it allowed the creators to make like the cave biomes and Nether update and all that stuff. So I wouldn't be against it. I don't want them to market it as a new. I would rather they fix this game we have now. I don't know, especially with licenses. Do you think they would have to license everything?
That's a
That's
thing. I
something
don't know. I don't know the legal aspects of it, because Overwatch didn't have licensed skins in
exactly.
the original, so I don't know how that works.
I don't know if you, like, let's say, oh, Dead by Daylight 2 with improved graphics, new whatever, new models. Do I have to pay for Myers again? Would the license? What about license holders like Freddy? Would they be like, yeah, just actually, you know what? We don't want that character. You treated it poorly. Nah, you know what I mean? Like chapter health, absolutely something to change the back end of the game, make it better. Absolutely, I think they did it with Unreal Engine. Something they updated it.
Unreal. I think they're
So
on
it
Unreal
was
5 now.
Yeah, and it was super buggy, but I take that at least because it's something that will benefit the game on the long run for
The
sure.
the thing with health updates too, and I know like we all want this monstrous like health update for the game. Like Rainbow Six Siege was the exception with that, because when Rainbow Six Siege did it, they took an entire like season off of doing anything to fix that, right? To fix all the problems the game had. The way most games do it is the way Dead by Daylight has been slowly doing it. The problem is with Dead by Daylight in particular, because of how the code is, they fix one problem and two more spawn up. That's the issue I have
Yeah.
with Dead by Daylight mostly. As far as a health chapter goes, I used to work. I've told this story many a times. I used to work at a grocery store. I was a manager of the online pickup department.
Hmm.
This is during COVID, and what happened was I had to go to a meeting once because I was one of the longest running managers of the pickup department. I had to go to a meeting once, and the CEO of the company was there, and he was asking for like suggestions on how to make the program better, and I gave him a bunch. And he said, "Well, all that's going to take too long to do to see any profit tomorrow, so we're not going to do it."
Exactly. Yeah.
And that's
DVD. Yeah.
that's the thing with, and basically that's actually not what he said. What he told me was, well, what if the sun explodes tomorrow? That money's not going to mean anything in a year. That's what he told me.
That's a that's a weird take, I guess.
But
I don't know.
that's how most businesses see things.
But yeah, true, true.
They
They want
don't.
perfect now. Exactly.
Yeah, that like, even if they would make 10 times the money in a year, they don't care because, once again, what if the game just doesn't exist in a year?
Yeah.
What if the health chat, like, what if the time wasted on doing the health chat? I say wasted, but what if the time put into the health chapter lowers the player base so much that the game just dies?
I don't think it will die ever, in
Hmm.
my opinion. Well, not ever, like that's a big word, but like it will absolutely suffer in terms of numbers, that for sure. But I think uh, even if it does, the game would spring back to life. They just have to make good content. I don't know if you were aware, but in 2017, after the release of Hag, was it, or Doctor, there was a long period of time where there was no updates, no content. I mean, the updates were small, but there was no chapter inside, nothing. We didn't have the trimestral chapters,
Hmm.
like every 3 months there's a new stuff. So that you can see it on Steam charts because the game was only on Steam at that point. That was the lowest point of Dead by Daylight ever. When they stopped release content, it was only 5 months, I think, or 4. But since we didn't know when was the last next chapter, it felt like an eternity. Like at least now we know. Okay, on October we're going to get someone, right? Or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
We have an expectation in the future. In the past there was not. So, but the game is still alive. Like they did that, and in the end, they technically that's when they added the store, the cosmetic store, which would be a huge effort, especially for them back in the days. That's when they added the clown, the Iridescent shard system of you being able to purchase characters for free with the Iridescent shards. That update, the clown update, shaped DBD completely, in my opinion.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, back then, and this isn't me shitting on the game or anything, the player base was probably small enough they could take that risk.
Hmm.
That's the thing.
It's risky though, yeah, like, but it's still a risk.
But
Like if they don't get it, it's like Killer Clowns or like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre game. If
mhm.
they don't make it now, who's gonna come back later? Oh, the game is dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
but that didn't happen. We came back eventually because the update was significant.
But I think the thing is, because I don't know the behind the, who made Killer Clowns.
Uh, Inphonic was it or Ilphonic, something like that? Was
But
it?
my major point with that though is, like, because, like, Gun isn't like a super big company.
Gun Media was it?
That was no, that was Texas Chainsaw was Gun.
Mm,
But, like, Gun isn't like a super big company.
mm-hmm.
And I know we all joke, oh, Behavior's like a small indie dev, but, at the end of the day, they're actually a decently sized company now.
Oh yeah,
Um,
behavior is not indie at all for me.
um,
At all.
I've talked to somebody about this. Is Behavior technically a AAA company?
I would say double A if I have
Double
to.
A. Okay.
I don't know if that term exists,
It
but it's on the
mm,
level of Ubisoft, Call of Duty. That for me is triple A. DBD is still niche at the end of the day. Like
mhm.
not many people know behavior. If behavior made a show, it wouldn't be as good. Not good. Sorry, I mean it wouldn't be as impactful as The Last of Us show or Arcane, because The Last of Us is made by a triple A company. Like
Yeah.
everyone knows The Last of Us. DBD is, it's not Hollow Knight,
Hmm.
but it's not Assassin's Creed Shadows.
My point with that though is, like, they have other people they have to answer to that isn't just them now.
Hmm.
And, once again, we don't see the behind the scenes of that, so we don't. And this isn't me defending them necessarily, but, like, we don't know. Like, I mean, once again, I'm my current job right now, apart from the money I make from this stuff, is I'm a manager at a car parts store. Um, and as a manager, I get emails all the time on profit margins and, exactly how much we need to make this month and all of this stuff, right?
Yeah.
And if we don't meet it, a lot of people will be like, "Oh, you just don't get your bonus." No, 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 no. If I don't meet those profit margins, I have to start letting people go. I have to start cutting hours. I have to start doing all of this other stuff.
Right.
Um,
The layoffs
yeah.
recently with.
And some people, and this, once again, this isn't me defending the layoffs or anything like that. It's still a terrible thing, but it's the nature of the business. It
Yeah,
really is. And when they want to do something like a health chapter, that is a major risk they are taking with those people above them.
yeah, yeah. That I fully agree. Like DBD, at the end of the day, DBD is a company.
Hmm. And
Um,
it's and like I do think free to play would be a good. Oh, sorry. I do think free to play would be a good option for them. And I honestly, other than the hacker thing, which I like, I get it, but like, I don't. It's not stopping them now.
yeah, absolutely.
That
They
that's
can buy cheap, like dirt cheap codes with everything injected already. Like it's not like something you have to go to the deep web to get. It's super common.
Yeah, it's on Game Pass, by the way.
Ah, DVD is on Game Pass.
Yeah, did you know? Yeah, I used to play. I was before I did cross progression to Steam. I used to play the game on Game Pass on Windows Store on PC.
I had no idea it
Yeah,
was on Game Pass.
and you can get Game Pass for $1.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, it's not free, quote unquote, but it's $1.
It's a service. Yeah, on that I fully agree that it's basically the same as free. That it's something super weird. DBD, I get when it was an indie game back when it only had three killers for survivors. I don't know, but I knew DBD was gonna take this direction because I don't know if you remember the publishers of DBD was Starbreeze, the same company as Payday 2, and those games had the same issue. They had so much DLC and licensed DLC, and in order to be competitive in Payday, you had to pay. Like there was so many perks on Payday, so many bills that you had to pay. And if you like, when I started playing Payday, it was late. And imagine opening the DLC store and seeing so many DLCs like, oh, Cloven, whatever, Scarface, whatever, blah blah blah, whatever. Like there were so many purchases that I was turned off by that. Like I didn't want to play Payday. And every single guide I saw, it was people saying the best chapter you can, the best chapter, the best DLC you can buy for Payday is this one because it gives you this. Then the Scarface pack contains a weapon that is super good for this, whatever. At that point, and I had to pay for Payday, so that leaves such a bad taste, in my opinion, for casuals and new players, and that's something that is happening right now in DBD. And I don't know if it's a remnant of the fact that back when they started, this is something I always say. If you started in 2016, it was okay. It was one chapter every 4-5 months, $7. That's nothing, right?
Yeah,
If you have all chapters now, every 3 months you get what, $7 for DVD. That's cheap. But if you start now, there's a lot of money you have to pay to get everything. And again, someone can argue, but you don't need it, and they would be right. At the end of the day, I don't need Xenomorph to be enjoying the game. I don't need Whisker. With the perk system, I disagree. Which is why I always come back with the perk system. That's the only flawed thing in DBD, in my opinion. And I think actually,
would
if I go back a little bit, sorry.
I was gonna say, would you argue trading card? I know this is a really weird analogy, but it's probably the closest thing. Would you argue trading card games are pay to win?
Absolutely. If you can pay for, and it has RNG, right? Like you get
Hmm.
packs. Yeah, yeah. I haven't seen a single game like that is not pay to win. If I'm not mistaken, Hearthstone. One of the things one friend of mine said, in order to get me playing Hearthstone, bro, it's not as pay to win as it was before. I don't care. It's still pay to win. But that's a problem with that type of gamings. Sorry, gaming. That type of like games, because in real life, Pokemon cards as well. If you want to play the TCG, I think it's called,
Hmm.
you have to pay. If you wanna Magic, I think the Magic cards, you have to pay for new packs and stuff.
Yeah,
So that's more an accepted way of pay to win, I guess.
yeah. I mean,
And
you can pay for individual cards too. It's just they're usually expensive.
yeah, true.
Do
You can.
you have your PC open right now, right?
Yes.
Look up Black Lotus Magic the Gathering card price. You're about to
Like,
be blown away.
wow. I don't know if it's this one. It says 67,000, almost 68,000.
That's
On
probably
eBay.
more on the high end, but that sounds about right.
Holy. Nah, I see another one. Oversized promo card for 300, 400. I don't know if this is like preserved something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Yeah,
This
no,
is
that card, because the way Magic does it, a lot of card games do this, but pretty much they have seasons. It's not really seasons. It's just the best analogy. So cards that were part of the last season become unusable in the normal format. So they don't
oh,
get printed again. So cards like Black Lotus, that is all, not only is it not printed anymore, it's also a really good card.
hmm.
So the price, people will like hoard onto it, and you can like spend $400 if you want one.
So it's $400, right? The one that I saw is like extremely expensive.
Yeah, about $300 to $400 is about how much you can get them for, give or take.
I see.
But
Yeah, that's like that's another topic in my opinion because it's like cards work that way.
mhm.
It's like loot boxes basically. That's the point. And I think no one will be saying like, "Oh yeah, you can play without paying." I don't think anyone like it's something that is agreed upon that that's the way it is, right? With DBD, I think it's not agreed upon that DBD is pay to win. A lot of people think it isn't. That's why I put like more emphasis. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like with cards, it's obvious you have to pay. It's a physical thing, even so. You can even argue that, hey, but it's physical. Like you can actually touch it. You can collect them if you want to show off. They have value. You can resell them. Technically, it's like CS:GO skins. You can resell them. So even though it costs money, you might profit. But that's like a gray area. That's another topic. In DBD, which is what I wanted to go like way back because I think I said that anytime I talk about the monetization of the game, I never claimed or said that all players should have access to paid characters for free.
right.
That's
I don't think did. I say you said that because if I did, I'm sorry. I
no, no,
didn't. I
no,
didn't mean.
no, no,
Okay.
no, not at all, not at all.
Okay.
I think nobody said that besides like someone that didn't see the video or something. But that's one thing that I am 100% percent stand. I have a stance on, and I mean, I did say that you should try them on custom matches. That's another thing
Yeah,
because that's thoughts.
I think that's more than
Uh,
fair. Yeah.
yeah, but in terms of perks, why they are different? Because you already can play with all perks unlocked on custom matches. That's one thing. Number two, the devs already shown, thanks to the Demogorgon exiting the game, that they have the rights to the perks and the effects. It's not part of the license. The part of the license of the perks is obviously the design behind it. So a license will influence on a way a perk works, right? And the icon and name. But they could release a perk for free that is exactly the same as the licensed characters, just without the flare text. That's what happened with the
Stranger
Demogorgon
Things.
and
Yeah.
the yeah, exactly. And the other thing is that Chaos Shuffle and the randomizer perk thing showed that you can access those perks, and no license. Has there been a license holder contacting behavior like, "Hey, remove our perks from this mode. We didn't give permission for them to use, I don't know, like Eye of Belmont. That's Castlevania. Why are you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's their property." So the thing is, in fighting games, when you buy Steve, you keep Steve. Like it's only Steve. In DBD, when you buy Xenomorph, you also buy three other perks that are changing the other characters, and that's my main point with whenever I say like, oh, the pay to win, pay to win. A default nurse is not stronger than a nurse with lethal pursuer, I guess eruption, ultimate weapon. You know what I mean? You can make a nurse stronger with perks. So that's my biggest argument against perks being like that locked and that behind so many gates. Because it's true, like you said. If let's say if they add a new licensed character, Springtrap, who is overpowered as fuck, At least what they could do is nerf Springtrap, whatever. It's in a vacuum, because only if you play against Springtrap you will feel the powerful, the fact that it's powerful, which is what's happening with Sadako and Cenobite. But what if Springtrap came with a perk that was like, I always come back. Whenever they finish the last gen, one random gen resets their programs to 0. Now it's literally a perk that gives you one gen for free. That's pay to win. And here's the problem, that perk does affect the rest. Because someone that has Springtrap bought can use that perk on Nurse. Now that Nurse is objectively stronger than a Nurse that didn't pay for Springtrap. There's no argument whatsoever. That Nurse, I don't care if you can win with Nurse with 0 perks. And you can win with Nurse with 0 add-ons and 30 seconds AFK as Odzdarva showed, which by the way, Odzdarva has like 10,000 hours. I don't think that's a good showcase. Yeah, a professional can play with one hand. Does that mean that Call of Duty is better with one hand? No, use both. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can win with a blurry screen. That doesn't mean shit. You're putting streams. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it might be a bad analogy, but it's like I can take a nail out with my hands eventually, but
Yeah, exactly.
if I have a hammer, it's a lot easier.
It's way easier. So I don't see how someone can say DBD is not pay to win when Nurse with Lethal Pursuer, which by the way, when I made the video was not on the Shrine of Secrets, Eruption, Call of Brine, and Overcharge was literally better than a Nurse without perks. Like what? Even I made a video because this is funny because it only affected the Nurse. When they nerfed the Nurse with the basic attack, with the blink attack not counting as a basic, it only nerfed 3 players, because now Sloppy Butcher, which was a fantastic perk, doesn't work on Nurse, and Know It, which was a absolutely broken, busted perk on Nurse, now doesn't work. But guess what? For new players and casuals, that's a massive hit. But for better players, they have plenty of perks to choose from to just change. So that's my biggest issue with the perk system in DBD. The fact that perks are objectively, let's not call it pay to win, pay to have a competitive advantage over someone that doesn't pay.
Yeah, and I would agree, and I think, and once again, I don't think there's a way to fully fix it because it's so ingrained in the game at this point, right? But not even so ingrained. It is the game basically. But there are, like we talked earlier, there's ways to mitigate it. Make the shrine bigger, make it rotate more often, make it cheaper. Maybe make it so the perks are only exclusive to the characters for we said a month, but honestly, if they made it till the next 2 chapters come out, so that would be about 6 months, I would actually be fine with that. It wouldn't be perfect.
Yeah, they could. I agree. It wouldn't be perfect. It would still have the problem that if Weave attunement is overpowered, and then when it's out for the public, it's trash. That's a problem. But that's I think there's an expression which is pick your poison, or the lesser of two evils. Was it or something?
Yeah, it's pick your poison. Yeah, both of those are the expression.
DBD, the solution for DBD I feel is or pick your poison or the lesser of 2 evils, because as you said, it's ingrained on DBD from the start. The foundation of DBD was built around teachable perks, licensed killers, licensed survivors, and all that.
Yeah, and once again, it's also very hard to come up with a proper solution because there's not really any other game that has a perk system like this. That's tied.
Expand the shrine.
Huh?
Expand the shrine. Honestly, expand the shrine. Make it double. That already doubles the percentages mathematically.
Yeah.
The fact that it didn't change at all is insane. I wouldn't be as mad if it weren't for the fact that that's one of the only things that they kept since 2016 exactly the same. The only other things are chests and something else I forgot. I don't know if it was totems. I don't remember. No, totems no, because they got boons. That's one of the mechanics that has been since 2016 that is exactly the same as it is now. I think Myers is another character like that. Myers didn't get many changes.
No, he's had a couple number tweaks, but nothing substantial.
But yeah, my solutions, in my opinion, there's 2. One of them, make the game free to play. Suddenly, it doesn't matter if there's expensive chapters. It is what it is. At least you can play the game for free, and the people that support the game can pay to get an advantage. That's a sad reality of My problem is DBD is already a paid game, so that's even though a lot of people think it doesn't, that limits a lot of people from playing DBD, and I'm not
Yeah.
kidding. I know various friends that would play DBD if it was free to play. It's just that the $20 cost that it is on the PC, plus knowing that they have to add so much money, it's psychological. I don't want to play that. It's
I'm
easier to put money on a free to play game than on a paid game, actually.
I'm curious how much it costs to get everything in Dead by Daylight right now. With the
When I made my video, 300 or something dollars.
yeah,
When I made my video.
when I started, I got lucky because it was on sale because of anniversary. So I got the game for free on Game Pass. So technically free, it was $15 a month, whatever. But I got the game for free on Game Pass. I played during anniversary when everything went on sale except for like the latest chapter and I think Nemesis. Um, so I was able to buy everything, and at the time I had a lot of expendable income. Um, but I was able to buy everything for like $100.
$100 is still a
Yes,
massive
I
amount
know.
of
No,
money.
no, no. Let me rephrase that. I was able to buy everything for the whopping $100, which is
Exactly.
still insane.
That's like the deluxe edition of a AAA game. And
Yeah.
and and what are you paying for? For the ability to grind a shit ton of characters from the start. Like you're just paying. You know what I mean? It's not like you're paying and you have everything. You will still need to keep paying for new
Mhm.
chapters. It's not like a season pass version like in various games where you buy once, $100, you get everything in the future for free.
Yeah.
You still have to pay. That's the cost
Mhm.
reduced. You make a great point.
And
Yeah.
at least with killers, and I brought this up earlier with the whole like the problem with putting survivor perks in like a massive like list of being able to just outright get the perk.
Mhm.
With killers, you're buying the killer, you're buying the power, you're buying there's a lot more you're actually getting, and it's not just the perks. Some people
Yeah.
do that. Some people do buy killers just for the perks. But on Survivor, you're literally only buying the Survivor for two reasons: because you like the character or because you want the perks.
You know what's something interesting? By the way, you said it now. That's something I haven't even thought about, but it's true. Uh, I don't know if my anecdotal experience is the same as the rest,
Mm-hmm.
but actually, it's the casual players who purchase characters because they need perks. They don't. I have a friend. And instead of him buying the killers that maybe he will find fun, like Unknown, he has to buy the Clown and the Plague for Corrupt Intervention and the Bamboozle Pop Goes the Whistle.
Mm-hmm.
So why? Because those perks are so good on so many characters that I'm always like, wow, you're playing like Ghostface without Bamboozle. Damn, I can't even imagine that. Wow, you're doing like Trapper without Corrupt. What are you doing? And so he's technically not forced, but because it's not in the scam of secrets, they have to purchase a character just for the perks. That's something that I never did. I purchased the character for the gameplay. I don't care about the perks. That's like a byproduct. But for a new player,
Mm-hmm.
actually a really great point.
Well,
If they make the shrine, I mean that gives them more sales. At the end of the day, it's like we said, it's a business.
yeah, because the thing is, I don't buy that many skins, but that's because I know I'm gonna have to spend $10 in a month in 3 months.
Hmm.
And I know you've made this argument before too. People can sit there and say it's only $10. That one, that adds up, and two, that is a lot of money to some people. For some people, that's dinner that night.
A lot of people, when they say that, it's a privilege take. A lot of people, especially in Latin America, especially in Eastern Europe,
Mm-hmm.
especially in like a lot of poorer countries, they $10 is like it's a massive amount of money for their salary. If you are living on a salary like American,
Mm-hmm.
even and I know a lot of Americans are like, I can't live with this salary. Imagine someone from a third world country,
Yeah.
and that's so wild because the argument is basically don't be poor. How
Yeah.
can you say that? How
Yeah.
can you say that? That's an argument.
I don't want to bring their name up. Did you see that did you see that that Twitter thing that was going around a couple weeks ago about the the extra levels in the battle pass?
Mm.
There
Oh,
was
that they were empty.
yeah. Some
Yeah,
people were or someone was complaining that like the blood points should only be for people who paid for the battle pass.
I disagree with that, but yeah.
Never. God, that was just like the most unempathetic take I've ever. And you know, I can't really speak from a position of non-privilege because I don't get me wrong, I'm not rolling in money. I'm not like living in a mansion. I'm not hurting though. I can spend the $10 a month on this game, or $10 every 3 months on this game, no problem. If there's a skin in the shop I really, really want, I can probably just buy it. It's not me trying to
Yeah.
give my privilege out, it's just me trying to explain my position. But even I can agree that that $10 can mean a lot to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Um, and like I don't know, the people who are just like, oh,
Game
it's only
is your
$10
brain.
is just insane to me.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
And I have like a similar thing. Like now that I make content and I like get paid for it, technically every single skin is a business expense in a way, I guess. So like yeah, I can afford that and stuff. But the reason why I'm so vocal about this is because I know how it feels to be on the other side
mhm.
of the spectrum. And whenever I talk about the pay to win stuff, whenever I say about making DVD free to play or like the chapters and stuff, it's the kid who sold the CSGO skins in order to buy Myers, the person who stole. Because right now, I don't care. Vecna, Dracula, keep them coming. FNAF, keep them coming. But back in the days, I can't imagine a player being like, oh, now I have to, I don't know, work extra hard in order to purchase one DLC and purchase it like, I don't know, a week later when the vast majority of people are like privileged and they can just, oh, credit card, slide, boom, that's it. Now I have a fantastic perk, whatever. Like a lot of people they ignore completely that side of people. I mean, lucky them that they come from privileged places and stuff, but we cannot forget that there's a lot of people um, where $10 is a lot. Should they stop playing games? Shouldn't gaming be more accessible for everyone? Like, are we gatekeeping now gaming as a luxury? I
I
disagree.
mean that's a whole. I'm not nearly qualified to answer that question.
Yeah.
um, it's yeah. And once again with the perk thing, and we've made this very clear. We get it that
Mhm.
behavior is a business. They have to make money. We get it, but I feel like maybe I'm delusional, but I feel like the Sable skin they released a couple months ago alone is probably paid for this game for the next 2 years.
Oh, absolute. Alucard has paid for the entire Castlevania. I think they made more money with the Alucard skin than with Castlevania games. Like some Castlevania games on the Game Boy.
Probably.
Like, okay, that's a massive exaggeration, obviously, but like, uh,
You say that, but I mean, like Sly Cooper. Do you know the game Sly Cooper?
yeah,
Trust me, this is relevant. It's one of the like most highly regarded games on the PlayStation 2.
yeah.
I think it sold like, and I'm going to say this like it's not a lot, but to a game company, it's not. It sold like maybe 1.5 mil
Mm-hmm.
over its entire lifespan.
Entire lifespan, that's harsh.
Yeah, yeah, but it's like it's regarded as like one of the best games ever. Like it has like this massive like cult following and all this stuff.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So saying it sold more than the Castlevania games, I actually wouldn't be surprised if it did.
I mean, I don't know. One thing is a game, and the other one is a skin, $50 skin in a video game already. So that like that already limits a lot. It's like one type of person in a community already. Whereas with Castlevania, it's just gamers that like Castlevania. Like for this one, it has to be DVD gamers. So that already limits the amount that like Castlevania. That's all another limiting, or that can afford it. That's why I say like it's an exaggeration.
Yeah.
I think.
No, I get what you're saying, but yeah.
But yeah, they like DVD. When people say, "Oh, but chapters are the meat and bread of
No.
the game,"
Uh-uh.
I completely disagree because the for Dracula $7, but Alucard is 15. It's double the price. Resident Evil, I see people with 20 hours playing with Claire. That's
Uh,
$15. That's $12 for the DLC. $15 for the how many free to play games. How do they live? Because of the skins. And anytime I play, I see a shit ton of skins.
mhm.
So it's not like they're not making like people say, oh, but the revenue, but they need chapters. skins. They already work, and it's a free to play model.
The only exception to that is like I said earlier is the licenses, and even then I don't even know because I have like I said I feel like I think Dracula is a good example. I don't think they made that much money on like actual sales on Dracula because I think most of that goes back to the licensing deal.
Yeah.
The skins though, no, I can almost promise you they probably pocket most of that money.
But it's a like a parasitic, no, symbiotic relationship.
Yeah.
Basically, thanks to Alan Wake coming to DVD, I played Alan Wake 2. If Alan
Hmm.
Wake didn't come to DVD, I wouldn't even be interested on playing Alan Wake at all.
Yeah.
I played it because of that.
I
So,
I
like,
reinstalled Epic for it.
yeah, we cannot like negate the massive amount of money that comes with merchandising and publicity. Like, you know how much sponsors pay YouTubers just to mention their brand.
Hmm.
Imagine how much money Alan Wake did with DBD. I know it sounds like kind of stupid, but I am sure there's many people that started playing, I don't know, other games because of DBD. I know for a fact, anytime a new license comes to DBD, I get interested in it. I'm like searching more stuff about it, informing myself. It's a I would
The
say quite a big publicity
the the amount of people who had never seen a Child's Play movie before Chucky came to Dead by
yeah,
Daylight
same.
versus
I'm
after,
one of them.
like, no, am I one of them?
I am one
Oh, oh,
of them.
you're
Are
one
you?
of them. Okay, yeah, 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 okay.
Yeah, same
It
with Alien, same with the Halloween. Why would it, like it's a 70s movie, like you know what I mean? But
well, it's
thanks to DVD, I watched it and it's super cool. Ringu. I watched Ringu for to make a video.
mhm.
It's fully on YouTube, by the way. I don't know if I can say this legally, but it's like there's an entire Ringu movie on YouTube
I think it's
for free.
I think it's public domain. I think it's fine.
Ah, okay.
um,
And yeah, it was thanks to DVD that I watched it.
let me rephrase what I just said. I think the movie is public domain. The character isn't. That's yeah. Before
Ah,
someone's like,
okay.
"Oh, why is she licensed?" Then that's why. Once again, welcome to the problem with the legalese of Dead by Daylight. That stuff gets in the way of everything. Like, do you know the legal stuff behind Chucky?
Not much. If I'm not mistaken, on my fun facts video, I saw that apparently the knife of Damballa, was it? Like the burnt Chucky from the final
Mm-hmm.
scene of the first movie. They don't own that. They own Seed of Chucky, which is like from the show, if I'm not mistaken. Was
So
it?
MGM owns Child's Play, the movie,
Hmm.
but Don Mancini owns the character Chucky.
Oh, damn.
That's where the complications come in. So as a
Like Jason.
result, anything from the first movie they're not allowed to touch. I don't know about the
Hmm.
other two, but anything from the first movie they're not allowed to touch.
Similar to Jason, I would say. No, the first movie is out of.
Yeah,
Hmm.
it's because Jason is technically well, it's settled now, kind of, not really. It's a very common thing with horror characters. Like four people own Freddy.
Hmm.
And that's why like some of these licenses people want just never happen because um, I have hopes, but they have to come to an agreement with four different people for the same thing.
Hmm.
Um, and it's I don't know why it's so common with horror movies and characters, but it's really common with them for some reason. Uh,
Could it be because in the like most horror characters are from the past, and in the past like licensing and stuff was not as solidified as now.
I
Where now it's Disney, that's it. There's no other like you
I
know.
I think it's more so because a lot of horror movies are made by people like first time directors.
Indie like indie
Yeah,
kind of.
they're not indie, but they're basically indie. And so, when they were young and dumb and making these movies, they kind of didn't make the correct financial or legal decisions on their characters.
Yeah, I
Um,
get it.
yeah, I think it's part of it. But yeah, I mean, and I know we complain about the monetization in this game, mostly the perks, but it's like honestly speaking, like Dead by Daylight is other than a couple aspects, I think is overblown with how bad the monetization is in this game. I think it's perfectly reasonable for the most part.
Lately, yes, I would have said no in the past when I made my monetization video,
Uh huh.
but lately I do have to fully agree with you. They have the cost for older characters. That's perfect. It's like Rainbow Six Siege did and League did. They added the bundles where you can buy the chapters for one price and you get like four. That's another thing that is amazing because like you get four, you have enough time to like grind them and then buy another one. So it's not uh, as hurtful as oh, seven now, seven now, seven now. No, you
Mhm.
can buy it in like seasons, I guess. Also the Rift, fantastic. I never had a complaint with the Rift. In terms of skins, I might be one of the only ones that honestly, like I said, it's an evil that I fully embrace. At the end of the day, cosmetics, they are purely visual. I agree with that.
Mhm.
So that's the reason I cannot complain about Valorant. They are cosmetic. I don't need them. It's FOMO, it's psychological, blah blah. I don't need them.
And
But
as far as the pricing goes on them, I know some people complain about the pricing. Uh, like there's two factors to that. One is industry standards.
yeah, exactly.
That's the big one. Valorant's the exception. The thing with Valorant though, and we can argue whales and things, but if people
Hmm.
are buying them, why wouldn't they keep the price the same?
Exactly.
Um,
Vote with your wallet.
yeah, it's like people complaining about the Michaela and Kate skins coming out right now.
Mm, yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I'm in that group of haters. I'm not buying them. That's if you truly don't want those skins to do well, don't buy them.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's all you can do. Like you can complain all you want, doesn't really matter.
Like the issue with those types of characters is that they just sell. Like
Yes.
whether like people can try to ignore it, people can try to say whatever they want to say. The harsh truth, and this is not exclusive to video games, this has always been the case. Attractiveness is objectively a desirable trait
Hmm.
everywhere. And if people are like, oh, but you are so inconsiderate, blah blah, cats are cute. That's why humans spend so much on them. Like that's why pandas literally are the definition of this. They are alive because they are cute. So the Chinese zookeepers and stuff, they keep them alive, even though
Pigeons.
genetically they are dumb. They are idiots. They kill themselves like by accident. Like
Pigeons.
they pigeons.
Yeah, I bring
What
up
do you mean?
pigeons all the time. Pigeons didn't used to look like how they did until humans started making cities. They evolved to look cute on purpose. It's an evolutionary trait.
Mm. And so the point I'm trying to make is that um, whether I love Hadi as a character, absolutely love, and I think I actually for sure think that if behavior didn't give her that base default cosmetic, which is I'm sorry, trash,
Hmm.
same as Cool Merchant, if they gave her something more like badass, if they went full in on the badass, like scars everywhere, a monster hunter, something like Trevor Belmont, he looks intimidating.
Hmm.
Hadi doesn't intimidate. If I see Hadi, I don't see wow, she's actually one of the strongest original characters in the game. No, I see like a random survivor just like the rest.
I'm uh,
If they went more on that, I think they would sell.
I'm
But even then,
I'm gonna
sorry,
I'm gonna bring up League again because League went through this with a certain character. Do you know
Ari
Lux?
and Jinx, I assume, right?
No, do you know Lux?
Oh, absolutely.
So
Yeah.
Lux, when she released and for the first couple years, the only skins she got were like badass skins.
Mm,
They were like commando skins, and I think there's like a Lightbringer skin or something like that. But basically, they were like badass skins, and then
mm.
they released Star Guardian Lux.
That's when everything changed, right?
That's when the Fire Nation attacked. Like that skin sold so well. They learned from their quote mistake and started making cute skins for Lux.
Yeah.
And
You
and
want to know another? Sorry.
I was gonna say, and that's the thing. It's like certain characters work with certain aesthetics as well, and I think Hattie going more into the badass realm would be, for lack of a better word, would be the direction they need to start taking her skins.
Each character should fit a niche, in my
Yes.
opinion. And Hadi had the opportunity to be one of the most badass regional survivors ever. I wanted to say another. There's another game which had a similar thing, which is Counter Strike.
Hmm.
I saw a podcast about like the creation of skins, and they actually thought that the military skins would be the ones that would be the most expensive, and also originally, I don't know if you're familiar with the CS skins, like the way they work and stuff.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I played Valorant, so it's basically the same, isn't it?
No, because the skins they have inherent value each. Like you can resell them and stuff.
Oh, yeah, yeah,
They're
yeah.
individual. It's not bundle. And there's also the fact that there's patterns and there's float, which is what I'm talking about. Float is basically how scratched the weapon skin looks.
Hmm.
So the higher the float, the worse it is. The lower the float, it means it's like impeccable. It's like factory new, which is called. It's barely any scratches, right?
Hmm.
And so originally they wanted to make it so that the more you play with a skin, the more scratches it gets to show that you're a veteran. Then they said, you know what? Nah, let's not do that. And they made it so that there's different floats. And Battle Scarred is like the most scratch, the most like paint is rusted, whatever. It's like the most broken one. And they thought that was going to be the most expensive because people want to be like, oh yeah, this is my weapon. I've been in plenty of wars with it. No, the skins that sold the most are the cute anime pets, pink flash neon, and you think, wow, but the target demographic of CS, what is it like? Manly men with man with testosterone, right? Soldiers, Vietnam veterans. No, it's weebs, and weebs want that. Same happens with the Valorant.
Hmm.
I am 100% sure the skins that sold the most are the cutesy, the the crazy flashy effects, whatever. And recently, are you familiar with the Evori bundle, which is like with the pets on top?
Yes, yeah, yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
It's it's a super expensive bundle, yet I've seen it so many times. I haven't seen Aemondir, which is the previous one, which was like with the swords and stuff, with the bayonet. You know which one I mean?
Yeah.
I barely see that one. Overdrive, barely see that one. But
Cy-
Evori, the cute one,
yeah.
everywhere.
The Cyberpunk one, I barely see that one.
Yeah, yeah. It's
Uh,
so um in DBD what they did with their survivors. This is honestly a problem in my opinion because like that's another topic. The fact that survivors are just skins, so they have to. The more survivors they release, the more they clutter it for the previous survivors.
hmm.
And at some point, there's going to be so many that if your main is not popular, good luck. And I think I'm speaking for Hadi, Gabriel, and in a way Jeff Mains. But
If
like you cannot compete with the goth girl and the witch. It's impossible.
hmm.
There's nothing they can release a fully like flamboyant dude, like fully flamboyant, super colorful, whatever. Because he's a dude, he's not going to sell as much as a woman. Like that's the if you go to Nightlight, the vast majority of players play female characters
Hmm.
in many video games even.
Yeah, it's
And
it's a it's a weird
if you
psychological thing, but yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, you see Alan Wake, which is a horror character, super well done, super cool with voice lines and stuff. He's got beaten drastically by Lara Croft. I see Lara Croft everywhere in my lobbies, everywhere, even in low MMR when my friend streams to me to like so I can like coach or whatever. There's a Lara Croft.
I
Why?
I mean
Because she's so
I stopped maining Alan because he doesn't have that many skins. That's honestly why I stopped.
true. That's another factor. But like again, it's like a the chicken and the egg, I guess.
Yeah,
You release a lot of skins for a character, nobody buys them, and then people are like, oh, but maybe if they got more skins, they would be, they would pay more attention to them. The thing is, survivors are just skins, so it's not only this skin, it's who wears it.
hmm.
Maybe I don't want to play. I'm gonna have a preference towards female survivors for sure over males. I don't care if they had the best ultra rare. Like Alucard is fantastic, visually amazing, but I'm not gonna play Terror Belmont after like I don't know when. I'm gonna play Sable. And same with the vast majority of like you get attached to it. How many players started playing and Claudette is super popular because a lot of people started playing Claudette. It's their survivor. Same with Nia.
Hmm.
Same with Yui. See, females actually. Like Dwight is the only because Jake Park mains they are so little, but like Meg, Claudette, Nia, Yui, they are super popular. Sable is a great example of a newer survivor that is going to be regarded as Nia in the future or Michaela. So
I
in a
mean,
way, yeah. Sorry.
I was gonna say. I mean, I've had my problems with Sable in the past. My biggest issue with her, and I've said this before, and it worked. Is what I hate the most about it. She feels like she was made to be popular. And a lot of the other ones you mentioned, I don't feel like were, if that makes any sense.
Feng Min was 100% made to be popular. Feng was she was created because the Chinese community played a lot of DBD,
Mm-hmm.
and so adding a survivor that is a gamer, that's like, oh my god, that she was absolutely made to sell. Same with, I would say, with the originals, like with May, Colorade and stuff, it's more like iconic, you know, like, oh, we started with these are the OGs, and Colorade is a fantastic character, Meg as well, like,
Mm-hmm.
they are cool, you know? But like, in order for a new survivor to be cool, like, they have to compete with the previous past survivors. That's
Yeah.
another problem. So if they add Gabriel, right, and they add super cool cosmetics for him, would I still change my Kate or Ace for Gabriel? I don't think so. I think the only way to make a survivor popular is actually because this has happened with Renato. I don't know if you noticed, Renato is played a lot,
Mm-hmm.
even though it's from a unpopular license. But why? Because he's thin. He's like Ace. He's not bulky like Jeff, David. He's thin. Apparently, the noises he makes are quieter than usual, and so like you start playing Renato, right? Because of competitive advantages, then suddenly you fell in love with Renato. Like, oh, this is my character. I love him. So why would they change to, I don't know, Alan Wake or Bill,
Right.
or they have to compete already with an established cast before, and survivors are just skins. With killers, it's easier. Like we stated before, killers is a new unique gameplay. So even if they look ugly, like let's say twins, I don't think they are designed to be appealing to the masses.
Mm-hmm.
Even though I love twins design, but at least they have the gameplay aspect. With characters like Hadi, or even the licensed Ash Williams, Ellen Ripley, Yoichi Asakawa, not only do they have little cosmetic variety, if they keep adding skins, no one is going to buy them. It's
Yeah.
not profitable as just releasing a barefoot skin for Sable, which is gonna be like 10 times the profit or 100 times the profit.
Yeah, and it's just because I mean, there's even some in those categories that have been like forgotten. I mean, the only reason Zarina got popular because you know how sometimes you'll see those videos who are like, oh, stereotype or Survivor main stereotypes.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I've made some.
what is Zarina's stereotype?
Lately, competitive.
But
Lately.
but lately, but like back in the day, like before Off the Record got buffed, she didn't have one because no one played her.
Yeah, zero.
Um,
Even with Elodie, you had the appraisal, the screaming on the hook, in my opinion, good cosmetics.
uh, and it's just a shame. But at the same time, it's like I know they're releasing more skins nowadays. I do understand people's frustrations with like I said, Michaela has gotten a skin every month. I've said this for like the past 3 days. Michaela's gotten a skin every month but one since her release. That's a little bit much.
Yeah, no, no, fully agree. Fully agree
And
with
I
that.
do have a feeling because I bring up League a lot because Riot has been doing this for over 15 years and they've learned the lessons. Riot learned this lesson too with Lux, ironically. If you start releasing too many skins for a character, people will stop buying them. It doesn't matter how popular the character is. People will stop buying them.
True.
There is a way to fatigue the player base and the fans of that character. Even they get fed up with it.
It doesn't apply with DBD though. You know why? Because of the cosmetic combo system. Maybe there's a new outfit that
Mm,
allows you to make vastly more combos than before. And I
right.
know a lot of people, they buy like certain cosmetics not to run the cosmetic itself, but just to combine it.
That's
So
true.
like newer skins, in my opinion, could give like in league. Um, let's say you buy a specific skin for Lux, maybe with an aquatic theme, right?
Hmm.
It doesn't matter if they release a super cool skin with a lava theme. You want the aquatic one because that's what you want, right? So you will keep the. Why would you buy? Why would you buy a new one, right? But in DBD, a new cosmetic, if it's not a set, by the way, means potentially new combos for your previous settings. So it's like glorifying what you already bought in the past.
Mhm.
I think it's a bit different. I don't know if you agree or not, or you see the point.
I see your point. I think because I'm thinking of it more from a dedicated main perspective, where
Hmm.
people will like I said, I installed League to buy a skin and then immediately uninstalled it because I mained the character. Once again, I'm part of the problem, but uh, like the dedicated mains, like they will spend the money until a certain point, though.
Which point?
That's the thing. What is the point? What's the line? And I think behavior is trying to figure that out. I mean, we can all say like we're not like we shouldn't be experimented on and all this stuff. Welcome to capitalism.
Yeah.
If you're part of a product, you're a part of the experiment, unfortunately. Um, and you know, I think Sable's going to go through the same thing. I think they're testing the waters with Gabe and Hattie. At least they tried to, and they also like once again they did the same thing League did, where they release a skin for like an unpopular character like Gabe, and they have to ask themselves, did the skin not sell because the character was unpopular or because the skin sucked? And how did
With
they fully
Gabriel's
determine
case,
that answer?
with Gabriel, that's one of the most, for me, surprising cases because Gabriel is attractive. And Gabriel had a very, very meta perk
Mm-hmm.
made for this. It was everywhere. So I still find it. I think Gabriel, as a character, was indeed hurt by cosmetics. I myself, when I saw Gabriel, I was super hyped because I wanted. I don't know if Gabriel is Latino or not, but like Gabriel is like a Latino name, I guess, and
Mm-hmm.
I wanted a more representation from that. So I was gonna potentially make him my main because Ace. I literally main Ace because he was Argentinian,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the closest thing to Spanish we have. But like, then I saw the recolors, and the very like Gabriel. This is objective, and I wanted to make a video for this for a long while. I don't know if you're aware, but when Hadi released, she had very bad recolors.
Yeah.
The default sucked, and the only cosmetic she had was a very rare, which was a set. So sorry, and the other one was a anniversary cosmetic. You remember the one with the mask,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
those were the only options for Hadi. If we wanted more, she released with two skins which were in the game files that were later released for Twitch Prime. The green rarity ones, where she has glasses and stuff. I don't know if you know which one I'm talking about.
I think I own them. Yeah.
Okay. Yes or no? Sorry, I didn't understand.
I know which ones you're talking about. I think I own them.
Well, so Hadi was released with that, right? Gabriel was released with, again, a bunch of common and uncommon recolors which sucked because they didn't change the orange vest of Gabriel. I have no idea who greenlighted that. Who said, yeah, you know what? Gabriel should use yellow, orange always. That's such a massive opportunity to make like flashy, I don't know, purple, whatever. But the thing is, the other outfit that was released with Gabriel was a spacesuit with the crystal on the head.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Then later they added the Rift with the Gabriel, which only added like a orange, again, orange cosmetic, and a haircut, which was basically the same as default, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those two characters, everyone says they got set up. I fully agree. Why? Because let's compare that to Vittorio. When Vittorio released, he released with really cool recolors. Really cool, I even own the white one. Then he released with two green rarity cosmetics, which are the ones with the bandana on the head, that like the different jacket. You know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And then he released with not only one, but two very rares. One was the shirtless with blue, the other one was shirtless with orange. So already from the start, they designed Vittorio with way more skins than Hadi or Gabriel. That's objective. Let's compare that to I know it's unfair, but like Talita and Renato, right?
Mm-hmm.
So those characters released with decent recolors, I would say, and then one very rare for each. That's it. For Talita, it was the yellow pants with a hat. With Renato, it was the shirtless cosmetic with the blue hat and the blue thingy. So, okay, we can debate that those characters are two, right? So they had to put twice the effort. Okay, but then we got Sable. Sable released with some of the coolest recolors, two green rarity cosmetics, the one with the puffy hair and the shirt
Hmm.
and the pants, and then two very rares with the cat ears and stuff. So my question is, why didn't Gabriel release with two rare cosmetics and two very rares? Why didn't Hadi release with two rare cosmetics and two very rares? Why only Vittorio and Sable, which are objectively, yes, sex sells, everyone knows that, but isn't that like objective proof that Hadi and Gabriel were set up?
I would say so. I think the thing the where we can't get the definitive answer, because I do agree with you, is the why. The why is, I think, that the answer we can't fully get,
I
because
mean, I
they
don't. Yeah.
well no, because my thing is, behave even from like a company or even a moralistic standpoint, company money wise or whatever. Why would you put all this effort into these characters if you knew they weren't going to sell? Why would you set them up for failure? That would be my only counter to it.
My counter argument to that would be that they've said already that survivors are not as important as a killer. I think a killer is the character that sells a DLC, and anytime they add a solo survivor, it has to be someone that can stand their ground, and that's why the only original survivor they made solo was Michaela, which included the super powerful boon perks, and
Hmm.
she's attractive. Like she's the witchy TikTok, aesthetic, which is super like wanted for a lot of like young people,
Hmm.
especially. So in the case of a chapter, like I mean, you're gonna pay for in the worst case scenario, behavior only gets $5 for singularity, or they get $7, which so that means Gabriel technically costs two, like 2.99, I guess, right?
Right.
So by that point, they already own it, they already paid. What's the point? They're still making money. uh, like they need a survivor because they need new perks. That's the only way to introduce new perks, which is a problem as well, in my opinion.
Mm.
I think I would rather they. A lot of survivors lately, I think they came with perks that are not exciting at all. Alan Wake was a massive disappointment, in my opinion. Lara Croft could have. I mean, finesse is cool,
I like
but
Champion
like
of Light.
Champion of Life is the best one he got. But like, would you buy Alan Wake just because of that perk? Because I think comparing to Michaela, who had the boons mechanic, like wow, or Nicolas Cage plot twist. That's wow. That's unique. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Lara
Um,
Croft, she sells.
yeah,
Buy her.
me personally, I would have bought Alan Wake for Champion of Light alone, honestly.
Okay.
But that's just me. That's just me.
Yeah, yeah.
But I think the other thing with it, and we were talking about how survivors are only skins. There is, and I say small in the relative sense. There is one small thing they could do to the survivors, and they said they might do it soon.
Hmm.
That would make them different enough and actually kind of warrant the pricing on them. That it wouldn't just be perks. Give them
Oh,
voice lines.
ah,
If
yeah.
Gabe had voice lines to like more extenuate his personality, like I think that would be enough to help.
Mm.
Because like I said, I main Zarina. Zarina has no voice lines. I also main I say also, but I play Alan Wake as well. I don't play him as much, but the thing I love when I play Alan Wake is the voice lines. That's like the main
Ooh.
reason I play him.
It's curious how they do voice lines on the lobby, but not in game for Gabriel and Sable.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Sable does. I didn't even think about that. She doesn't have voice lines in game, does she?
Yeah, in game, no, she doesn't. She only has voice lines in the lobby, and they are annoying. I'm not gonna lie. They're like,
But that's the thing, because it's like, because at the end of the day, because the survivors are just skins and cosmetics, obviously the better looking, conventionally attractive ones are the ones that are going to sell.
yeah,
So
it
if you
happens with
add,
any game, sadly.
yeah, but if you add voice lines, add ways to extenuate their personalities more, there would be other reasons to buy the character. I
Yeah.
maybe it wouldn't be by much, but I feel like it would help.
Honestly, if they gave me the opportunity to be the CEO of Behavior, I'm sorry, but the mentality of survivors are just skins. I would completely trash that out. Make each survivor have something unique about them. I know why they did it in the past. The reasoning they said is because they want you to. The original survivors were basic, were Dwight, Meg, Claudette, Jake. They said one of the things they wanted from survivors was for them to be like just people, not some superhero, just people, like
Mm.
someone you could meet somewhere, and they are now in this terrible fate. Just so you as a player like connect more with that character. So that's why they said maybe you want to connect more with Claudette, but maybe you like more the playstyle of Dwight, and then you have like a hard choice, like, oh, but I want to play Claudette, she's so cooler. So they decided to go with the route of, okay, survivors are purely skins. Problem is that nowadays, I mean, first of all, the more survivors they add, the more they clutter. In my personal opinion, this is going to sound super harsh, but I genuinely think that there's some survivors that honestly they if they remove them tomorrow, I wouldn't even care. And I think that's the reason why they are doing more solo killers. um for example, if they added Andy from the Chucky films,
Hmm.
besides diehard Chucky fans, who's gonna play Andy? That's what's happening with Yoichi Asakawa. That's what's happening with Ash Williams. Ash Williams is a super popular character, but check the stats. He's one of the lowest. He has cosmetics, he had a rift, he has cool voice lines in the lobby and stuff.
Hmm.
But like at the end of the day, they don't care as much for Ash. Same with Ellen, sadly. Same for like. Let me go to Nightlight because Jonah is they remove if they remove. I know that people like him, but if they remove Jonah tomorrow,
I
I
forgot.
think the vast majority of people wouldn't even know.
I
Like they
le-
wouldn't notice.
I legit forgot Jonah existed until you said
Yeah, they would be like, wait, wasn't there like one more survivor? Ah, who cares? But then on Twitter, the Jonah mains would be crying. Detective Tap.
it.
Was anyone happy when they added an anniversary mask for Detective Tap? I haven't met a single main. Quentin Smith. The only reason people play he has one of the lowest pick rates. The only reason people play Quentin Smith is because of the meme of like, oh, he's the meme character of this game basically. He's like the wild card. But then another character that, in my personal opinion, is completely relevant, Aestri Yazar and the Bard dude.
Hmm.
If they just added Vecna, I mean, it's sad that we wouldn't get the perk of the guitar or whatever, but like, I haven't seen Esther on my matches. The only characters I see are Sable, Lara Croft, especially Lara Croft. Like, she's super massively popular.
I think.
Michaela, Ace Visconti because he's like, competitive. He has the competitive thingy.
I mean,
Renato is another character that got popular because of competitive. Like Renato is more popular than Talita, even though like it contradicts what I said in the past, where attractiveness and being a
mhm.
female will beat you. No, Renato has a higher pick rate.
I,
Vittorio,
I,
like,
I think another factor is the way that things are unlocked for Survivor.
what do
Uh,
you mean?
so like I said, I main Zarina, right?
Hmm.
But I also play Alan Wake, but I don't play Alan Wake as much as Arena for another reason because I don't have that many items on him.
Ah, I see. Yeah,
Like even if I had all the perks unlocked, I still had to purchase all the items because
yeah.
they're not shared. Even though the survivors are the same, there would be like I can't think of a reason to not just have that stuff be shared between survivors.
The reason is funny. I was gonna make a video about it way in the past.
Uh-huh.
Uh, it's super stupid, but basically, and this needs a bit of context. In the past, people when the blood wave was super hard. I don't know if you played. No, I don't think you did. But basically, in the past, the blood wave was super hard to grind. It was super grindy. Everything was expensive and stuff. And the blood points you gained were super small. And people were like, "Why don't you make blood points double baseline? That
Mhm.
feels so much better." And behavior said because of the blood point economy, and everyone memed on it like, "What blood point economy? What the fuck are you talking about?" Actually, they were right. Nowadays, because of Prestige 100, you can run any add-on you want. It's no longer rare.
Right.
Every Michael will run Tombstone. Every survivor will run the best medkit they have with Styptic or the other. In the past, a brand new part was rare because it was actually rare, especially with the Prestige. Because when you Prestige, you everything got removed. Nowadays, I have so many brand new parts that I cannot run out of them.
I
I
mean,
can play every single match now till the end of times with brand new parts or styptics or the I forgot the anti-hemorrhage syringe, I think it's called.
mhm. I mean,
Same with killers.
yeah, I have like 500 of every add-on on Chucky.
Yeah, you can do whatever build you want with Chucky. So the fact that they made the blood wave, sorry, more easier, and the fact that blood points are easier to get now, made it so that ultra rare is now no longer a problem. I can with unknown, I can run every single match till the end of times. The matchbox, I think no, the thingy that makes when generators are repaired,
Uh,
everyone like
Vanishing Box,
yeah, vanishing box, and the other common add-on, which was like the when you
blurry,
teleport. Which one? Sorry.
blurry photo.
Yeah, I can run that till the end of times. Whereas in the past, because I played on 2016, playing with the tombstone for Myers to get achievement was rare. Like you were going to, okay, this is my only chance. Let's like, oof, let's prepare. Nowadays, stone here, stone there, and it's the same. When I play as a survivor, and you see them with a medkit, it's so common that you have to play countering it, even if they don't run it. It's like decisive strike. You have to play as if the survivors have decisive strike. It's insane. If you see a toolbox, it's a Commodius. Never missed. Every time they bring a toolbox, it's either the anniversary one or the Commodius. If I see a flashlight, it's going to be the best flashlight they can like. It's not rare anymore, and that hurts also chests. That's why I wanted to make a video about like reworking chests, because the only solution I have to that is to either completely rework all items, so there's a different. But like, how do you fix the rarity problem that they already did? Like I know people are clowning on behavior because of the like, oh, the bloodborne economy. What are you talking about? But they were right.
I mean, yeah, I think the rarity problem of add-ons and such is just it's honestly superfluous. It doesn't even it would be one thing also if it implied strength, but it doesn't most of the time.
True. Yeah.
I mean, like you just mentioned, like unknown's two best add-ons are a green and a brown.
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
Chuck,
I would argue that's I think a different change in philosophy for them,
mhm.
because in the past the Iridescent were like super good. The Wraith Iridescent was fantastic. Huntress Iridescent was fantastic. And nowadays they are more like, let's change the like a secondary power. Like this is a different playstyle. I would rather do that, but that's still like the old game design of busted add-ons still exists with the tombstone piece, the brand new part, the anti-Semitic hemorrhagic or whatever stuff. Like, oh, did I say anti-Semitic? The anti whatever, I don't know.
uh,
The purple thingy, I don't know the name of it. Like
Styptic,
anti-septic.
Styptic,
Like
yeah.
there's so yes, styptic. There's so many like overpowered things. Why wouldn't like people run them all the time? Especially with prestige now. Now that your items don't get reset, I'm sure any Prestige 100 has like infinites basically. You yourself, are you a Chucky Prestige 100? I
Yeah,
assume so, right?
yeah, I'm prestige. I got it a couple months ago, but yeah, I'm prestige 100. I can run literally anything I want. I
Yeah, you
have
said it.
I have 1,500 cakes on Chucky.
Yeah, it's insane. That's what I mean. Like the Bloodpoint economy is broken, and so going back to the thing that you suggested about like sharing the offerings items, that would make it so that you could like, I would get a massive bust from that. Massive.
Hmm.
If I already have enough overpowered anti, what was the name? Anti.
Anti anti the anti hemorrhage syringe.
Yeah, and the other, the anti styptic
Styptic,
something.
yeah, styptic agent.
Yeah, imagine the ones that I have on my other characters. Like that would, I mean, it wouldn't break the game because it's already like the economy is fucked. But you know what I mean. It would make.
Yeah,
I don't know if you feel the same when you spend points on a survivor. Doesn't it feel worse than a killer? Like with a killer, this add-on, this. With survivor, the 99% is trash.
yeah. I mean, it depends on the killer, but yeah, for the most part.
Yeah, I
Um,
mean, I'm not talking about Pyramid Head Nemesis or like
I
for
mean,
survivor.
with Pyramid Head, I'm kind of excited to do the blood because yes, I can finally play the character now. But Yeah, I get what you're saying, but like I said, with my point with it was just
Hmm.
because they're not pulled up. It's like a new survivor drops. You prestige them to get the perks, and
Hmm.
then like you have to make the decision: do I swap over to this character and kind of like put more points into them to get the items I want and need, or do I just play the character I already have with all the items I could ever need? And that's what these newer characters are competing with.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I would for sure, if I had the chance, if there was a DBD2, I think making survivors with their own powers, not powers, but like something, I don't know, something. One of my oldest ideas was for Claudette, since she's a botanist, she would be able to, in the map, find maybe pustula flowers or something like that, that it would boost her as a healer. She would be able to heal the rest better. And no other survivor would have access to that only because she's a botanist.
Mm-hmm.
She's an expert on that. Maybe, for example, for Dwight, since there's like the meme with lockers and stuff, maybe Dwight doesn't get the blindness effect when he enters a locker. Maybe he gets a benefit or something like that. With the Meg, obviously, it would have to be something with like exhaustion or whatever. And I know it would make survivors um, overpowered and stuff. My counter argument to that is that right now, even though survivors are skins, people play Ada Wong a lot because she is quieter than the rest of survivors. And I think her steps are quieter too, or something like that. Ada Wong is played on competitive because she offers a competitive advantage. Why do people play Ace? Because he's quieter. He has a lot of people like it's a meme back in the days. Ace has built-in Iron Will compared to Jeff. He's thin, he whenever he's hurt, he doesn't cry or moan. Rebecca is paid to lose. You hit her, she's gonna moan for 15 seconds before she stops. You can, as a spirit, you can hit a Rebecca, start the power, and she will still moan by the time you hit her. Like, it's insane. Bill, whenever he walks, he makes like the loud breathing noises, you know. So even now, you will see in competitive matches that people play the same shit constantly.
I, I
So
I was
sorry, yeah,
I think a simpler solution
yeah,
to like
which one?
not obviously make it too overpowered. I've always and some people have suggested like a fifth perk slot, but I don't even think that's necessary. If just like one of their perk slots had to be one of their perks and it gets like a tiny benefit.
I mean, it would be a massive shift on balance because that would be a fifth perk, technically, no? Or
Well,
you mean
no,
like
no,
they
no,
have
no.
to?
Like so you'd have your three baseline perks. They can be anything you want. The fourth one has to be one of the character's personal perks. But it
That
gets
wouldn't be good in a game design aspect. That wouldn't be good. That would limit a lot of builds for survivors
mm,
because maybe there's like some builds that people want like to run where you no longer can do that because they require I don't know. Like, no, wait, actually,
well no,
wait, no, it would
it'd
it
just
would.
be one. You just have to swap to that
Yeah,
character.
exactly. You would have to swap to like, for example, for a chess build, you would have to play either Elodie, Lara Croft. No, yeah. Now that I think about it, I don't know. For some reason, I thought it was going to be way more limiting than this. But no,
No,
actually,
it'd just
it's
be
still
one.
one.
And like I said, it should give it a tiny buff. Like if that character's being used. So like appraisal, just make it so if Elodie's using appraisal, like she you pick that perk, you just rummage a little faster. Nothing game breaking.
Mm, yeah, I see. I would. I think I would still go with something like a small passive or something like that.
My only
Just,
issue,
just
my only issue with passive is I feel like it would add way more complications on trying to balance.
true, true. That's true.
And you could argue the same for my system too, but I feel like it'd be a lot easier to
Your
like
system technically is already in the game. That's the difference, I would say, right?
yeah.
Like mine would require create new effects for everyone that would fit those characters. Yours is like it's already in the game. They would just need to limit. But I don't like the idea of limiting player choices as a player.
Mm-hmm.
That's my only like.
Because I'm trying to remember how VHS did it. Because they did something similar to what you're suggesting with the passives.
Then they have classes like on Killer Clowns.
I think Killer Clowns has passives as well. And then the
Yeah,
way
they have classes where like if you are a hero, you're on, I don't know, you're stronger. Even in Friday, each survivor, Friday the 13th, sorry, each survivor had like a different skill set. One run faster, the other had better stamina, one had more luck, for example, to find better stuff naturally.
I mean, I'd be fine if like the survivors like I don't even think it would have to be individualistic, right? I think
In
we
classes, you mean?
yeah, I think we could literally just do that. Like, I mean, we saw it with 2v8. We could just have a class system. Like the first four survivors, you've got a medic, a scout, a guide, and a and a and a runner right there.
Hmm.
And just apply those four to every other survivor.
Yeah, the problem I think is that this entire topic would require DBD to change fundamentally.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's like so. It's a hard topic
I don't know.
because
I kind of wish we would get a patch that like I know people hated 6.1. I know people hated it. I want another 6.1.
you know the problem, especially with this now.
Hmm.
It wouldn't be accepted well.
No,
That's the thing. Either of our options would be accepted well because people don't want to play Yoichi because suddenly he has paranormal powers and he can, I don't know, do something with his mind. They want to play Sable, I guess, or Meg, as
well,
they have been playing for 8 years, you know. So adding such a drastic change now, I think it's way too late.
no, that's why with my suggestion, like I said, with those four classes, just apply those four classes to every character. So let's say Yoichi was a medic, so you can either
Hmm.
play Yoichi or you could play Claudette.
No, no, but that's the point. People want to
Oh,
play what they want with
okay.
the perks they want.
I see what you're saying. Okay,
It's
yeah.
it's like too late. Like if the game was built from the start with that system, I would 100% would it would be better in my opinion in the long run. Right now, it's like everyone is maining a character because they have a type of connection, I guess, with the survivor.
Mm-hmm.
They like it because of certain, I don't know, because maybe they share the same culture, maybe because they look like like that survivor, maybe because they like the story behind it and they like resonate with it. So making a change now where you are technically, I'm not saying
Mm-hmm.
forced, but technically forced in order, let's say a Hadi who loves chests, but now she has to play Lara Croft or Elodie.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I say like I think it's way too late for that now.
I gotcha.
So on this topic, honestly, I think it's just a discussion with no solution,
Yeah.
and I am not gonna blame behavior for this. Like we both agreed, behavior is a business first, and
Did you?
certain survivors sell more. Like that's a objective fact.
Fun
And
fact. Business talk real quick. Fun fact. Did you know that most game companies hate it? Hate the idea of people maining characters.
because they want them to try new stuff and spend more, right? I
Yes,
assume.
that's part of the reason. Yes,
Hmm.
it also makes balancing games very hard for them.
True, because one doctor main, for example, is super strong, and now they have to consider whether to. Yeah, it's like this skill ceiling, was it? I think.
Yeah, skill ceiling. Yeah,
Nah,
it's one of those. A lot of game companies despise it. Oh, Blizzard has gone on record saying that they hate people who main characters. They hate it so much. Um,
well,
it makes them less money, and it makes the game more difficult to balance because now they have to take into account the people at the high end on those characters specifically.
hmm.
It's yeah. Also, speaking of reasons to main survivors, by the way, the reason I main Zarina is actually really dumb. I mained her because no one played her.
Oh, to stand out or what?
Not to stand out, just I was like, why does no one play this character? And I was like, you know what? Sure.
Okay, hey, that's a fair. I know a lot of people play Quentin because he sucks.
Because it sucks.
They are gonna. There's no one on this earth that is going to convince me that they play Quentin because they like his character on the movie. Maybe one, two, three, maybe, and I think that's way too much already.
I
The
don't.
vast majority of Quentin players they play him because he's like that one character that sucks, that has no cosmetics, and it's like I don't know. It's like an archetype that is on. Isn't there a character on League that nobody plays? But then there's like diehard mains. Wow, this is the best character. Why? Because nobody plays him.
Singed.
Well, for me, he's the Singe of DBD.
It's a singe
And
of
I
DVD.
swear, because with Freddy, at least you have like a new gameplay that is unique to Freddy, even though it's boring as fuck. But with Quentin, what do you get? Zero cosmetics, and you won't get anything in the future.
Got a beanie.
But it's meme, exactly. It's meme value. Quentin is the meme of this game. That's why characters like Hadi or Gabriel don't fit them, or Yoichi. It would be more fitting with Yoichi and that stuff because we already have a meme character, and that's the Goblin.
Yeah.
I mean, he's now attractive, but like in the past.
To be fair, though, I know you said like people aren't saying like because they liked his character in the movie. To be fair to Quentin, he was like the best part of the remake.
Oh, could be. But is he better than the rest of characters in DVD? Like, is he really the stand? Like,
No.
you know what I mean? When I compare Quentin with, I don't know, Nicolas Cage,
His
or
perks aren't even that good either.
yeah,
I love pharmacy, but it's not that good.
I have a friend. He means Quentin. Why? Because literally because of that. Nobody plays Quentin, and seeing a Proceed 100 Quentin is unhinged. Like, what are you doing with your time?
Same with Tap. Same with God, I'm trying to think of another one. Like even Ash to a degree. Ash is like a kind of a meme character too.
Have cosmetics at least, and there's a chance that maybe in the future they will add more. Because with Ash they added the Rift, with Tap they added the Rift and the anniversary thingy. So there's a chance, even if it's small, there is a chance. With Quentin, you're signing a deal. Your character is not getting shit. Enjoy.
Do you know the story behind the Nightmare license for Dead by Daylight?
Yeah, I think it was because they had to rush it. Like, they were doing Leatherface, then they got the license or something, and they had to rush it.
So the ongoing it's not really a theory. It's been proven a little bit, but so that is true. They were working on Texas Chainsaw at the same time they got Nightmare. But the way they got Nightmare wasn't how they'd gotten every other license. Normally what happens with the licenses is they go to the companies and ask them, hey, can we use this? Nightmare was the exception. They went to them and they said no. Then the game started getting popular, and then the company that owns Nightmare, I'm trying to remember who it is, it's not New Line anymore, came to them and was like, hey, put this in the game or you're not ever getting it.
Oh, I see. So it was like...
That's part of why it was so rushed. I'm convinced that's why there's no skins for Quentin or Freddy. Because they don't have a good standing with that company. The company was basically like, here is your stuff, and we're gonna leave now.
It's problematic. I think even Mortal Kombat, the Freddy they got was the remake one, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's because
the license was expired. You cannot get the Freddy anymore.
It's so weird, and Freddy, like, it's a shame too. Freddy's like the one of if not the most iconic slasher. And
wow, if he got today the voice lines, I'm so sad. Like, for real, so sad.
If they didn't rework Freddy at all and just gave him the voice lines, I think he would actually, his popularity would shoot up.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember people way back when Freddy was leaked as the Sandman. People were saying, "Nah, there's no way it's Freddy. Freddy, the entire point of Freddy is the trash talk." And the devs have said no one is going to talk in this game.
They said that?
Yeah. In the past, they said that no survivors and no killers will ever be speaking inside the Entity's realm. They said that in various live streams as to why survivors, like, they can say, hey, run, come with me, or like a killer maybe. For killers, it was understandable, but like the question was why survivors didn't talk. They said no survivor is ever going to talk. They broke that with the Plague. The Plague was the first character to talk, but she talked in a prehistoric, like old language.
Yeah.
And so she was like the exception, right? And then we got Trickster. If I'm not mistaken, Trickster was the first character to fully speak in DVD in Korean.
Yeah, and he's got closed captions. You can actually.
But again, exactly. The captions were not when they were not added when Trickster was released.
Oh, really?
So when you played, if you didn't know Korean, you heard like sounds kind of bad, but you wouldn't understand it. Like, oh, it's just like Plague. It would be the exact same feeling. But for Koreans, it's like, wow, my character is saying shit. Wow, that's so cool. And then they added Nemesis with stars. The survivors of Resident Evil didn't speak yet, by the way. The voice lines were added with Wesker. And then they added Cenobite. Cenobite was the first character who spoke in English in DVD.
And then Wesker.
then Wesker,
Singularity.
then for some reason Gabriel released with voice lines. Even though Yunjin was the first character, Yunjin, if I'm not mistaken, was the first survivor to speak. No, it was Ash Williams. Sorry, Ash Williams released with voice lines. But in terms of original survivor, Yunjin, along with Trickster, she spoke on the teasers. You can hear Yunjin speaking in some teasers.
Yeah.
She doesn't speak in game. And then it was Gabriel. Gabriel spoke on the trailer and on in-game. He has voice lines, and then they just went wild. Nicolas Cage was the first one to speak in-game. Alan Wake, Lara Croft, and I am sure the rest of licensed survivors will like speak in the game.
I mean, like I mentioned it earlier, I still think it's a very important thing that they need to start adding for especially on the survivor side.
Yeah, I agree. It would be weird in my opinion, especially for like old characters. I think
I,
there's a charm.
that's the problem with older characters, because someone brought this up in the AMA. They asked if they'd ever do it, and they said that they've talked about it and they're still trying to decide. One of the problems with some of the older characters, especially like the original four, they've been around for so long that the community has kind of made the personalities for them. That it's.
And also another problem. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say that they've been around for so long that the community's kind of made their own personalities for these characters. That no matter what they do, the devs, it will be wrong.
I mean, it can be defended with the lore and the cosmetics lore. Like you can make Claudette suddenly be like a punk, like Nia. No, she has a background clearly already as a like nice person, botanist. Smart. They can't suddenly make her like a, I don't know. She likes to tag on the asylum like Nia. And also, they can't make Nia the runner. Like that's Meg. So on that aspect, I think they did already make like Dwight is a coward, Meg is a super strong runner, Claudette is a botanist, super smart, and then Jake is like a survivalist, I guess. But what I was gonna say, another issue with the original survivors, and especially like the earlier ones, up to a certain point, they were voiced by developers themselves. They are not voice actors. In fact, one dude I think voices like 5 or 6 characters in DBD.
Yeah, I think the guy who does Dwight's voice actually does Myers' is.
Yeah, and the person that does Wraith, does Hillbilly, does Freddy, does Jeff.
It's I think that would be another problem. They'd have to bring in voice actors, and then they have to ask the question if they do the league thing, or if where they don't say who the voice actors are, or if they do say who they are.
I mean, we know who everyone is. They would have to change the voice lines, and I am not. No, sir. I want the original modes. They are not removing Dwight's modes or Claudette. They are iconic to the game. They cannot just do that. Nah.
Yeah.
They already took the atmosphere of the maps, and I was okay with that. But changing the voice lines of my OG characters? Hell no.
It's I mean, I could see them doing it for some more than others. Like, I think if they added voice lines to like Zarina, Yunjin, or not even Yunjin, they can't even really do it to Yunjin either because she has a voice actress. Yeah, it is more complicated than I thought it was. Then I mean, Nicolas Cage is literally voiced by Nicolas Cage.
But one thing though, like, let's say they do add voice lines to everyone, right? Now that I'm thinking of it, I don't think that would change. Like, at least for me, I don't care what they release in the future, because Lara Croft is like, she's my childhood in a way. I'm super like connected with Lara Croft. It's one of the games I played with my parents. So she should be like my main, and she has voice lines. But can she beat a goth? Like, you know what I mean?
Can she beat them?
If they added voice lines for Zarina, could Zarina actually compete with established characters like Feng Min, who also will get voice lines?
That is true.
Or Yeonjin, or like Yui, who has like the amazing skins they're releasing lately.
That is true.
It would be way too much effort for something that, in the end, because the reason I say this, when I check the list, the only character with voice lines that is popular is Lara Croft. Nicolas Cage, Ash Williams sits as the second lowest picked character in the game. Nicolas Cage sits as the One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, 10, 11th least picked survivor in the game. Alan Wake is close.
That's a damn shame.
And
But
they have voice lines in game. It's super cool to play them.
yeah,
But like again, even though I love Lara Croft, even though I love Alan Wake, even I really like the character, can they compete with a goth? Can they compete with the Ace Visconti, the character who already has the reputation of being the competitive tryhard character with
I'm
the iron will built in, with the smile? Like that's so much personality already.
I'm putting "Can that complete with a goth" on a T-shirt. I want you to know
I mean, but it's true. Like
that.
I wanted one in DBD because I find it insane that they didn't make any emo or goth or like alt representation. I mean, Nia, technically, but she's punk. She's more like punk
Yeah,
than
she's
goth and stuff. I'm surprised actually that they went the what's the word, easiest route, and they made her like as someone would call an e-girl. Like I know it's despectful, like they Sable is not traditional goth. Like
no, not at
she
all.
doesn't have
No.
the full makeup. She's more like a, I don't know, I guess a e-girl. If someone told me she plays Valorant, absolutely.
Hmm.
And I thought they would make something more like hardcore, more traditional. That I was surprised. But it's like you said, I think you said it before. They made her to sell. I
Yeah,
think I think a lot of people when they say, "Oh, we want a goth," whatever, like it's not the
they want
the.
the idea of a goth.
Mm. But I'm shocked that they didn't even make cosmetics because when I made way back, I made on Twitter a petition or something about that, which was really stupid, and it was such a what's the word? Like a coincidence that they ended up releasing her after. Like I know it's not because of me, because like the chapters take a long time, but I just wanted to like see the how many people would agree, like, oh, we actually do need this, right?
Hmm.
And I put pictures that were like of what I thought personally would be in DVD, and that's exactly what happened. Like it's the more I don't know, online goth, not the actual real.
Well,
I'm sure that they didn't like
y-
add any cosmetics yet.
yeah, it's the same thing with Michaela. A lot of people complain Michaela wasn't like a real witch. She was the TikTok witch.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. She's not like the Wiccan full on,
Hmm.
like with the. She's like a cosplayer of a witch.
Yeah,
It's funny. I mean, in lore, they even said that Sable doesn't like label herself as a goth.
yeah, no, no. I mean, when I crap on Sable's lore all the time. Yeah, if you read her lore, like actually read it, she's really not a goth.
Yeah, and the lore is so bad actually. Like
Um, it's
the
part of
lore is
it's part of the reason I hate her so much.
the lore is. I have no idea what they were smoking
Ugh.
when they. Why didn't they make her a unique character? Like I I legit think of them sitting behind the conception room, I guess it's called, like where, oh, who are we going to make? Hey, let's make you know what? Let's make a goth, but let's not say she's a goth. Like let's take advantage of the current trend that is online, where everyone on TikTok is like wanting the alt you know culture.
Yeah.
And
It,
how about we make her a Michaela friend, bro? Why? I don't understand that. There's already the dude
are
of
they
on Michaela's lore.
are they the first survivors to like have a connection to each other?
Let me think. In terms of
I
survivors,
never really thought about that.
do you count Alita Renato?
Okay, okay, fair. Okay, that counts, I guess.
Because if you like they are siblings and they came on the same DLC. If you're talking different DLC, I think no, actually, Felix and Elodie and
Oh yeah,
Inaru
yeah, they do cross.
the Faria lore, which they completely dropped.
That's true. I forgot about that. Yeah. No wonder I forgot about it. They haven't mentioned it in
Yeah.
so long.
They made Felix like a father,
Hmm.
autistic potentially, because I don't know, like in the lore they specify that he doesn't fit in. He like doesn't like he imitates what social people do just to get success in his business. He doesn't want that. That for me is autistic traits. But then the cosmetics he has, like, damn, that Renato is well done in my opinion.
as
Because
as
at least the crazy ones are because of Talita, and it makes so much sense. Like she's the sister that pushes Renato to be more like, be yourself. Like, come on, let's have fun. And Renato's like, come on, okay, because of you, sis. It's cool. But with Felix, he's a father. What is he doing? Like, there's some cosmetics that like,
I mean, he's got the Chris cosplay. I mean,
yeah, and the Rainbow Six Siege Blitz
oh
cosplay.
yeah, he does have the Blitz one. I forgot about that.
A lot of people trash on Feng, but Felix has 3 cosplays already. Resident Evil, Attack on Titan, and the Rainbow Six Siege.
I think the isn't the Resident Evil one the only one that's actually a cosplay though? Aren't the other like I know the Blitz one is actually Blitz, isn't it?
No, it's Felix.
Oh, it
It's
is.
Felix. And the same. Tubarão is the only one that is actually a character. They are legendaries. If they are the character, they are legendaries.
Okay.
In DBD, it's super smart in my opinion. For the Attack on Titan collab, they clarified it's cosplays. It's not the characters themselves. And I do enjoy that actually. I do enjoy that. But yeah,
Yeah.
any cosplays you see, they are cosplays. Even in lore, they are like cosplays. In the case of Min.
I mean, it's a really smart thing to do. It also means that technically, because I've talked about it with like Trapper and Huntress. Technically speaking, the Baba Yaga's in the game.
Yeah.
It's not a skin. Like as far as the lore is concerned, that is actually the Baba Yaga.
Yeah, that's so cool.
It
has so much potential.
Same with like Krampus. Same with there's another killer skin that's like that. I forget which one it is.
Naughty Bear?
Yeah, Naughty Bear. Naughty Bear's the other. Why is it always Trapper?
I mean, there's more. There's like the Minotaur, which is a Minotaur, the Blight Ferryman, the legendary like Birkin, William Birkin was it?
Oh yeah, Birkin. Yeah, he's technically in the game too.
Punk for Legion. One thing I do wish is that if I could like again, if I was the CEO of DBD and I could remake the game, add cosmetic powers. I think that's such a missed opportunity.
Oh, 100%.
Victor cannot be customized. One thing I'm going to mention in the future for Dracula, if you're playing with his shape shifting forms, you're not going to see your skin that you paid for. With Chucky is the best case scenario. Voice lines, you can see the skin constantly. Like Chucky is best value killer if you want to spend money. Dracula, the worst. Cenobite, you don't see the weapon.
Have you seen Dracula's weapon on the different skins?
No, it's the clothes. I assume it's the same.
It's they're all the same.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, but the skins are sets.
Yeah.
I'm curious how they're going to handle that little debacle in the future, but we'll see.
I mean, there's already skins that are like very minimal. Maybe they had a splatter of blood, or maybe the nails are a bit different. I haven't seen it actually. You make a great point. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I noticed it yesterday. I was in the store looking at the skins, and I was like, oh, well, what do the weapons look like? And then I realized that they're all the same. They're just named different.
Nah, that's absurd.
I think that happened with Nemesis too. The more I think about it.
Nemesis has the blighted skin, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, but it's a set, isn't it?
It is a set, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He doesn't have any individual ones. I don't think they could give him an individual weapon skin. I don't know. I mean,
Wesker again as well.
Yeah.
Like it's
because Chucky's getting the melted skin in a few days, and I've already seen it in game because leakers. But I'm really disappointed it's a set.
Yeah, as well with the stitched Chucky.
Yeah, I don't understand why they're set. Like, okay, the melted one I can understand to a degree, because it's like, oh, they don't want it to clip or whatever. I don't really care if it did, but whatever. I don't understand why the stitched Chucky's a set. I really don't.
I think it's just like I don't know if you saw the leaked Disney documents, but like they are anytime like it's the reason why the Scott Cawthon, the creator of FNAF, took so long, I assume, to add and I am almost sure that they are going to be sets as well. It's because they have like a vision of the brand, and they don't want any other like game to kind of taint it in a way. Like Scott Cawthon said it directly. Any license, like any game or something he collabs with, he wants them to be like protected by him in a way, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so I imagine that the Chucky license holders, they don't want to mix, they don't want to let you mix and match. Like Stitch Chucky is Stitch Chucky, and Molten Chucky is another thing. So let's not mix it up. Same with like Resident Evil. Like this is the Resident Evil 4 cosplay. This is for Ada. You know what I mean? Like with Alan Wake, they were super nice though, and with Nicolas Cage as well.
Mm-hmm.
And with Lara Croft, I'm shocked. Lara Croft skins are not sets. I'm actually shocked. They clip so much.
Yeah, that could be part of it. The only counter I can say is the sweater Chucky got.
True, but I mean those are like prestigious. You technically can mix and match prestigious as well
Yeah,
with
that's true.
the set, like Pyramid Head, for example.
I don't know. We'll see how it goes in the future. Because like Xenomorph, you can mix and match, except for the Queen.
No, you can't with the Xenomorph. They are all sets.
Wait, Grid is. I didn't. Wait, Grid's a
Grid
set.
is a set. Yeah. It's a Grid is a different species of, like, technically it has differences with the original
Oh yeah,
and
I
the clone as
didn't.
well. You cannot mix and match.
Oh, I don't know why I
The
thought you
only ones
could.
that you can, Ghostface, um, Alan Wake, Lara Croft, Ash Williams.
None of the
Who else?
licensed
I mean,
killers.
the old license killers, because they didn't create sets yet, as well.
Mm-hmm.
And who else was it? I think there was someone else, but I forgot. Oh, I forgot actually. But in terms of sets, I don't think that's the fault of behavior. Whenever they can, they do.
Mm-hmm.
I that's not something they can control. I'm 100% sure. The only thing I don't like is when the set is for no apparent reason. Like I would rather they keep sets for licensed content and that's it, or for some extravagant stuff. Because I'm shocked that the Yui cosmetic in the pass is not linked. I'm shocked. I thought it was gonna be linked, but it isn't. So they proved that they can make crazy unlinked sets. Same with the new Min Ultra Rare. It's unlinked.
Yeah.
And then we have the weird Felix cosmetic with the long flap behind that shouldn't be a set. In terms of licenses, I firmly believe Behavior did the best they could. Because why wouldn't they? It's not in their interest. So if we didn't get Butterbean for the Hellraiser DLC or Kirsty Cotton or whatever, that's because they couldn't. That's it. I don't think that's because they didn't want to.
No, I 100% agree. I mean, people bring Glenn and Glinda for Chucky as much as I complain, like it wouldn't work for the lore. Like if it was in the game, I would still be ecstatic. But I'm sure there's reasons they couldn't.
Mm.
Same with Cenobite. I'm sure there's reasons they couldn't do the female Cenobite.
I would love to see her, like, with the voice lines and stuff. Such a creepy voice.
Would have been so cool. It's just it's yeah. Once again, we don't know all the behind the scenes stuff, unfortunately. I mean, I say unfortunately, but it is what it is. And you know, to wrap this whole thing back up to the whole monetization thing, I think we've made it pretty clear that, and I mentioned it earlier, that we're pretty much in agreement on the monetization in this game isn't as bad as it could be, but that doesn't mean it can't be better. And the biggest outlier is the perks.
Mm-hmm.
And I do hope there is plans, because I feel like Behavior isn't completely ignorant to the idea.
It's the community.
Yeah.
If there's, I think I was the only person who started talking about even the notion that DBD could be pay to win, because I never, like, that was, sorry, I think I'm gonna sneeze. Oh, sorry. That was like one thing. I don't remember when. I was looking at like pay to win, what is pay to win, what is not. And then it hit me, wait, actually, DBD is pretty pay to win in terms of perks. Like the Ultimate Weapon, no, but it was before Ultimate Weapon. But like Medal of Man, Decisive Strike. Why didn't the community like complain more? I find it crazy how people praying for barbecue and chili to be in the scam of secrets was a thing. You know that when it doubled your blood points, I think it only appeared twice on the scam of secrets, barbecue and chili. And when it appeared, it was like the holy grail. Everyone was like, "It's here! It's finally happening!" Isn't that kind of crazy?
Yeah, it's like
It's an insidious problem that
mhm,
a lot of content creators don't care about, and a lot like when if you're invested in DBD, that means you will spend some money on it. Like the casuals, the voices that are not heard, those are the ones that suffer from the fact that DBD is pay to win. Because again, for me, the game is pretty cheap, like $7 a month. It's all good, right? And I have all the perks, so I don't notice how bad the things are because I take it for granted. If
mhm,
there's a new killer, I have bamboozle for that killer already. But when you are new and you're thinking like, okay, uh, the killers are tunneling me a lot. What should I do? Oh, you should get use decisive and off the record. What is that? Oh, actually, you're right. Like that's when it hits me. Holy shit, the amount of gated content there is in this game that are because if it were just killers, I wouldn't care. But like, I think we made it clear like 20 times already. Perks are game changing. Like they are competitive advantages.
mhm.
It all hit me when I think I watched some competitive DBD. It was during the eruption meta, and like a lot of people are like, "Oh, but the eruption meta is so bad." Blah blah. Okay, how do you get the eruption meta? As a new player, how do you get it? You have to pay for Nemesis, Sadako. You have to grind Doctor, and I don't remember the other perk. I forgot the fourth perk. Maybe
uh,
Brutal
I think
Pop.
the fourth perk was up in the air. Some people ran pop, some people ran jolts, some people ran but just discordance. It really just depended.
Mm. And so yeah, that's when I thought, wait, no, actually, I do know. I said it on my video about monetization. It's because I wanted to make guides for beginners. And
Hmm.
that's when I noticed how much time of my guide is okay, you should buy this character, grind him, you should purchase this character with real money, grind him, and then you can use this build. That's when I noticed it. Because one of my goals with my channel was to help new players a lot. Like, make kind of like Otsdarva, but like super casual. Like,
Hmm.
not high level, like, you just bought the game, what to do? And I didn't like the fact that
I mean,
one of the most searched things is which character should I purchase next? Like,
mhm.
bro, you're already
I was gonna bring that up. The most one of the most searched things for Dead by Daylight is which character do I buy first?
yeah, yeah. I when I did the CEO of that thing, I saw it like it's crazy, and then I thought like, wow, so many like, if I wanted to be a content creator, and my main content was gameplays, I don't have variety. Like the actual variety is when you have all perks.
Hmm.
Because maybe they buff one and suddenly it's super great, like off the record, which is a perk that not many players had before. Maybe one character releases with a fantastic perk like Ultimate Weapon or Made for This. Look at the machine learning. Machine learning was trash, but now, I mean, it was niche, but now machine learning is like actually really, really great. Friends Till the End is fantastic in my opinion. Like it's a fantastic perk. It gives value. It gives a lot of value for newer players. It tells you, it gives you value every time you hook. And newer survivors don't know what to do. Like, oh my god, expose. What does that mean? And they don't know. You see their auras because the game is not explained for beginners.
Non-conditional aura, by the way.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
it's so crazy. Like, even batteries included. For me, batteries included is one of my favorite perks on Trapper. I love it. I love the design of it. Like the fact that Gen Sweeper give you like a boost. It's super fantastic in terms of like the design for which character it comes with,
Hmm.
but also the effect. It's super funny. But like, why would someone purchase Chucky to get a perk that is only used for like 2, 3 characters? There's no point. So the true variety is for the people that paid, and that's when I started being more, let's say, aggressive with my opinion that actually DBD is pay to win. My problem, I guess, is because I used the incorrect words. I should have used pay to skip the grind or pay for convenience, which is,
Yeah, yeah.
I think less people would be like, oh, but DBD, oh, the nurse, oh, the whatever. You don't need perks to win, which is a blatant lie on high MMR. I'm sorry. Blatant lie.
Mhm.
I don't think a good killer can compete. I don't think Otsdarva can compete with zero perks unless it's nurse against a team of survivors with the best perks in the game. I think the difference is so vast that they will have to like completely fuck up the match in order to to win, which is why the experiment they did some years ago of like 30 seconds AFK, zero perks, zero add-ons, I personally think that's a bit BS because I mean, this is a topic for another
No, go
conversation.
on. You're good. You're good.
Like the vast majority of players are solo queue. Like
Hmm.
that's a fact. Even though we say, oh, Swift, nah, the vast majority of players are solo queue. If the kill rate proves this, the vast majority of like it's an objective fact. There are games like it's negativity bias for the human mind. You will remember the games where you get completely trashed, but you won't be remembering those games that you win easy
Hmm.
because they are just like oh easy. It's even not satisfying. So that's why there's a lot of complaining and stuff. But like they show the stats, the vast majority are solo queue. The problem is when you play, um, and I hold a very potentially hot take or not, but I personally think it's thanks to the fact that survivors don't know what they're doing and they are not playing optimally. The reason why DBD is still alive today, because I genuinely, firmly believe competitive DBD. No, DBD at its peak is boring as fuck.
Hmm.
In my personal opinion, and I don't know if you agree. When you see competitive Valorant, it's super crazy. The skill of like, wow, that's so cool. It's every round. It's like the way all five players play and everyone has the same chance. In DBD, it's basically how one dude runs a loop, which is busted. And if it's not busted, you get hit. And if the killer like you know what I'm trying to say, there are some skillful plays with mechanically intensive killers, but you won't see a Wesker doing like a what was the skinny bird I think it's called
Yeah.
tech on a competitive match or a hook tech, which that for me is impressive. The I don't know how to explain. Like
I mean, I've had this discussion. Like I said, I brought this up a little bit earlier with the whole skull merchant thing.
mhm.
Someone on Twitter was basically saying, I know it's Twitter, but the way it worked, someone said that something about skull merchants, just learn the counterplay and you'll be fine. And then someone responded to that and saying, well, skull merchant has no mechanical counterplay, so I don't care. I'm paraphrasing this. And my response to that was, does every killer have to have mechanical counterplay to be good? Like considered fun to play against?
Yeah, I would say it is obviously the killers that sorry, the players that liked the most liked killers, I guess, was Hillbilly back when you were punished for actually using your chainsaw. A lot of
Mhm.
survivors enjoyed it, and that's it. The rest are trash.
But
I don't like Wraith. I don't like. So yeah, I can.
but my thing is with how Dead by Daylight is designed, I feel like the mechanical side of it is the least important part. Maybe that's
I don't
just a
know.
me thing, but like that's the reason I like Dead by Daylight so much. It's not mechanically intensive.
I don't know. For killers, I do think it's fun when it's like mechanically intensive, like Wesker. When a killer offers a high ceiling, I think it's super interesting compared to one-dimensional killers like I don't know, Legion. I think is simple, and even Clown. I'm sorry for the 300 pages Clown guide, but it's like you said, it's more knowledge based rather than mechanical skill.
Yeah,
You know,
it
they
is
are more
100% more
powerful with
knowledge based,
Wesker.
yeah.
But like with Wesker and Blight, they are dynamic. They are like fun, in my opinion. They are some of the Huntress as well is super dynamic.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I'm not disagreeing with that point. My point is, I don't know the game like with those killers are the minorities, though.
Hmm.
That's my point. It's like we all keep saying we want more blights and stuff, but with the way the game is designed, it seems like we've been getting away from that for a long time.
Can I ask you a question? What do they mean by, because maybe I am not understanding this question well. Uh, wouldn't crouching and dodging the lasers and especially positioning yourself so that she cannot use the lasers count as mechanical? Like, what's the difference between dodging that and dodging a hunter's hatchet?
That's a
In
great
mechanical.
question and something I brought up with them. I was like, we got halfway through the conversation and I asked them, I was like, well, I think another problem here is that, and this is a problem with Dead by Daylight's community as a whole, we all have different definitions on what these things mean.
Hmm.
I the mechanical thing is something that I've asked many times and I've gotten like 10 different answers. what does mechanical skill actually mean? Is it only like the inputs and reflexes? Is that mechanical skill? Or is, like I said, is the knowledge part of the mechanical skill?
No, no, no. For me at least, mechanical skill is like you said, the reflexes, the movement,
Mm-hmm.
and in that case, DBD doesn't have much because the movement, the position and movement in a game like Valorant is significantly more impactful than in DBD.
Yeah, I
In
would
DBD,
agree.
you generally can play poorly, and just because of RNG or because of X factor, suddenly you win that chase. So for that, compared to other competitive, fully competitive games like League, even League is significantly more mechanically intensive than not even the hardest killer like Singularity can compete with Aphelios. Was it the character
Yeah,
that
I
has
feel
Aphelios?
it.
Like that's insane. But that's mechanical skill combined with knowledge as well. When do I use this? When do I use that? And for me, DBD has way more knowledge. I think a great example of this is Vecna.
Mm-hmm.
Vecna is not mechanical because the spells are basic.
Yeah,
It's knowledge. When
he's
to use what?
yeah, he's a utility killer.
Yeah, he's the example of like he's super complex because he has 4 powers. But genuinely, he's not complex at all. He's super simple. Same with Dracula. It's just too much text.
Yeah, at the end
The
of the
moment
day, once you know where to do what, that's all you need to know.
exactly, it's knowledge. I think there was a potatoes. I don't remember the name of the content creator. Taterhead potentially. He made guides for running loops,
Yeah, that's Saterhead.
and he
Yeah.
doesn't use perks.
Mm-hmm.
And he said it himself. What he does, anyone can do.
Yeah.
And I see that. I see that because it's true. Running a loop is different than, and this is something a position maybe a hot take, but I think Survivor is easier than Killer in terms of mechanics because with Killer you need the macro. You
Yeah.
absolutely need the macro, and that's something very hard to explain for new players. The macro gameplay of DBD as a
Well,
killer, that's why it's much stressful.
yeah, and I think that's also part of the reason some killers aren't very pop. I've said this before with Singularity. Um,
Mhm.
the way I put it is Singularity isn't a clippable killer
Yeah, I get it.
because a lot of like the skill for Singularity is camera placement, macro play, knowing where the survivors are at all time, knowing when to camera fake. A lot of this stuff you can't like make a 20-second clip out of and show the skill. You'd have to make like a
True.
3-minute video explaining everything you did.
And it's not even flashy. It's like, oh,
Yeah.
you're using your power, great. But with like Whisker, it's like, oh, this tech, this other thing
Hmm.
that puts them above the with hunters, the orbitals, for example.
It's the same
It's
thing. Same thing with clown, like you mentioned earlier. Clown is knowledge based. I used to main
Mhm.
clown, so when I see a good clown player who knows exactly where to place the bottles and how to do it, I'm impressed. I'm like, that's really cool. That was such a great play. But the average player sees it and they're like, all you did was throw a bottle.
Exactly. It's like what I would call insidious skill. You don't know how hard it is to do. I would say Survivor also is kind of insidious skill because they're like, if Survivor didn't take skill, why don't I win all my chases? Objectively, it does take skill. Like there is a skill component to DBD, even if a little, but there is. So like a person running poorly is noticeable compared to a person that knows how to run loops. But again, I think we both agree it's mostly knowledge.
Hmm.
When do I tile this? Which side do I run on? When do I go to this? Like where's the dead zones? It's all knowledge. Which part of the map is harder? It's like harder for the killer to chase in. One thing that a lot of new players do, like the beginners, they don't know how to zone in a pallet. They break it when they are zoned, giving survivors way more distance. And if I could go back, like I said before, I think the reason DBD is alive today is because survivors are, in a way to put it softly, they are not playing optimally
Hmm.
constantly.
Yeah,
And it's
I would
thanks
agree.
to that DBD is alive. I guarantee the moment every single player plays optimally DBD is the moment the game will die because it's boring, it's frustrating. That's the problem. It's extremely frustrating for both sides. Playing as a killer, it's supposed to give you a power roll, whatever, but not being able to chase a survivor. Why? Because they move. Holding W is insanely strong. There's no counter unless you pick a killer that counters that.
Hmm.
How do you counter holding W as a, I don't know.
Ghostface.
Yeah, as a Ghostface, you can't. It's extremely frustrating. Same with generators. I guarantee the moment survivors stop teaming up on gens, it's over. I swear, teaming up on gens is the reason why gens are not flying today. Anytime I play and the gens are flying, I know for a fact it's only two things. If they have strong perks for gen rushing, it was that. If they don't, that means they did gen separately. And I cannot like overstate, I think it's called, the strength of doing gen separately at the start. Even mathematically speaking, you start the match, which is the moment where survivors are at its strongest because all resources are in the map, right? And all gens are in the map. What do the majority do? They go to the first gen they see, and normally they spawn together. So they team up on a gen, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's, I don't know, correct my math, 40 something seconds? I don't remember.
Give or take, yeah.
Yeah, and so, which is why a lot of killers say that if they see 4 survivors spawning separately, it's bad. There's a mathematical reason for that. 4 survivors spawn, 1 on each side. They go to the gen and don't team up. That's 3 gens at worst that you are not defending and you can't do anything because there's 1 survivor that you're chasing, right? And the pallets are up. Everything is up. So by the time let's say that you are not good and you chase that one, it's one chase with 1 survivor. That means 3 gens are being completed. It's time you cannot get back. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that was happening to me. And once again, I was just testing out Dracula, but that was happening to me yesterday. I wasn't running any slowdowns. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to play Dracula. I'm going to try to get the Adept today. First 4 matches, like 3 gens would pop during my first chase.
Exactly. That's over. That's unless you decide to tunnel and camp or proxy camp, which is the other side, which is frustrating. That's, like at its core, DBD played at best is extremely boring and frustrating. And there's no skill truly because only 25% of the match is engaging with the fun part, which is the chase. The other 3 are just repairing. And again, how do you counter that as a killer? The only solution, which is why they are designing so many killers like this, is to have short chases, like with Chucky, Spirit, Hillbilly. That's the only way. So anytime there is a killer that cannot have slow chases like Sadako, they go straight to C tier. Original Vecna sucked because he was not able to get slow. Like you needed 40 seconds to get a spell back. That's way too much time. That's half of a gen.
I've talked
And
about this before. I actually don't find chase that fun.
oh, for real?
Yeah.
Why? Is it because it's like why?
It's really samey.
But then what do you find fun in DBD?
The macro play.
Defending gens.
Not defending gens, just the knowledge of knowing where everyone is and how to manipulate them.
Ah, true, yeah.
That's the part of the game I find the most fun.
And isn't that because the survivors themselves like are manipulable?
Yeah,
Because
to a degree, yeah.
I firmly believe like many times I've had matches where I'm like, this is why I'm not a DBD streamer. Because holy shit, it's so frustrating to get a Navy SEALs team. Like the problem of DBD is exactly that. Like there's so many factors, and if a survivor knows how to play, like I personally think there's no counter unless you decide to tunnel proxy. And is that fun for survivors? No. Dying on the first hook is boring. It's frustrating for the survivor that got chased. Maybe they had a daily, maybe they wanted to, I don't know, do something. They're getting small points, nothing, right? So even at its peak, it's boring. And let's go back to the example I said of the like 3 survivors are doing a gen, and you down a survivor, let's say that the chase took like 40 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now there's 3 gens that are half done.
And you still have to hook that person.
Exactly. Now one of them has to go unsafe. And that's where I come with the competitive survivors. If in the vast majority of matches, either they don't go or various go. But in the Navy SEAL matches, one will go with reassurance, come back, continue doing the gen. Oh, guess what? Now that person saves that hooked survivor, right? And you go after them. Because you cannot find the other survivors. Why? Because they're holding W before you reach.
I was talking to Rev, they're a trickster main. We were talking about this a little bit. I think that slugging is going to start to become the meta.
Could be. Like slugging forces survivors to like it's like starting time, and there is no safeguard. Like there's no borrow time when you.
It's not even just that. You keep your momentum.
True.
Like I think people forget. Like I think it's one thing on killer people forget sometimes is hooking takes time.
Yeah, that's why the party. No, the thing on the anniversary event was so strong.
Um,
Remember the
remote
remote.
remote hooks. Yeah.
It removes the entire gameplay aspect of I cannot pick this now because there's a survivor here that can pallet drop. Like I am not taking into account the fact that survivors can flashlight save.
Yeah.
Some survivors they decide where to, if they are good, they decide where they die. They can go to a corner just to take more time. They can die on a pallet knowing that there's another survivor. This is what I mean. The perfect team.
Hmm.
Imagine that reassurance, right? And then one survivor saves them. Oh, guess what? They have deliverance. Now that's and they buff the time a survivor is on a hook. So that's 10 extra seconds that survivors can just repair gens with zero pressure. Like you might think as a killer, okay, there's a like you have two gens, one survivor on a hook, which is with deliverance, and three survivors alive. What are you going to do? You can do nothing. There's nothing you can do as a killer unless you're super strong and you can end chases faster. And as you said, slug.
Yeah.
There's a reason why killer slug. That's the only way to actually keep momentum.
Even like with some of the changes they've done recently, and this isn't me necessarily like complaining about the changes. I'm just trying to analyze where the game is going because of them. We just had the sabotage buffs that honestly, I feel like once people realize how strong it actually is, we're going to see more Sabo plays. We just had the hook timer buff, or nerf, depending on who you ask, where it went up to 70 seconds. That 10 seconds doesn't seem like much, but it matters.
Are we talking about the same community who always said that every second counts in DBD?
Yeah, yeah, that's fair. But and then base kit borrow time, decisive strike, off the record, deliverance. The only thing you realistically have to worry about if someone's slugged is unbreakable. And honestly, if you get it out of the way early enough, it doesn't even matter anymore.
It doesn't matter, true. And that's where I was going with the it's boring. That's DBD at its best. Like at its we're talking about killers that are good. Is that really like fun? In my opinion, no. Like personally, I've seen so many competitive matches where the vast majority is pre-running, holding W, or the killer playing in a very disgusting way. I don't see flashy plays that I would see in in CS:GO. There's like some plays that are remembered for years. Like wow, the time I don't know Summit 1G hit a shot like this, or the no scope. There's nothing like that in DBD.
There's
You go
this.
for orbital. Yes, sorry.
I was gonna say there's this thing called Destiny 2 talks about this a lot. There's these things called hero moments. Like that moment where like someone does like someone on a team does something insane that causes the win.
A clutch?
Yeah,
Would it be
well, like
like
a clutch, but it's more. It's the term hero moment makes it sound.
English?
I feel like more appropriate, but Dead by Daylight doesn't really have that on the Survivor side. It happens sometimes, but the play is so risky that if it doesn't work, you just set your entire team back
Yeah.
completely. And that's why I feel like at the top level, people really don't do that stuff.
And another thing, in my opinion, but I don't know how much weight this opinion holds because this is like a let's say controversial part of DBD, right?
Hmm.
If you are able to do a hero moment to a killer, that means that killer is not good. Same with
Yeah.
the survivor. If you as a killer are able to down a bully squad, that means they gifted you the game. They are basically running to the hook to sabotage. They are not doing gens. They are trying to flashlight from weird angles. In my opinion, that's not impressive. Same with the killer. Like if I'm a survivor, I don't know. Does the CJ? If you as a killer fall for a CJ tech, that's completely skill issue on your part.
Hmm.
Either you were not playing at your maximum, like everyone has shitty matches and stuff. It's not skillful, in my opinion, and that's the difference between, in my opinion, cool moments of other games. In League of Legends, when one character beats another, it's like a mind game. It's like a back and forth.
Hmm.
I'm beating you. In DBD, it's you're dumb. You let it happen. If something if a hero moment happens in DBD, it's because the other side let it happen. And letting that happen is a mistake. Example, not looking at a wall when you pick a survivor, picking a survivor without checking if there's anyone nearby. What else? Not taking into account power struggle, for example, which is something I do. I'm not, if I know, for example, some head on is a perk that has the hero moment, right? The moment a survivor has head on, I know that. There's no way I'm falling for that. I bait them. I do like I don't know, and I bait them. And it basically always works. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
In League or in Valorant, I cannot say, damn, that team played like shit. They are just bad. No, they played at their max potential. It just, there was, you know,
I mean,
an outplay.
the background footage right now is actually a very good example of this. I am
Yeah,
playing Chucky on Badham. This is one of his worst maps.
look at that survivor crouching. That, for example, is the reason why if she was on another, like the fact that you are 3 hooks and there's 3 gens still left, that tells me everything I need to know about the match. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's
Like this, for example, this was cool. This was like a mechanical, um, dodge, right? The Hadi knew that you had the attack, and so she entered a thing. I would call that skill, mechanical skill. I do think that takes skill as a survivor. But if in this footage you are picking up a survivor, they are starting flashing you, and then they sabo a hook, and you don't drop the survivor, and you get stunned, or you go to a pallet and you get stunned, that's a skill issue.
yeah, I would agree to an extent.
Completely prevented. Chucky's slice and dice is like that's why I said the mechanical killers like Wesker and Hunters are kind of cool because like there is a dodge element to it. You know what I mean? Like I get why Skull Merchant or Knight are hated because truth be told, with Knight it's not as fun in my opinion to like outplay. It looks more like a bug in my opinion. I don't know if you've seen the new
Yeah,
counter.
they made the exploit like actually part
Yeah,
of the kit is basically what they did.
yeah, and again, if you let survivors exploit that, that's all on you in my opinion.
It once again, it's just it's. I think Dead by Daylight has never like, and I know people I hate saying it this way, but I feel like people have romanticized a bit too much, like the skill because even like Huntress, right? Like, I despise going against Huntress, and the only reason I despise going against Huntress is because of how many people zone with her.
Ah, yeah, it's the easiest way to play.
Exactly. Other than the self fulfillment of landing like sick hits, what reason do you really have to do it?
Hmm.
Same with like I mean I'm guilty of doing this on Deathslinger. I zone with Deathslinger all the time, or Pyramid Head. I mean Pyramid Head. I've talked about how if Pyramid Head lands a shot on you at max range, he loses distance.
I
Why would
didn't know
he
that.
ever go for a max range shot?
Same with the artist and the flashy, cross
Yeah.
maps. It's better to just use them on loops, and it's such a boring formula. I think that's more a problem of DVD's like limited design. Zoning is part of the game. Just like sadly, just like gen rushing is part of the game. Like what is my suggestion? Survivors shouldn't do gens at the start. That's their gameplay. Like DBD at its core, that's why I found in a way 2 versus 8 so fun. There's no perks, there's no add-ons. It showed how actually busted the vast majority of like stuff you can bring is. I firmly believe a lot of killers. I think it's known. No, it carries a lot of killers in the early game. Like it's a known fact. Same with like using gen regression perks is something you need in high MMR. Like
Would
I don't think. Sorry.
I was gonna say, would you hate it if I said I didn't like 2v8 at all?
No, I would understand it because it's. Is it because of the gameplay or because it's limited?
The gameplay.
Oh, then I mean, what's the word in English?
It's yeah. Well, that was just my opinion. I understand why people enjoyed 2v8. It wasn't for me. It was too chaotic.
Ah, yeah, I get
There
that.
was there was like I said, the thing I like about this game is the macro play, knowing where everyone is and knowing what to do when and where. In 2v8, that didn't really exist.
True. Yeah. And the aura reading, you see them always.
Yeah,
Survivors see you always. Yeah, no, I fully get it from that standpoint.
yeah. The variety thing, I don't really criticize it for. That'll get fixed in time, I suppose.
I've seen people crying that Huntress is like only Huntress, but I mean, when the other choices are Wraith, which most of the community finds boring, Trapper, which is like Trapper, Nurse, which is hard for a lot of players, and then Hillbilly, who's for some reason got butchered. It's fun. Playing Hillbilly, I like the idea of making what they did with Hillbilly, make him a support character. I actually enjoy that a lot. I
Oh
would
yeah,
love to
the
see.
the way I was playing Billy, I had my teammate would play Wraith, and I would literally
Mm.
just drive by every survivor.
Yeah, that's fun. I love the idea of a killer boosting another. I would love to see that more for like other characters.
It was also really fun because survivors would wise up eventually, and then they'd start letting me hit them to stop the exposed. It was
Hey,
actually,
that's interesting counterplay. That's what makes games cool. The counterplay, the interesting like tactics that requires knowledge.
mhm.
A new player might think, "Oh my god, I dodged that shot," but a good player will tank it because it's better. Like that's knowledge for me. That's not even. It's not skill. Again, we run back to the same thing. It's not skill. It's knowledge. If
Mhm.
you know, you will do something impressive. Which is it kind of like another thing I'm very strong opinionated with is the fact that DBD is not beginner friendly at all. At all. It's one of the most, and I know there's other games like that. Another game I play a lot of is Escape from Tarkov. You are
Oh,
literally required to
Jesus.
have a map open. You are required to have a map open on the second monitor. I don't know how people play without a second monitor, and you need the wiki to see the challenges. So I get that there's worse games, but I don't like I don't like how people use that. I think it's a logical like fallacy. Like,
I
why should I care?
the thing with that though, I will say,
Mhm.
I don't know a single modern game that's actually good for new players.
Modern game. Not counting single player, and I mean even Elder
Yeah,
New.
I mean, like I can't think of a modern PvP game that does
Mhm.
well with introducing new players.
Um, I personally think Valorant is very well explained,
I don't.
in my opinion.
I
You
don't.
have the champions. I mean, you can read I think I don't know if you can use them on the custom matches. If not, that changes my opinion on
No,
that.
it can. You
But like,
can. You can.
so you can read about them, and the biggest thing is that I get what you mean, but like in DBD, the problem is the variety is way too much.
Yeah.
In Valorant, Omen is Omen. He can do what he can do. You learn it once, that's it. In DBD, Chucky can have an add-on that reveals your aura, and you wouldn't know unless you knew about his add-ons previously. Chucky could have a perk that reveals your aura after hooking a like it's not just the power. It's the fact that there's 200 something perks that can affect like anyone can bring them. Same with a survivor. You're playing as a killer, suddenly you see a survivor standing up. But wait, what's going on? They already used Unbreakable. Wasn't it used once? Oh no, it's Soul Guard. I have Ruin up. You know
Oh
what I'm trying to say?
God.
But you know what? Like
Yeah,
it's
I get what you're
so
saying. Yeah.
complicated for a new like how would a new player know what power struggle is? How would a new player know what plot twist is? It's things that you have to explain. There's even some niche perks that you wouldn't have an idea that they are on play. Why is a survivor glowing on the hook? What's going on? Like there's so many things not explained that and it's like you need I always say it, Oddsdarva seminars. You actually need to watch like guides, wiki, you have to pass your mouse to read them.
I
And it's
did.
hard. For a new player, it's super hard. It's way too much info at the start.
I
In Valorant, it's simple. Sorry?
when I started playing Dead by Daylight, the first thing I did, I watched a 12-hour Ottsdarva video before I downloaded the game. That was the first thing I did.
Yeah, it's insane. Anytime a friend tells me to explain stuff, I'm constantly like, okay, what you just saw is dead hard. This survivor has dead hard. You have to hit them after. Okay, this one has life. Okay, look, he entered the locker. He has quick and quiet. Whatever. Like, I'm overcharging their brain. They are new. Why the fuck is the survivor downed? I didn't touch them. And same with mending. Mending is a like it's not explained anywhere that you have to stay still. How does it work? A lot of new players think exposed means that your aura is visible because it's not
That's what I
explained in the
thought it did when I first started playing.
shit. It's only explained in the tutorial, which the vast majority of survivors don't even know exists. And that's what I mean by I get your point because there's a lot of League of Legends. If you get in now, is super hard as well. But like in League at least, right? You know who you're playing against, and Jinx is going to be Jinx. She has these powers, that's it. In DBD, Chucky could see your aura. Chucky could suddenly have extra range in the end game.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly Chucky could have Noid. Oh, now you have to look Bones. Oh, why is he killing you? Because he has Devour Hope. Why am I oblivious? The game doesn't tell you nothing. That's what I mean. There's add-ons, which some can be completely like game changing, and then there's like the perks,
But I mean,
which again there's so many.
couldn't the
Yeah,
argument be that the information is there? You just have to seek it out.
but it's too much. That's the point. It's way too much information for a game that is also RNG reliant. When you are, I don't know, like, which games would you say are bad? So I can compare them. For example,
I would say Rainbow Six Siege, I
Rainbow Six Siege.
League of Legends,
Hmm.
Overwatch. Um, I would even say Valorant to a degree.
But in Valorant, Valorant is the game that I play like most recently.
Mm-hmm.
In Valorant, if you know, like, there's an omen, right? You know what that omen is going to do. Like, there's certain the smokes, they're only on certain places on the maps. Like, that's it. Like, the one ways is the highest skill ceiling with smokes you can do, I guess.
Maybe
Then there's the blind, right? Like, there's no way to make the blind last longer or make it so that if you blind a an enemy as omen, you see their aura. This is not told. Like, you know what you're getting. In League is the same. You know what you're getting. You can make the argument with the items. I don't know if the items in League are like drastically changing the character. Like make
depends.
face have another dash or something like that.
Some of them, yes.
The Hextech Gauntlet or something like that. I
Yeah.
think I remember. But like you learn it once and you know. In DBD, however, there's so many combinations, so many factors to take in, and the most important part, in Valorant or Rainbow Six Siege, the enemies will play the same. In DBD, you can choose to never play the other side. That limits your knowledge vastly.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a massive difference. In Valorant, what you can do, the enemy can do. In Rainbow Six Siege, again, what you can do, the enemy can do as well. But in DBD, I can choose to never play Survivor because it's not interesting, and now I don't know half of the content of the game. I
I,
need to learn the perks through like wikis or Oddsdarva.
I think I'm thinking of it more from like a more of like a what to do thing
Mm.
than necessarily like how all the perks work, which I think is important. I don't know how you would fix that.
It's impossible to fix because the game has so. The only thing they can do is make the teachings more accessible in game. For example, a killer power, show how it works in a video format. Like, see, okay, with the knight you can do this. Even make a tutorial for each killer. I think that would be very nice, so they at least know how they operate. That would solve another problem, which is like people trying a killer in a custom match against bots,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like a built-in tutorial for them to know. In terms of perks, that's complicated, but and I don't know how much space would making a video for each perk.
Well, because I mean Hearthstone would probably be the closest example to this. I mean,
Hearthstone?
yeah, because like new players playing that game wouldn't know what every single card does.
Would you consider Hearthstone a casual game? Because I don't. That's the difference. I don't see like people claim. If it's with friends, yes, like I get it, like in a table and stuff in person. But like the online game, would you consider that casual?
Once, would I personally? No, but I could see the argument.
Because I personally don't like you in Hearthstone. You're playing to like win. In DBD, I can see the argument of like the even if you die, you could have fun.
Yeah,
I don't know if in Hearthstone losing is fun, because it's a card game, so it's like there's no like hero moments or like you know what I mean. Like there's no more RNG factors. It's like pure skill and knowledge, in my opinion, which is different from DBD.
hang on, hold up, man. You just said
Yeah.
a card game doesn't have RNG.
Oh no, it does. Sorry, that's what I mean. That's what I meant.
Just making sure.
Yeah,
It's like that's like
that's the
half of
entire
a
point.
card game.
Yeah, that's the entire point.
Um,
Oh well, then yeah, I can see the argument of it being casual. But like, do players play it casually?
yeah, some do. That's the problem with the whole casual versus competitive argument is that you can play
Yeah,
anything casually.
yeah, that's true. You could play like even Valorant casually
I
or
do play
CS.
Valorant casually.
Yeah, they're rated, right?
Yeah.
But like, okay, I see the thing. In Hearthstone, does it? I assume there's two queues, right? One for casual, no risk attached if you lose, and one where you have a rank, right? Or no? Or
So
am I
it
mistaken?
has two. You have a level up system in the unranked mode.
But does it like? Is there a difference between a ranked and an unranked?
Yeah,
Like in Valorant or
there's a
in League?
difference. It's just in the unranked mode for Hearthstone, um, you like level up and get like there's basically a ranked mode in the unranked mode.
Oh, that's curious.
It's like MMR, but you see it.
But there's still separate queues, right?
Yeah, they're separate queues.
And do the ranked queues reward players for like reaching high stuff or no?
I couldn't tell you honestly. I would assume so.
Because then I would see like the biggest difference in DBD is the fact that casuals and competitive players are on the same queue. So you might play against a killer that just wants to chill as
Hmm.
a extremely competitive survivor team, and then play as a killer against like baby survivors. And the thing is, it's not their fault. Like if if you're a good player, why would you nerf yourself to like? I think DBD is the only game where people do that. I do that personally. If I see a survivor that is bad, I don't try to tunnel them out. I try to like give them some chases and stuff, ignore them for a while. And I think DBD is the only game where you like it's. How can I say this in words? Oh, it's complicated for me.
It's the only game where like you kind of I'm going to say this in the worst way possible. You kind of show pity to your opponent.
Yeah. Why shouldn't like seriously? Why shouldn't I slug tunnel every match? Why shouldn't I just bring the best items every single match and the best perks? I do it because I don't enjoy me personally. I don't enjoy DBD at the highest level, and I
Hmm.
would like the community to keep being like that. But like how do you make that? What in what game do they do that? DBD is the only one because I am not playing worse in Valorant for my enemies. Fuck them. Sorry for the pardon for the language.
You're
I
good.
am winning. Same with like literally any game I think of, I am going to kill. Escape from Tarkov. If I see you, you're dead. If I can, I will. Unless I am not confident in my skills, I will. But like I'm never thinking, oh my god, poor dude. Maybe he looted so much. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna kill him. Like he has to reset his inventory and stuff. Hell no. But in DBD, it's even frowned upon when you play competitively. Oh my god, the survivors gen rushed. What are they supposed to do? Search chests and break totems? Same with killers. Oh my god, the killer is a proxy camper in endgame. What are they supposed to do? Let you escape? But the funny thing is that the vast majority do.
I
I
mean,
mean, I
it's
personally find that the vast majority of survivors I go against don't gen rush.
yeah, for the most part.
Maybe it's my luck, but
No,
that's
I think the whole like I only go against like comp squad thing is just overblown.
yeah, I don't
Um,
believe that. I think it's negativity bias.
I mean, I've said this
But
before. Like, I mean, you can see it from the gameplay, like in the background. It's not the greatest or best or anything. I win 80% of my matches.
yeah, same. Uh, the only time, the only time I lose is because of like I said, the top level, right? For example, I know content creators who actually like I don't know how to explain it. Basically, I go for the survivor I see.
Yeah,
That's the way I play.
mhm.
But I've seen so many content creators think, okay, this person is on Death Hook. I need to go for her. Okay, this person is like keeping track.
Mhm.
And that's the difference. Like they are still playing in a way frustrating way, but that's the only way to win. Like if you want to take this game seriously, you have to play in a way that I personally think is unfun, very unfun. And it's the only game I know where the top level is unfun. When I
I
see Pokemon matches, it's at least there's like, I mean, I love the RNG element of Pokemon as well. That's why I don't like blame the maps.
uh-huh.
I don't know if you noticed, I haven't said anything about the maps yet.
Mhm.
I just said Eye of Crows and Batham are good for survivors. I don't feel it's good for killers. That's it. I accept it. Let fate decide
Mhm.
my outcome.
But I mean,
And
like you brought up Valorant earlier.
Mhm.
I think Valorant at the high level is fun when it's two high levels going against each other.
Ah, true, of
I
course.
don't like it when it's like when I'm playing Valorant because I'm not that good at Valorant. I
Mhm.
hate. I have an absolutely miserable time when, and this isn't me like it's a skill issue. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's not. But when
Mhm.
I'm playing like Cypher and just doing like kill trips on like I don't know, fracture or something, and like
Mhm.
someone rounds the corner with like a flashbang ready with someone else with a judge all prepped because they calmed it out beforehand. That is not fun for me.
Nah, yeah, I get it. Because Dead by Daylight inherently is frustrating. There's another reason why I talked about this with a friend of mine. In Valorant, at least, or in CS, if you die, if you make a mistake, at least your team can
Yes.
carry.
Hmm.
Or there's also the element that, okay, next round you start from scratch. In DBD, if you fuck up at the start, that will completely like snowball the entire match. And the same for survivors. If you make a mistake, there's no second round. You're fucked. You already are at a massive disadvantage because if the killer wants to play optimally, they are going to tunnel you. And that's what makes DBD so frustrating. Because in Valorant, okay, maybe on defense the match will be different. Let's reset mental. It's all mental. Like
Yeah.
every round is a different world. In DBD, every single action you do will have consequences for the rest of the match. Even a survivor repairing the incorrect gen can potentially lead to a 3 gen, and there's nothing you can do. You are fucked. Like,
Even like League has a snowball thing.
mhm.
Over the years they've implemented ways to counteract snowballing. Um,
Oh, League. The reason I left League is because I found it extremely unfun that the game is decided at the start and I have to spend 40 minutes of my life in a game that is lost already because my team doesn't want to surrender and they're just trolling. That for me is like horrible. And that's for me the difference between like a good competitive game and a bad one.
am
In
I
League, you're forced.
am I the only one who you're gonna hate me for this too? I actually preferred it when League matches were like an hour.
I hated it.
That was when that's part of the reason I stopped playing League. The matches got too short.
I mean, I'll respect it because I understand the fun in a long match. But I'm talking more about like the frustrating aspect of, because I think a lot of people will agree League is very frustrating as a
Hmm.
game. But DBD also is inherently frustrating. It's also the fact that it's like a very weird paradox. Whereas a killer, you feel like the survivors have the upper hand and they decide the game. But as a survivor, you see that's not the case. If a killer wants you dead, most of the times you are dead. The thing is, because the survivors are individual, the
Yeah.
rest escape. So you don't notice that. You think, wow, what a shitty match. But for the rest, damn, it was fantastic.
Well, I've talked about it before with the inherent problem with tunneling isn't necessarily tunneling. It's like, let's say in theory, you were tunneled the whole match, but you ran the killer for all 5 gens. In theory,
Yeah.
and you die. Your team gets out. You died. You got tunneled. The killer lost. You lost. Your team won. You still feel bad even though your team won because you still
True.
lost.
Yeah, the game says you lost.
Yeah, it's not even because like in Valorant, like you mentioned, it's like because of how it works, like you can still get frustrated when you die, but if your team picks up the slack and wins the match or the round, you still feel good. You feel like you did something to contribute.
Yeah.
Dead by
You can
Daylight.
even play more safe, for example, and
Mm-hmm.
smoke for your friends or like entry frag. I don't know, but like there's even if you play poorly, there's still something you can do. In DBD, if you play poorly, you're fucked, and you feel powerless, which is what I mean. It's extremely frustrating.
Mm-hmm.
It truly feels. I've had so many matches where I truly feel powerless. It was like, damn. That's what I call the Navy SEALs matches or the matches that make me blessed that I am not a DBD streamer because I can't believe being happy after playing against a squad of Navy SEALs 5 matches in a row. Like those days are horrible for me, and they ruin DBD for me. Like the vast majority of times, I don't have like how do I say it? It's not like damn they're good. I always say this. Whenever I play against a good player, unless it's a killer with like super insane hatchet throws or something like that, I don't think a survivor is wow, that was fantastic. I think holy shit, they know. They know that if they run me here, I am fucked. They know that they can just style this for free and I can do shit. They know that if they hold W, I lost. They know how many times have you lost a 3 gen because the survivors didn't know what they're doing?
Oh, all the
You know
time.
how many games I had where survivors knew exactly what to do, which is push every single generator at the same time, and if I come, they hold W. What can I do against that?
The
If
amount
if
of
I choose to focus one, the other two are done, and it's like slow progress. It's like a slow progress,
mhm.
but at the end of the day, they win.
The amount of times like I'll be playing a match and I'm like I'll have it'll be three gen or one gen left, and I'll be looking
Hmm.
at the three gens, and I'm like, okay, I can defend these two. If they do the one on the other side of the map, I lose, and then they just don't ever go to that one.
Exactly. See, that's what I mean by like not competent teams. Bad survivors are holding DBD alive. Same with killers. Bad killers are holding DBD alive. If every single killer was a nurse with the tryhard perks or a skull whatever, and survivors were optimal is what I'm saying. They had the knowledge
Hmm.
that is required. They don't they know that to counter artists they have to enter a locker and that's it. They know that uh, Frenzied End reveals their aura, so all they have to do is play extremely safe 20 seconds. They know that, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, they know. Again, we come back to the same
But
conclusion.
and and I get that, but part of me that's like I said but earlier, that's part of me is that's why I kind of like the game
Yeah,
because of
no,
the
obviously,
knowledge gate.
obviously, obviously.
Um,
But I think I genuinely think, have you played competitive against like a four team that knew, just like you do,
oh
how
no,
to play the map?
I've
What
watched
is to push?
I've never played now.
Mm. Same for me. It's crazy that they are telling me that the best killers in the world apparently they win by camping a hook at the end game. They don't win by doing a lot of chases or stuff. They win by camping a hook at the end game, and whoever gets like more hooks, they win. Unless, of course, they're running a because there's a massive difference between like Blight or like a Dredge. Dredge, for example, I don't think it can compete on competitive.
Mhm.
But like I don't know, it's very hard to explain for me or put it in words.
I mean, it's another one of the, I mean, even like conventionally strong killers, like Chucky's not that good in comp. He sucks.
And in Japan, Chucky was considered trash as well
Yeah, and Legion was like S tier in Japan.
because of the macro, I guess. But like the in DBD, it's that. It's how do you balance a game that is currently balanced against extremely fast chases?
You don't.
And the fact that survivors don't know. Like generally, this game is held by the fact that survivor like it's so complicated to play and know. I would like to see a. I mean, DBD comp exists already.
Mm.
And just as
Well,
a reminder, DBD comp is extremely limited in perks. I
yeah.
would argue, I know it's funny, but I would argue that it is possible for a normal match in DBD to be harder than competitive because they can run the same, there's no limits.
I wouldn't even argue. I would 100%. I would definitively say it is. It
And,
can
and
be.
when,
Can be.
yeah, can be, exactly. And when that happens, it feels miserable. That's the games I'm like get extremely tilted. Whenever I play a game, I try to not be tilted. I try to be calm. And anytime I get like outplayed or whatever, hey, they are good players. And why should I feel like sad if I'm beaten by better players? The problem is in DBD, sometimes I feel like I get beaten by bad players just because of the mechanics of the game. That's another thing. Like, because we talked about it, it's not how good you are at movement. It's like when do I loop this? When do I loop that? And as a killer, especially as certain killers, there's nothing you can do. Like generally, I do believe in DBD, there's certain things that there's nothing you can do unless you, of course, we go back, play dirty,
I
which
mean,
is proven by
I,
Darva.
I can
Play
name
dirty.
I can name I can name six loops off the top of my head. Chucky physically can't play unless the survivor messes up.
God pallets. You have to force them.
Yeah.
There's so many loops like that where you have to force them. And where's the like? Is that truly skillful? Running around the pallet. In fact, pre-dropping is strong as fuck.
Oh yeah.
And it's super sticky.
I've told people this before. If you're going against an M1 killer on Larry's, do you know how you
Mhm.
make their life absolutely miserable?
I assume pre-dropping and using Windows.
Not
Like,
even pre-dropping. When I say, I'm going to say pre-dropping, but when I say pre-drop, not even in chase. Have one person go around the map dropping all the pallets.
why is that?
Because a lot of the way the pallets are set up, they're already pre-dropped for your chase, and a lot of the ones that like stop the hallway stuff, the killer has to break and waste time doing it.
Oh yeah, the gold palette, for example, on the long hallway, right?
Yeah, all
There's
two of
no
them.
change.
Yeah.
True.
Um.
The game as well. Technically, it doesn't change much. Well,
Um.
the game no, the game no.
Yeah. Even the game to a degree. I think the difference with the game is that once the pallets are down, they hit you have nothing else.
Yeah,
But on Larry's, you still have the windows. Um.
true.
But no, I remember this this match is like burned into my brain. It was from like 2 years ago. I was playing clown. I was running knockout because I'm a terrible person. Um, I used knockout, or I downed a Fong, and her teammate didn't get her up until like 3 minutes later because it's knockout. Of course they didn't. Uh,
Hmm.
but they got her up, and she was so mad at me, I guess, or her teammate for taking too long. I don't know which. She just
Hmm.
ran around dropping all the pallets. I lost that match
Hmm.
because there was not. What am I going to do?
Yeah, it's crazy. Like there are certainly a lot of maps that you can play pre like the reason why pre-dropping a lot of people say, oh, you should greed pallets or you should not pre-drop as much, like save shack pallet, right?
Hmm.
The reason why people say that is because the vast majority of survivors are not playing optimally. If you are playing, if you know your four teammates, I mean, if you know all people you're playing with are optimal and they will be doing gens while you are pre-dropping, the killer lost. What they can do?
Yeah,
Literally, like I always say this, mathematically speaking, the killer lost. And the maximum they can do is at best a 2k. That's by playing in the most disgusting way possible without counting survivor perks that they could bring to counteract that, like reassurance, like kinship, like deliverance. Deliverance is an insanely strong perk which is not used in public matches. But if you play with a group and one of them has deliverance and they are the designed unhooker, and you make sure that that survivor is not hooked first, that it's over.
it's
You're put in a position where there's nothing you can do. It's
yeah.
insane for me.
And I mean, how many times have you lost a match just because the first chase you went into, they were just pre-dropping every pallet,
Yeah, exactly.
and there was just
Well,
like you
I've
didn't
lost
have an option.
and I've won matches where I had bad chases because they are altruistic. That's why I always like make it clear. I'm not saying Survivor is stronger than Killer currently, especially. But I don't think it's because of their role. I think it's because the vast majority of players suck. If they knew, it would be like I said, the game would be miserable. I'm sorry. Constantly slugging, constantly tunneling, constantly camping, constantly gen rushing, constantly deliverance. These deliverance is a rare perk. But whenever I get a team with reassurance deliverance, I know I lost.
Even Unbreakable, like I haven't seen it. I very
Look, I
rarely
see
see Unbreakable
I
anymore.
see in your match right now, I see a Sable that just used reassurance, I assume.
Yeah.
She already she's looping around you, around the hook, instead of like being far away. You see, like,
Hmm.
even she, which should be strong, she's still doing mistakes, which in a high level they wouldn't do.
Hmm.
They would be pre-running, pre-dropping. The moment they hear their radius, they go away. There's no like, what? How do you counter holding W as a ghost face? That was a great point you made. How do you counter holding W as a ghost face? There's no way.
Well,
How do you counter holding W and pre-dropping as Myers?
you don't.
Just play safe.
Yeah. For Ghostface, the answer would be don't play him as a chase killer. Um,
Yeah, that's the only way I think you can play him in high, like,
what?
against high players.
Not as a chase
Like
killer?
hiding, yeah,
Yeah.
hiding. I think it's called like hit and run playstyle as well.
Yeah. Pretty much. That I would agree. Um, I say this all the time, and it's weird because he's such a popular character. I see so many people play Ghostface wrong. So many people like try to like stalk people in chase and stuff like that. Just don't do. The moment you hear the chase music is Ghostface, leave,
Hmm.
leave. You messed up. Leave.
And also a lot of new players stealth is very hard for them. They
Hmm.
don't know what to do. When you're playing against a competitive team that is like, okay, Ghostface is on 12. All right, Ghostface is on main. Like, what's the counter a killer can do to a team that tells you the location of the killer at any point? You can do gens freely. There's zero pressure at all. That's why people use pain resonance. That's why people use like. There's a reason the meta exists. Same for survivors. There's a reason decisive strike exists, and like the game is so dominated by those tactics, and it's so sweaty. Like, what's the solution? There is no solution in my opinion. Two versus like Chaos Shuffle was fun, but even there, people slugged and camp.
Well, yeah, because you can't make a play style random.
Yeah, exactly.
um, I mean, even
I
like
think
Chucky's an example I give all the time because did you know Chucky has a lullaby?
uh, I don't know if you're referring to the laugh.
That is what I'm referring to. The laugh.
Yes, yes, I do.
Yeah,
Even when I put it on a like fun facts video, the insidious thing
yeah,
that Chucky suddenly laughs.
yeah. Do you know the range on it?
No,
It's 12
how much is it?
meters.
Oh, dang. Okay,
It's also louder if you're not looking at him.
I had no idea about that.
Yeah. Do you know the range of a slice and dice?
Slice and dice. Nah, neither.
It's
It's just muscle memory, I
yeah.
guess.
If he's moving like in a straight line and then he activates slice and dice, it's 12 meters from the charge.
So you could use it at the border, right?
Yeah. But the thing is, the devs made it specifically so you can hear him when he's in range to hit you,
Mm.
even when he's undetectable. That's
Honestly,
part of the
that's my
reason. That's part of the reason I tell people he's not a stealth killer. My point with this is against players who don't know anything I just said or aren't paying attention. He is a stealth killer. He is
yeah.
impossible to track. Like if I didn't go up against bad players as Chucky, I probably wouldn't win a lot of the matches I do.
Mm. No, yeah, fully agree. It's also the fact that not a lot of people want to learn counters. You've seen it with Skull Merchant.
Yeah.
Even though it's technically easier, it's still people don't want to. Like, why should I? Knight, you can absolutely demolish a Knight player if you know what to do. If you don't know what to do, it's like Garen. Garen in League of Legends is like a
Yeah.
noob stomper killer. Where if you know what to do as a survivor, again, it's no, not mechanical skill like, oh, yeah, because I don't think passing through a window and going for the banner or like holding W is skillful, in my opinion.
Mhm.
I think something skillful is more like dodging two killers at the same time, like Knight and the other guard or
Well,
whatever.
the problem with the dodge, I can actually bring up the podcast question. What did they dodge or did they miss?
Uh,
That's why I don't consider dodging a skill.
you know what? My answer is kind of stupid, but with the nurse, they missed.
Yeah,
With the other players,
I would
there's
agree.
a chance.
I think most would agree on nurse, but
I
like,
don't think there's a dodge on nurse. I personally don't think if you are a good nurse, there's no dodge because of the way her power works and the fact that like you teleport on top of the survivor and then you just auto aim. It's free.
but
I don't know what people are smoking saying that nurse is hard. She's free. Death
um,
Singer takes skill though. You need to aim.
yeah, but once again, with Deathslinger is a good example.
Hmm.
When I go for a shot and it doesn't land because they went left or right,
Hmm.
shouldn't I be good enough to anticipate the dodge?
You could, but like the power, the way the Death Singer works, it's like a projectile.
Hmm.
So you missed. With nurse, like it's her body, and she can. How many times? I don't know. I don't know if it happens to you. Why I say this, even though it might look like contradictory, but like with the nurse, even if I miss the teleport or if I fuck up, I still get a hit. If I miss with the if I miss, it's because I completely missed. Like I went far away or like I teleported to another floor. You know what I mean? It's like
Yeah,
drastic. That's what I mean. With Dead Singer, you could miss just because you aimed a little bit to the right, left. You know, like there is mechanical skill on that. That's why for me, projectile killers they do take mechanical skill because you can miss. There is like a. I mean, again, if I'm saying this, technically, Nurse also has mechanical skill.
but
So
I mean, even then though, it's like a lot of people say
mm,
Chucky's slice and dice is undodgeable.
I mean, I've seen in your video that it is dodgeable. You just need to know how to dodge it.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference between situations where you cannot dodge and situations where you can. And I think in certain hallways or in certain spots, you cannot dodge a hunter's hatchet or a specific attack. For example, pyramid head on a certain palette when the
Mhm.
animation stuck. If the killer misses, that's their fault. But as a survivor, you cannot dodge that. However, on an open space, I would say like it's both.
But that's the
The
thing.
fact that the survivor missed
But
is because you. Sorry.
I was gonna say was like, so the whole thing with dodging being skillful. My point there is, at what point was it your skill at dodging, and at what point was it them being bad?
I mean, that would be an extreme. Wouldn't you say if you, let's say this, right?
Hmm.
If you are as a survivor are running to a window, but it's a fake and the killer M1s, what do you consider that? Because I do think there's skill on the fact that the survivor was able to bamboozle you. Same with Huntress and Death Slinger. The irregular movement,
Hmm.
both are correct at the same time. You missed because the survivor dodged. I don't think one or the other should be separate. At least like in some cases. If there's a hallway where the hit is guaranteed and you miss, that's clearly because you are bad. Like it's a skill issue.
So for you, it's just the ability to be able to do it, not necessarily that it can be done, but that you.
Mhm.
How do I word this correctly? It's more so that the option of dodging is there, not that you can.
Exactly.
Okay.
The hitbox of the Death Slinger, as an example, is kinda thin, so you could technically dodge it even by crouching. I've seen people crouch Xenomorph
Tail attack.
attack or
Hmm.
Nemesis thingy. That's dodging, and obviously the killer like even there, for example, I would say it's more dodging than missing because there's nothing you can do. The survivor did it well, but in an open space, you technically could absolutely miss with Chucky. I think unless you stop holding the dash, you continue. Like even if you collide with the survivor, right? You continue. You have to stop the dash
Yeah, you have
to
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 stop the
attack.
dash manually. That's why I tell people to. I've told people before, if you want to counter it, run into him.
I've had that happen when I started playing Chucky. I missed a lot of my shots, not because the survivors dodged, because it was a skill issue.
Yeah.
But then if a survivor bamboozles, like does a type of like movement where I'm like going to one side, oh, but that's dodging. That's skillful in my opinion.
Hmm. I
A
get,
lot of people, have you noticed how many people don't like Nemesis, Xenomorph, or I don't know who because their attacks are guaranteed.
yeah, a
There's
lot.
no dodging there.
A lot of people don't. Yeah.
Mm,
But I mean, with Xenomorph, for example, I think that's another good one because people are like, oh, the attacks are guaranteed. What about the Xenos that like go for the tail attacks like over rocks and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Like ones where they shouldn't be able to get a hit because of how the hitbox works, they do. But they've learned how to get those hits.
Yeah.
Doesn't that kind of not towards you necessarily, but doesn't that counter the whole argument if they don't take skill?
Who, the killers or the survivors?
Both. I mean, shouldn't the skill on the survivor be to anticipate that the tail can do what it just did?
I mean, I can say that if you know the hitboxes of like if you know what a Xenomorph can and cannot do, like um
I mean,
let me put it this way. One of the best advices I can give to a new player: play both sides. Why? Because then you would know the capability of your killer. Like if you as a survivor, how can I explain this? Oh,
if you
it's a
don't
really
know
good.
what the killer can do, how are you supposed to know what to do against them?
Let's say this: you're getting chased by a Xenomorph,
Hmm.
and you're on a loop that has the like a shack, right? On the shack, for example.
Hmm.
A noob survivor would take the window thinking that's the best option. A Xenomorph will attack them. A good player that knows how the Xenomorph works might try to dodge it because they will, like you said, anticipate the fact that the Xenomorph will attack. That's when, again, it comes back to the Xenomorph. If they have the knowledge that the survivor know, they won't attack and they will M1. And see, it's like a back and forth on, I would say, mind game of knowing what the enemy will do. It's like chess, I guess. It takes skill. I think knowledge is skill, but there's a difference between mechanical skill. Mechanical skill would be to actually dodge the attack of the Xenomorph, let's say in an open area, or let's say, as you said, you see the xenomorph is lifting the tail or something in a loop where they can hit you, you dodge, you crouch. I would say that's mechanical. Even if it's basic, it is mechanical because you need to input something. But in terms of like the example I put of a shack, it's knowing. It's like being one step ahead of the killer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And my question is, does that take skill? Because in Valorant, in my opinion, what I'm trying to say is that I would say that's a macro element of a chase. In Valorant, there's the shooting part, right? Whoever has the best mechanical skill wins. But there's also the macro part. If you know when they are rotating, who is going where, if Cypher placed a camera here, like there's a skill with a character that's called Clove.
Mm-hmm.
They can use smokes. You can know where Clove is based on the smokes, and that's like, you know what to say. That's a part of macro. So positioning is macro. Positioning, in my opinion, is not a mechanical skill. How can you practice positioning? You can't. It's something you learn playing Valorant along. You know what I mean? Knowing where to defend, what angles would they come. The most one skill that I still don't know is the rotation time. How long does it take for one player to go to this side?
They're
Either by shifting.
29 and a
Sorry?
half seconds
On all maps, are they
on
designed that way?
90% of maps.
Oh damn! Well, thank you.
They
I didn't
designed
know.
they designed it that way on purpose.
I see. I didn't know.
It's the exact
Oh,
time. It's the exact time it takes to it's the exact time it would take for a fully planted a spike to be diffused if you're on the other side of the map.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. I learned a lot.
I might have the number wrong, but it's the same on every map. Almost every map. But it's like
And
30-ish seconds.
now my question to you is, let's say you know that they're going A,
Mm-hmm.
and then suddenly you hear silence. You stay on the side though. Is that skill? You stay on the side because you think that what they are doing is faking it. So you stay on the side.
I mean, technically the skill would be
Macro, right?
well, no, because technically the skill would be because there's a lot of do you tell your team you're staying because you think they're faking, and they should check the other site? Do you?
Yeah, you choose instead of everyone going there
Mm-hmm.
because they, for example, saw a dart. You're like, you know what? I'm gonna say, I think it's fake. It's the example of the shack.
Yeah.
Will the xenomorph attack or not?
It's that. See, that's the thing, because at that point, that's not. I wouldn't even necessarily call that macro skill. It's macro skill from the side that's trying to fake. It's just decision making. Not even decision making. It's just
Decision. Yeah.
well, it is decision, but you're making the decision on a 50-50 chance.
But you could predict it based on the playstyle. Just like you as a killer, you can see that survivor greeds a lot, or pre-drops a lot, or holds W a lot. Like I personally kind of like adapt my playstyle compared to the survivor I'm playing against.
Yeah,
The first chase is like the
it's
to
vetting.
see how they do, and then like that, would that be skill? Because that for me is knowledge. It's not macro. It's not something I can practice. It's something that you learn, adapting. I don't know, like, you know what I'm trying to say, and that's
Well, I
holy
mean,
shit.
being
It's like
able to adapt
sidetrack.
is a skill, but
It
like,
is a skill, absolutely.
but the thing is, like with the example you gave, what if it's the first round? Then you're not adapting. You're literally just taking a guess.
True, yeah. But taking a guess, wouldn't that count also as a like, kind of like, I don't know.
Because it would be like the most of the game in Dead by Daylight, in my opinion. It's mostly 50-50s.
I would say yes, I know. Like you have a lot of like the points you made are very solid. I just don't know if like it depends on the killer, I guess. No, the 50-50s. Like
Yeah, I
is
mean, so you're
let me
playing. Let's say Spirit. I think Spirit's a very good example of this.
Spirit is,
Yeah,
yeah.
Spirit is
No
like
debate.
the embodiment of 50/50s.
Yeah, no debate, no debate. Would you
Um,
count Trapper, for example? If you are a good player, wouldn't the fact that you keep track of, like, you see a trap at the start, okay, it's a trapper. You keep track of the trapper,
mhm.
and then you obviously assume, okay, there will be a trap here on Shack. A new player wouldn't, like, they would be running without, adapting your playstyle. Isn't that like, wasn't the talk dodging and missing?
Dodging and missing. Yeah, that's where we started.
I'm sorry, yapping way too much.
You're
And by the
good.
way, I don't know how long would you like for us to say. It's getting like late for me, so we can do one topic and then I have to like you know.
I mean, I think well, we've gotten way off of the terms of monetization and stuff. Um, and I think the last thing I'll ask you,
Mhm.
in your opinion, what is the best and worst monetization move behavior has ever made?
Oh, great question.
This could be like
The
a
best.
skin that was really overpriced, or like a system that just was like gouging, um, or like a system, or like the opposite, a skin that was like really well made and was like free and things like that.
I see. I would say positives. In my opinion, the best thing financially they've done is both creating the shrine. No, sorry, the shrine, the rift. The shrine is, but the
I
rift is
was gonna
very
say
like
you just made the whole 5 hours
yeah.
pointless by saying that.
Nah, nah. The rift is very well done. I think it's one of the best ones in any video game,
Hmm.
and I'm shocked that they like. There's no FOMO on the weekly missions. Do them when you want. You can even go back and keep doing them. That's
Hmm.
rare. That's super cool. So, but they also really, really like the fact that they halved the cost of the old characters. I
Hmm.
think that's such a huge buff. Like, maybe a lot of people don't care, but it's noticeable. Now you get two killers instead of one. That's a lot. And in terms of worst, I kind of like did a Freudian slip, the scam of secrets. The fact that it's been they changed the store. They made it prettier to look. They changed the lobby plenty of times. Like, I've seen a comment say they've done so many. They completely reworked the visuals of all maps to make them what, up to par to the current standards of video games. Why is an archaic system that is only matched by some gacha mobile games still in the game and nobody's complaining? How are we with a system that was already people were saying it's outdated back in 2016 already? Back
they
when who was it? Huntress didn't release, already people were saying, "Hey, this system is kind of trash actually."
they've even updated the UI for the Shrine of Secrets.
Yeah, they made it prettier, but no matter how much glitter you put in shit, it's still shit. I've
Yeah.
said it on my video. So that's by far it's mind-boggling for me, but I understand why that people don't care. It's because number one, the vast majority of casual players treat DBD as a casual game, so whether they have the strongest perks or not, they don't give a fuck.
Hmm.
And second of all, because content creators, streamers, they have everything, so they don't feel the problem of starting from zero. But I think the moment if they had the experience of starting from zero, they would know. Like, look at the smurfing challenges they did with the hardcore survivor series.
Hmm.
They still bought every single survivor. Now imagine if they had to do that without paying for the survivors. Good luck. Now you have only 5 options. You know what I mean? So that's my answer. I don't want to yap too much.
I
That's my
gotcha.
answer.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming on, and I would actually agree with both of those. The one thing I would add is the FOMO after the fact was probably the worst in my opinion.
True. Mm-hmm.
Um, like the Christmas skins just being taken away was just so stupid. Uh,
Yeah.
but I'll let you go from there. Once again, I appreciate you coming on for this. I know we got really tangential for like the last hour of this, but
Yeah.
it's part of the fun, honestly. Welcome,
ADHD.
welcome, welcome to the podcast. You can talk about whatever you want on here. But yeah. If you need to go and all that, to everyone listening on YouTube, I love y'all. I know you guys watch all of these. I just see my analytics. Um, I don't know how you guys do it, but
That's
thank you.
great. Boosting the watch time.
um, but like I said, Mint stuff is below. If you don't know Mint, I don't know how. Like I said earlier, but I love y'all. Have a good one, and yeah, bye.